starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501, 101 Deaths and 101 Resurrections. Joracle Mihawk's life was wonderful. In this life, he had witnessed the death of Goldie Roger, the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, and the coexistence of the four emperors. But Mihawk had never seen someone like Uehara Naraku, because Joracle Mihawk had never thought that a person who had mastered the ability to bring people back to life would use this ability to punish others. No, this guy can never be called a human. In other words, should Uehara Naraku be called a demon, or should he be called a true god? 20 minutes later, Joracle Mihawk's consciousness revived again, and he closed his eyes again, and began to recite silently, the 100th death and the 100th resurrection. When the Susanoo sword cut into my body, it was 1 centimeter off from the last time. After that, Mihawk spread his arms, and waited quietly for the Susanoo sword to cut off his life again. The great swordsman completely gave up resistance, because after one of the resurrections, Mihawk chose to pull out his black sword and kill himself before Susanoo killed him. But he still resurrected. This also made Mihawk completely understand one thing, that his life and death were indeed not in his control, but all depended on Uehara Naraku's mood. Hawky Mihawk lived up to his life, but at this moment, Mihawk began to regret the wrong words he had said before. Why was Uehara Naraku such a strong guy, but his heart was so small? At the beginning, wasn't it just a wrong word? This guy called Uehara Naraku, after resurrecting him repeatedly, killed him again, and resurrected him again, making him fall into this cycle of life and death that he could not escape. But this is not his fault, right? After all, the Akatsuki organization has always been hidden very deeply. Even the thick-skinned guy Red Hair Shanks must have thought that this was an unknown small organization when he heard the name of Akatsuki for the first time. Moreover, Uehara Naraku, as the leader of Akatsuki, hid his identity and disguised himself as an ordinary navy colonel. Who knew that this guy would be a person who is strong enough to destroy the world? No matter which Shichibuke, they would definitely not be nice to him, right? This guy is obviously fishing, right? Unfortunately, Mihawk himself was caught. Just as Joracle Mihawk was waiting for the light of resurrection and death to come upon him again, he found that these had not come yet. Mihawk couldn't help but look up, but he didn't see Susanoo, but only saw Uehara Naraku floating in front of him. Is it finally over? Mihawk suddenly felt relieved. Even after he won the honor of the world's greatest swordsman, he didn't feel as relaxed as he did now. This matter all depends on your attitude. Uehara Naraku's voice appeared in the ears of Hawky Mihawk. Mr. Mihawk, are you willing to join the unknown small organization Akatsuki? Mihawk fell into silence. After a long time, the world's strongest swordsman looked at Uehara Naraku and asked calmly, if I agree, what do I need to do for Akatsuki? If I refuse, what will you do? Uehara Naraku frowned, thought for a while, and then said, let's talk about your refusal first. I may still kill you, and then bring your soul from the underworld, and revive it as a puppet in another way. At this point, Uehara Naraku spread his hands again and continued, of course, I may also let you go, and then cut off all your ties, kill all your friends, etc. Anyway, I will make you live a life worse than death. Hawky Mihawk was silent. Is this the way the leader of Akatsuki does things? To be honest, the Akatsuki organization has not yet perished, purely because Uehara Naraku is too powerful for people to resist. After thinking about the obligations of Akatsuki members for a while, Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead and said, if you choose to join Akatsuki, except for not revealing my identity, it seems that there is nothing special for you to do. In addition to the war at the top, is there really anything that Hawky Mihawk needs to do? Hawky Mihawk continued to ask, okay, I roughly know. So, what is the purpose of Akatsuki? Let me think about it. Uehara Naraku was still rubbing his forehead, and asked back in confusion, now, maybe it should be, to bring peace and justice to this world? Hawky Mihawk's face was strange. No matter who heard this sentence, it would be impossible to believe it, right? Hawky Mihawk temporarily skipped this topic and continued to ask, so, what is your true identity? You talk too much. Uehara Naraku's face turned cold, and a golden light that went back in time fell on Hawky Mihawk's body. This scene made Hawky's expression slightly change. The next moment, Uehara Naraku picked up the black knife that was stuck in the ice, and with a sharp knife, he directly cut Hawky's throat and killed the great swordsman again. A few seconds later, Hawky Mihawk was resurrected again. Uehara Naraku threw the black knife in his hand to Hawky Mihawk and asked calmly, now, I just need to know your answer. Follow the true answer in your heart, and don't try to hide it from my perception. Uehara Naraku looked at Hawky after he took the black knife and continued, as for what you want to know, you will slowly understand it in the future. If you want to spy on the truth of the world, at least let me see how much you can pay for spying on the truth. Uehara Naraku's eyes gradually became complicated, and his voice slowly became gloomy. Your life and strength are not enough to see the truth of the world. I know. Hawky Mihawk looked down at the black knife in his hand, then looked at Uehara Naraku who was close at hand, and slowly took a deep breath. If he can see the mist hidden in Uehara Naraku after joining Akatsuki, it is worth it for him to join Akatsuki and become a member of this organization. Naraku Mihawk put away his black knife, looked directly at Uehara Naraku, and said in a deep voice, in the future, please give me more advice, leader. Yes. Uehara Naraku nodded with satisfaction and raised his palm. Then let's go and welcome another newcomer to join the organization. As Uehara Naraku moved, the waves surged over. A warship and the coffin boat towed behind it slowly swam over along the surge of the waves and stopped in front of Uehara Naraku. This time, Uehara Naraku gained a lot. Side quest, defeat the world's #1 swordsman Naraku Mihawk. 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the reward is 200,000 points of life energy, 200,000 points of armed color domineering, and 200,000 points of observation color domineering. This is the downside of cheating. Maybe the skill or inheritance that was originally a good reward was directly exchanged for a 3-dimensional value, but this is exactly what Uehara Naraku needs. Hidden quest. Use a small knife to fight and win against the world's #1 swordsman, Naraku Mihawk. 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the passive talent skill World Kendo is a fixed reward. World Kendo, the world's most extreme kendo talent. This description is really simple. Uehara Naraku stood on the warship and thought for a while, then waved his hand to condense an ice knife and swung his hand to chop it out according to his will. The sea in the distance was instantly chopped into a wave hundreds of meters high. This is useless. The world's #1 swordsman was defeated by him, and this great swordsman also joined the Akatsuki organization and became his subordinate. Hawky Mihawk looked at this scene and slowly frowned. It was not impossible for him to do this with his black sword knight, but like Uehara Naraku, he could just use an ordinary ice knife to chop it out. The leader of Akatsuki, his swordsmanship was also very strong. This man named Uehara Naraku had countless powers. Could he manipulate any power, even swordsmanship? Then, facing a man like Uehara Naraku, would those 4 emperors standing at the top of the new world be his opponents? At least Shanks. Hawky Mihawk thought it might not be possible. Sir Naraku. Hawky Mihawk frowned slightly, remembering the purpose of his trip, and asked, is the war between Whitebeard and Kado over? Not yet. Uehara Naraku shook his head and whispered, I hope those 2 guys can end this war quickly. Now they are of no use. After all, Akatsuki is behind the scenes manipulating the war between Whitebeard and Kado. The real purpose is just to lure out the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru, and by the way, several of the 7 warlords of the sea. On the other side, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are still fighting. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beasts Pirates are getting more and more nervous because they feel that this sea of war seems to be a little too dangerous. Uzumaki Naruto manipulated the golden nine-tailed fox and suddenly spread his claws. Chakra and domineering quickly fell into his palm and gathered into a group of constantly rotating tailed beast jade. Senjutsu armament super domineering tailed beast ball. The tailed beast ball flew out and instantly flew towards Uchiha Sasuke's purple Susanoo. Once hit by this tailed beast ball with added ingredients, even the complete Susanoo would be directly blown through. Uchiha Sasuke manipulated Susanoo and drew out his ninja sword to graze the tailed beast ball, knocking the tailed beast ball directly out, and continued to fly towards the golden ninetales. However, the tailed beast ball fell near the Moby Dick. Even though the Moby Dick was getting farther and farther away from the battlefield, it was still inevitably affected. Whitebeard clenched his fists, a ball of white light gathered on his fists, and a punch detonated the tailed beast ball. After Whitebeard resolved this crisis, he looked down at the people around him who were still in shock, and couldn't help laughing and said, "Guerrilla, it's really dangerous. This battle is not something that everyone can watch." Yes, indeed, not everyone can watch it. After rescuing Jack the Drought and a group of pirates, the flagship of the Beast's pirates left the battlefield far away. Only Kaido was left watching on the battlefield. In the aftermath of the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, Kaido was unable to protect his subordinates and could only temporarily let them retreat first. This is the difference. After all, Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit ability is powerful and can indeed solve many troubles. Kaido only has the ability of the animal fruit of the mythical beast. If he wants to protect the beast's pirates, he can only use his body to resist. However, whether it is Uzumaki Naruto or Uchiha Sasuke, if the attacks of the two fall on Kaido, they can actually break his defense. On the battlefield, Uchiha Sasuke stood in the crystal of Susanoo. After seeing Whitebeard solve the tailed beast ball, he was barely relieved. Uchiha Sasuke turned his head suddenly, his eyes fixed on the golden ninetales, and a long bow suddenly opened in the hand of Susanoo. "Naruto, let's decide the outcome with one strike." The third update. Chapter 502, Zio's Fangs. The Whitebeard pirates actually treated Uchiha Sasuke really well. Although in Uchiha Sasuke's opinion, they were all a bunch of brainless idiots. But no matter how you look at it, these idiots are now his companions. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto is also a companion recognized by Uchiha Sasuke. But now Uchiha Sasuke feels that things have changed slightly. He wants to protect the Whitebeard pirates, just as Uzumaki Naruto protected Konoha in the past. A purple long arrow lit up. The next moment, a black flame slowly fell on the long arrow out of thin air, and a ball of armed color domineering slowly wrapped around the arrowhead. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke manipulated the perfect form of Susanoo and slowly pulled the giant bow in his hand to the full. The long arrow on it was black and shiny, which made people unable to help but look sideways. Even Uchiha Sasuke still felt that it was not enough. A flash of lightning fell on the arrowhead of the long arrow. It was the lightning of thunder released Chidori. Whether it was attack power or destructive power, it was definitely far superior to the same group. This was his strongest attack. Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes gradually became solemn. Under his control, giant claws gradually grew out of the golden nine-tailed beast, which continuously condensed chakra and domineering, and gathered a Rasengan shuriken of different shapes. If there was no Uehara and Naraku, the two of them would be the pinnacle of another world. Even in this world, they have power that ordinary people cannot reach. That is why, apart from the core members of the Akatsuki organization, only Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke have the power to move freely in the pirate world and the entire ninja world. Guerrilla. Whitebeard clenched his fists, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing these two brats really reminds me of my youth. Just like when Whitebeard and Goldie Roger competed. Even now, Whitebeard still maintains his title of the strongest in the world, but he is still inevitably getting old, and even makes him unable to fight for a long time with young people like Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. On the sea, Uchiha Sasuke controlled Susanoo to complete his technique, and a long black arrow wrapped in lightning suddenly shot out and flew towards the golden nine-tailed beast. Naruto. Sasuke. What greeted the long arrow was a pitch black spiral shuriken. The moment the black arrow and the spiral shuriken collided, a huge flame illuminated the night, and the next second, a violent explosion resounded in the sea. The sea surface was shaking violently. This sea area seemed to have an earthquake. After the first wave of explosions, the second wave of explosions quickly swept towards the surroundings, and the hundreds of meters high flames spread outward in an instant, instantly covering Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo and Uzumaki Naruto's golden nine-tailed beast. In the explosion, a ball of black light seemed to be enough to destroy everything and quickly submerge Susanoo and the golden nine-tailed beast. Two attacks that were enough to destroy an island produced a violent collision here. No one could guess the outcome of their battle. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, and their observation haki was shrouded in them, wanting to see who would win or lose this time. After a long time, a huge semicircular depression was directly blown out on the sea surface by the huge explosion, and the ocean currents continued to circle in the depression. On the concave semicircular sea surface, Uchiha Sasuke stood aside, with only a skeleton left of Susanoo on his body. His palms slowly covered his eyes, and blood and tears slowly fell from the corners of his eyes. The golden nine-tailed beast on Uzumaki Naruto's body was also incomplete everywhere, and even only 2 or 3 tails were left on his body, barely attached to his body. You guy. Uchiha Sasuke raised his head, glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, and forced the Susanoo on his body to continue to activate and transform into a complete form again. At this moment, a voice came from Uchiha Sasuke's mind, interrupting his idea of continuing to fight. Ha, Sasuke, you are fighting so hard to protect the whitebird pirates. Uchiha Sasuke's expression froze for a moment. This was the voice of Uehara Naraku. That guy was using the Samsara to contact him. Couldn't that guy be in this area of the sea? The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke woke up. In this battle between him and Uzumaki Naruto, it is not worth being happy if he wins, because according to their agreement, after the beast's pirates give way, the whitebird pirates will fall into a bigger trap. It is not worth being depressed if he fails, because this will give the whitebird pirates a reason to go back and protect the group of idiots in the whitebird pirates. Uchiha Sasuke knows very well that Whitebird's power is also strong enough, but it does not mean that the old man can defeat Uehara Naraku. According to the power that guy showed in the ninja world, he is an omnipotent god. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke slowly clenched his fists. Now, should he choose to fail or continue fighting until he defeats Naruto? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but look up at Uzumaki Naruto, his fists creaking, and then slowly loosened his fists when I defected from Konoha and joined Akatsuki. At that time, he should have been more entangled than I'm now, right? Uzumaki Naruto at that time wanted to protect Konoha, but didn't want to hurt him. He was simply an idiot. There is no such thing as the best of both worlds in this world. Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke and slowly spread out his palms. There was a hint of complexity on his face. Do you want to continue? In fact, there is no need. I admit defeat. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth. His face suddenly interrupted Uzumaki Naruto's words with a cold expression, slowly closed his eyes, and lay on the sea with his back to the sky. Uzumaki Naruto fell into silence. Sasuke, Dad asked us to go home. Mako's voice suddenly fell into their ears. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but roll his eyes and glared at the flying phoenix. Catch me up quickly, I'm almost out of strength. Hey, hold on a little longer. The blue phoenix spread its wings and flew to the sea, grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's body and slowly flew away, leaving only Uzumaki Naruto standing in the same place. Uzumaki Naruto didn't feel happy about winning at all. He just looked down at his chest, where there was a ring of a formal member of the Akatsuki organization. Uzumaki Naruto sighed, looked up at the flying phoenix in the sky, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Sasuke finally has a lot of friends? Because the entire Team 7 knew that Uchiha Sasuke had nowhere to go, it was indeed a happy thing to find a place to live in this world. This matter is more worth being happy about than the so-called victory. The battle that lasted for a day and a night finally ended. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto didn't know that after Uchiha Sasuke returned to the Moby Dick, the captains were most curious about Uzumaki Naruto. These idiots didn't care about Uchiha Sasuke's loss. They were just curious about the friendship between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, because intuitively, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto should have a good relationship. On the Moby Dick, Uchiha Sasuke sat on the deck and slowly mentioned his past friendship with Uzumaki Naruto. That guy was the last in the ninja school. Well, I was the first in the ninja school. After graduation, we were assigned to the same team. Hey, Sasuke, don't brag too much. Asshole, I'm serious. Gilala. Thatch, don't interrupt him. Go prepare the banquet. Yes, Dad. But I still think. Idiot. Go prepare the banquet. Marco knocked Thatch on the head and rolled his eyes. Idiot Thatch, are you afraid that you will be too happy in the future? Uchiha Sasuke can't beat Uzumaki Naruto. Can't he just hang Thatch, the chef, up and beat him? Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Thatch, who was walking away, raised his head and leaned on the railing and continued chattering. Although I can't stand that idiot Naruto, sometimes he can be reliable occasionally. Really? He looks like a very serious person. I guess it's because he has been studying to become a Hokage recently. Hokage? The head of a village is just called Hokage. The village is too strict. Does he still need to study? If you take into account the strength of Naruto, that village probably has the power of the Four Emperors pirate group and may start a war at any time. Although they are now under the control of Akatsuki, and Naruto has also joined Akatsuki, a ninja village. If we defeat Akatsuki and save the people of that village, we will definitely be able to recruit a lot of companions. Idiot. Stop dreaming. That's Akatsuki. The beast's pirates may have become their pawns. Besides, it's not without benefits for Akatsuki to take over and rule that village. The entire Whitebird pirates were listening to Uchiha Sasuke telling the story of him and Uzumaki Naruto, and occasionally Portgas Ace would interject a few words. It was not until Uchiha Sasuke slowly mentioned the Akatsuki organization that the atmosphere gradually became solemn, because the Whitebird pirates knew that Akatsuki was the organization that Sasuke feared. My brother is a member of Akatsuki. Uchiha Sasuke clasped his palms together and continued calmly. Later, my brother asked me to join Akatsuki to protect me. After meeting Ace, I became a pirate. Because I violated the will of the leader of Akatsuki, I didn't want us to clash with Akatsuki. These words were half true and half false. Uchiha Sasuke slowly raised his head, looked at the night sky, and whispered, the leader of Akatsuki, the guy who is called God in the Akatsuki organization, likes to control the fate of others. Control fate. Flower Sword Vista couldn't help but feel a little curious. He stretched out his fingers and couldn't help shaking them back and forth a few times. How can fate be controlled? This matter doesn't sound very reliable. Fate sounds a bit illusory. The Whitebird pirates members in the crowd also looked confused. They all said that Uchiha Sasuke could not accept losing to his friend who grew up with him, and he had a little mental problem. Only Marshall D. Teacher's eyes changed slightly, because he had met members of Akatsuki before and saw the true face of Uchiha Sasuke's brother Uchiha Itachi. That man revealed his thoughts in one sentence. Destiny is not illusory. I don't know. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head. His eyes were heavy and complicated. That guy monitors everything in this world. The encounters between people, the cycle of life and death, may be all under the control of that guy, making it difficult for people to distinguish between truth and falsehood. For example, this time, the war with the beast's pirates must be under the control of Uehara Naraku, but Uchiha Sasuke is not clear about Uehara Naraku's real purpose. Is it to thwart the Whitebird pirates' invincible momentum on the sea? Or is there any other reason? Or is that guy finally going to target the Whitebird pirates? Gilala. Whitebird shook his head, laughed and comforted Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, a person's life will not stop because of the so-called fate. Do you want to have a big glass of wine tonight? Dad, I just put in forth on you. Marco, who was standing next to him, couldn't help interrupting Whitebird's words, muttering, and you can't drink for the next week, no, a month. The Whitebird pirates were not frustrated by the temporary defeat, and the beast's pirates slowly evacuated this sea area. The navy that has been monitoring this sea area also made new moves after the two Four Emperors pirates evacuated. Just as the navy warships joined Kakuzu, Hashigaki Kisame, and Doflamingo, the three Shichibuke immediately chose to pursue the beast's pirates under the command of Kabuto Yakushi. On the way to pursue, Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters encountered the biggest crisis in history. The real goal of Akatsuki to manipulate the collision between the two Four Emperors pirate groups has finally come to the stage of closing the net. These members walking in the shadows have finally revealed their hunting fangs in the darkness. First update. Chapter 503, Lord Naraku. It's time to start capturing The Whitebird pirates and the Beast pirates retreated at the same time. Because Whitebird left with the Moby Dick, Admiral Kizaru and Kabuto Yakushi naturally would not bite this hard bone. The Navy set its target on the flagship of the Beast pirates. Because when he spied on the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, he detected that the battleships of Kaido, Uzumaki Naruto and the Beast pirates were separated. Yakushi Kabuto immediately took the opportunity to plan a flagship to pursue the Beast pirates and capture them. Drought Jack's plan. Coincidentally, all three kings, Shichibuke, were already in place. A Navy headquarters admiral, a Navy vice admiral known for his resourcefulness, and 3 powerful kings under the Shichibuke. With a slight time difference, it was easy to catch Drought Jack. No one has any reason to object. The Navy warship chased the Beast pirates all the way until they arrived at a secluded island to rest, when a strange incident suddenly happened. Ninja technique. 4 Sun formation. Red barriers suddenly opened around the island. These barriers were thousands of meters high, making it impossible to see them at a glance. Just when everyone was a little confused, an arrogant voice appeared from above and spread throughout the island. Hashirama, this sealing technique still has flaws. Madara, stop it, hurry up and fix it. Get up to the gap. Uchiha fire formation. As that arrogant voice fell into everyone's ears, a red barrier suddenly appeared in the sky, completely sealing the island. The entire island was instantly surrounded by these red barriers, and the Navy and the 3 kings of the Shichibuke who had just arrived at this small island seemed to have not yet recovered. General Kizaru scratched his head and raised his head in confusion. He said, I just seemed to hear Uchiha. Did I hallucinate? No. Yakushi Kabuto's expression changed slightly, and he said loudly, that voice seemed to be talking about Uchiha! Exclamation mark. Let's leave this island first. Hey. Doflamingo waved his hands indifferently and said cheerfully, don't worry, just take a rest for a while. I heard that you have a good relationship with Mizuki. How is her health lately? Doflamingo smiled with a smile on his face, but his mood was very complicated. He really underestimated the lower limit of the members of the Akatsuki organization. Damn, this pharmacist is really acting like that. Wasn't this guy personally setting up the traps on this island? It is said that this time, in order to lay a trap to capture General Kizaru, Kabuto Yakushi applied to mobilize 5 powerful combat forces. Because of this incident, the battle between the Art Pirates and Moonlight Moria was even delayed. It's really outrageous. Everything needs to be more cautious. Kabuto Yakushi frowned slightly as he looked at the lazy people. General Kizaru was still lying on the ground resting, and the other kings of the Shichibuke were too lazy to move. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and continued to urge in a deep voice, Admiral Kizaru, Mr. Kakuzu, Mr. Kisame, Mr. Doflamingo, in order to avoid wasting the opportunity to fight, leave this island now. I'm so sleepy. Kizaru sat up with a smile, shook his head helplessly, and followed Kabuto Yakushi's footsteps. Upon seeing this, several other King Shichibuke followed suit. Although General Kizaru didn't know what was going on, because of the powerful power in his body, Kizaru was not panicked at all. He even felt that Kabuto Yakushi was making a fuss out of a molehill. As for the several kings under the Kiwahei, they were naturally even less panicked. When a group of people arrived at the outskirts of the island, they discovered that the island was completely sealed by a red barrier from the outer sea, and even the water stopped flowing. General Kizaru touched his chin, couldn't help but look at the red barrier, and said in surprise, what is going on? I don't know. Yakushi Kabuto shook his head. His figure slowly stepped across the shallow sea, towards the red barrier, and tried to stretch out his finger and land on the barrier. The next second, his fingers were instantly burned. This is a barrier like a flame. Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but frown. He reached for a knife and struck it on the barrier, but saw no reaction from the barrier at all. Obviously, the strength of these enchantments is very high. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses, shook his head and said, impossible. I remember every island with strange power in the Grand Line. There should be no surprises on this island. This island there should be no one with the right talent. Yakushi Kabuto turned to look at everyone present and asked, everyone, can you try to destroy this red barrier? Then let me try it first. Kisaki slowly closed his palms, opened his mouth, and spurted out a huge stream of water toward the red barrier. Water release, water wave. The water flow landed on the red barrier, and no surprise, the ground was directly blocked by the red barrier, and even turned into a ball of water vapor. Bullet line. Doflamingo stretched out a finger at random and shot out a bullet line, but it still had no effect on the red barrier. Kakuzu's methods are obviously more casual. This king, Shichibuke, casually picked up a stone and hit it on the red barrier without using any ability at all. This guy was just perfunctory, because Kakuzu knows, facing the forehead sun formation, normal attacks will not work at all. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but rest on Kakuzu. There was a hint of condemnation in these eyes, and they were obviously dissatisfied with his perfunctory behavior. But their eyes soon fell on Kizaru again. A laser shot out from Kizaru's hand. A group of people couldn't help but look at this scene, as if they were expecting the laser to work. However, when the laser landed on the red barrier, nothing happened. What effect? It's useless. Kizaru's smile slowly faded, and he couldn't help but frown. I feel like this barrier is more troublesome than the defense of armed domineering. This barrier is really weird. Kizaru's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, turned into a ray of light, and rushed towards the red barrier, kicking on the red barrier. Light speed kick. As a user with the Shining Fruit ability, Kizaru can transform into light, and his body can move at the speed of light and attack at the speed of light. It's a pity this light speed kick is powerful enough to easily break a building, but it has no effect in front of this red barrier. Even when Kizaru came back as a photon, there was even a dark fire mark on his shoes, which was the burning effect of the red barrier. It can't be shaken. Kizaru glanced at the red barrier, shook his head slowly, touched his chin and guessed, it seems impossible to destroy it by attacking alone. It feels like kicking in on the mountain. What should we do? Doflamingo grinned, with a smile on his face. Hey, we can't stay here forever, can we? But there is still a lot of business to deal with. If it were not to respond to the Navy's call, I would not leave my country. Could it be the guy named Uchiha who did it? Kisame picked up his own Samehada sword, frowned and said, after all, we just heard something about Uchiha. I don't know. Don't ask me. Kakuzu shook his head with indifference. The new King Shichibuke hugged his shoulders, his face full of impatience. This group of people discussed and discussed, but there was no result at all. Everyone seemed to have tried their strongest attack, but still couldn't shake the red barrier, which would be a bit troublesome. Kabuto Yakushi tried to use a phone bug to contact the outside world, but there was no signal at all. It seemed that everything here was blocked. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and made a suggestion. Perhaps the internal barrier is too strong. General Kizaru, can you try to use elementalization to break through this barrier and break the blockade of this barrier from the outside? It feels like an unreliable proposal. Kizaru couldn't help but shook his head and said softly, this barrier is somewhat similar to the power of domineering, and it is impossible to break through the elemental form. Hey. The arrogant voice suddenly came from the sky again. If you don't try, how will you know if it works or not? Kizaru couldn't help but raise his head and look at it. People around asked curiously, Your Excellency, who are you? Uchiha Madara. When introducing himself, this voice was extremely arrogant. When everyone present heard this name, their eyes couldn't help but change. Even Kizaru's smile slowly faded. This year, all the Uchiha who show up are a bunch of troublesome guys. This guy named Uchiha Madara has just shown his face, and he has directly targeted the Admiral of the Navy headquarters and the King Shichibuke. This guy is indeed not that simple. General Kizaru, leave immediately. Kabuto Yakushi stood next to Kizaru. His face was extremely nervous, and he slowly lowered his voice. Please use photonization to leave here immediately, and quickly bring back the information here. Marin Fando. Kizaru's expression was slightly confused. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters suppressed his smile, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Yakushi Kabuto's expression. Really, it's obviously a big crisis now. But you still want to send back information in this situation? Well, yes. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Kizaru calmly, pushed up his glasses, and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. After all, I'm a naval staff officer who only believes in information. That's troublesome. You kid. Kizaru shook his head and sighed. The next moment, Kizaru's figure split into countless photons. Groups of shining photons quickly appeared in all directions of the island, looking for loopholes or exits in the red barrier. This is how Kizaru leaves. Kizaru has never worried that he will be blocked. He can rely on this ability to move at the speed of light and photonize to find a suitable exit. In this world, no one can block the power of light. As long as there is a gap in this small island, Kizaru can escape. It is a pity that the four-edged sun formation was built from the sea to seal the island. There may be gaps between the barriers, but the gaps should be under the sea. It's really troublesome. Countless photons reunited to form Kizaru's body. The clothes on the Navy headquarters admiral were somewhat burned and blackened. Kizaru rubbed his forehead, sighed quietly, shook his head and said, "Advisor Kabuto, I can't find any possibility of leaving. It seems that we can only continue to find ways to unlock these barriers." Huh. Yakushi Kabuto frowned, his face slightly unsightly. "General Kizaru, are you sure about this?" "I should be sure." Kizaru rubbed his forehead slowly. Tuntundi continued, "I can't detect the bottom of the sea. Maybe there is a gap under the bottom of the sea that you can leave." Kizaru did not continue to speak the rest of the words. Even if there was a gap at the bottom of the sea that was big enough for them to leave, he, a devil fruit user, couldn't go into the sea and leave. In this case, if their group wants to leave the island, it seems that they can really only find a way to break the red barrier in front of them or defeat the person who set up the barrier. Kizaru shrugged helplessly and looked at Kabuto Yakushi in front of him. Obviously, he meant to let Kabuto Yakushi, the staff officer of the Navy headquarters, make the decision. Who would have expected? Kabuto Yakushi slowly raised his fingers and raised the corners of his mouth. Preliminary judgment is that General Kizaru cannot break away from the red sun formation. We can start. Kizaru's a question mark slowly appeared in his eyes. Second update. Chapter 504, HMM. Did you hit him? If possible. Kizaru really wanted to throw a lot of question marks at Kabuto Yakushi. Originally, when Kizaru couldn't break through the red barrier and leave, he was still thinking about having a big fight with the person behind the red barrier to cover Kabuto Yakushi, the new generation of wise general, to leave here, because Marshal Sengoku's order was to protect Kabuto Yakushi. As a result, Kabuto Yakushi seemed to know the truth about the blockade of the island. It even sounded like this guy was involved in this matter. This matter made Kizaru quite confused. At this moment, Kizaru suddenly felt as if he was caught in some incredible whirlpool. Why would Kabuto Yakushi be so happy knowing that he couldn't leave here? Staff Officer Kabuto. Kizaru slowly pushed his glasses, looked down at Kabuto Yakushi in front of him, and narrowed his eyes slightly. "If I heard correctly just now, it seems that you have a secret that we don't know yet." "Yeah." Kabuto Yakushi nodded, looked up at the tall admiral, still with a smile on his face. "It's really not easy. After all, we Akatsuki have paid a lot of manpower to deal with Admiral Kizaru, not to mention anything else. Just the manpower responsible for arranging the four-edge formation and the Uchiha flame formation on the periphery is enough to shock the ninjas of Wano country. The first generation Hokage Hashirama Senju brought by Hoshigaki Kisame. The second generation Hokage Tobirama Senju transferred from the ARP pirates. The third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hirozen brought by Doflamingo. The fourth generation Hokage Minato Namikaze brought by Kakuzu. And the strongest filthy ninja Uchiha Madara. If this Linoop is used, it can even attack the marine headquarters in Marineford, but they are only on the periphery, setting up a blockade barrier to capture Admiral Kizaru. In front of these people, who set up the blockade barrier, Hoshigaki Kisame, Kakuzu and Doflamingo can only be regarded as extras and cheerleaders. In addition, Uehara Naraku has also arrived in person. There is even a world's #1 swordsman who has recently joined the Akatsuki organization next to Uehara Naraku. This Linoop may have no problem destroying any force in the world. However, all this is just to force Kizaru, the user of the Pikachu fruit, to surrender. Akatsuki. Kizaru's eyes narrowed more and more, scratched his forehead, and couldn't help but say, "If I remember correctly, this organization is very secretive. Our marshal is also paying attention to this organization." The world government has been secretly searching for members of Akatsuki. I didn't expect that the new generation of our Navy's wise generals is actually an Akatsuki member lurking in the Navy. It's really a spy that makes people can't help but be scared. Yeah, I didn't expect this either. Kabuto Yakushi spread his palms, chuckled and responded, after all, the person in charge of the world government and the Navy looking for Akatsuki has always been me. Speaking of this kind of thing, it really makes Kabuto Yakushi laugh. Since Kabuto Yakushi became a staff officer of the Navy headquarters, the intelligence organizations of the Navy and the world government are all under his jurisdiction. Navy Marshal Sengoku realized that any intelligence can be obtained after being analyzed by Kabuto Yakushi. This set of operations by the Navy and the world government is also helpless because Kabuto Yakushi can make the most of the intelligence to achieve the strategic goals of the Navy. Kizaru's expression is also very subtle. Even though Kizaru is well informed, he couldn't help but want to ask the Marine Admiral of Marineford what's going on in his head. Sengoku, the wise general of the last era, seems to be played around by the new generation wise general Kabuto Yakushi. Our marshal is really old. Kizaru couldn't help but reveal a faint bitter smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he was mocking himself, and seemed to want to calm himself down. This is normal. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and explained calmly, because I have observed the entire Navy. The Navy has 3 admirals at the headquarters. It does not need a stronger admiral. It needs a new wise admiral, so I have been playing this role. After thinking for a while, Kizaru couldn't help but nodded. I didn't expect that the Navy's problems would become a loophole for an enemy to lurk in. Then, what about these people? Kizaru's gaze slowly fell on the 7 warlords of the sea next to him. These pirates did not show any surprise from beginning to end. These guys, either they know about it, or they are indifferent to these things. It looks like Kizaru's eyes finally stopped on Doflamingo, and he couldn't help but say, the 7 warlords may have a close relationship with Akatsuki. They are my colleagues. Kabuto Yakushi did not hide it. He glanced at the people around him, chuckled and said, now, how should I say it? Except for Admiral Kizaru, everyone present is a member of Akatsuki. Even though he had guessed it just now, Kizaru was still a little speechless after getting the exact news from Kabuto Yakushi. So, in the past few days, the strong men on the entire ship, except for him, the Admiral, are all in the same group? Kizaru sighed, looked at the 7 warlords, and whispered, the 3 warlords are actually members of Akatsuki? What a scary enemy. Akatsuki's hand is too big. This organization is definitely underestimated. Except for Kabuto Yakushi, who infiltrated the high-level members of the Navy. I didn't expect that the 3 warlords were actually their people. You guessed wrong. Akatsuki's move is beyond your imagination. Yakushi Kabuto spread out his palms and said calmly, in order to lure you, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, to leave Marineford, Akatsuki deliberately created a war between the 4 Emperor's pirate groups, and successfully persuaded Marshal Sengoku to send you, the Admiral of the Navy. The biggest move. It was to dispatch Akatsuki's leader Uehara Naraku. Kizaru's eyes were slightly surprised, and he immediately restrained them. Even he didn't expect that Akatsuki would use the war between the 4 emperors to lure him, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. But this is normal. Unless the celestial dragons are attacked, Kizaru will not easily go out under normal circumstances. Seeing the flash of surprise in Kizaru's eyes, Kabuto Yakushi continued softly, I kept adjusting my plan along the way. I carefully guessed your intentions and supplemented my own plan according to your wishes, and only then did I successfully lure you into this trap. You really put a lot of thought into it. Kizaru couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. It's too much to cheat on other people's feelings. Kizaru rarely made any suggestions along the way, but whenever Kizaru made any suggestions, Kabuto Yakushi showed great importance. Even the words of this naval staff officer were very nice. Even Kizaru, who was always good at hiding his emotions, couldn't help but have a little more affection for Kabuto Yakushi. Unexpectedly, all of this was to lure him into a trap. Hey. Are you lying? Doflamingo held his sunglasses with his hand and couldn't help but grinned. Borsalino, we have been hiding from you for several days. every day, watching you, the Admiral of the Navy, constantly irritate our nerves. It's really fun to think about it now. Humph. Kakuzu hugged his arms. Obviously, Kakuzu didn't agree with the fact that so many powerful forces were sent to capture Kizaru, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Hashiga Kikasane grinned and chuckled. Don't say that, Mr. Dover. You should be a little friendlier to the newcomers. Hey. I know. Doflamingo nodded slowly, and the smile on his face became deeper and deeper. Kizaru, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, has been very arrogant during this trip, and from time to time he would inadvertently create the intention of suppressing them. Now that I think about it, his behavior is really childish. I really don't know what the Admiral of the Navy feels now. Does he feel very ashamed? Kizaru didn't care at all. He shook his head and his eyes stayed on Kabuto Yakushi again. Speaking of which, why do you want to capture me? Isn't it for the power of the flash fruit? Of course not. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and his voice gradually calmed down. We sincerely invite Mr. Kizaru to join Akatsuki and become one of us. Just like this? Kizaru's eyes revealed a little doubt. Is there anything wrong with Kabuto Yakushi's brain? So much effort was spent to make him defect to the Navy and join Akatsuki? Kizaru almost thought that this guy wanted to use him as a test subject like Vegapunk. Then I agree directly. Kizaru nodded slowly and continued. Joining such a powerful and very secretive organization seems to be no problem for me. If nothing else, at least I can get information from Akatsuki. Moreover, as a strong man who implements ambiguous justice, Kizaru actually doesn't really care about his own identity, whether it's a pirate or a navy. As long as he can execute the justice in his heart, nothing else matters. Kizaru's words almost broke the defense of Kabuto Yakushi and others. This Admiral of the Navy headquarters surrendered too quickly. Isn't it a waste of all the traps they set up? Stop kidding. Doflamingo's forehead couldn't help but jump. You are the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. How could it be so easy? I can publish notice to leave the Navy. Kizaru slowly proposed another solution. Regardless of whether this active admiral's surrender is real or fake, once he leaves the Navy, it will be an unimaginable blow to the reputation of the entire Navy. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and sighed softly. No, Admiral Kizaru, our real goal is not to let you leave the Navy, but to let you continue to lurk in Marineford as an Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Huh? Is this necessary? Kizaru's face was slightly surprised. Isn't the entire Navy's intelligence under your control? Do you need me to lurk in Marineford to steal information? Every time this kind of thing is mentioned, Kizaru can't help but worry about the future of the Navy. The entire Navy's intelligence has actually fallen into the hands of the Akatsuki organization, and even the Navy's top brass are complacent about finding a new wise general. What a wise general. This is a super traitor. Yellow Monkey looked at Kabuto Yakushi, his eyes narrowed again. Come to think of it, you let me stay in Marineford. Don't you want me to turn against the Navy at a critical moment in the future? That's unlikely. Kabuto Yakushi frowned, pushed his glasses and said, according to the personality of the adult, he probably only needs you to admit that you are his subordinate and perform the tasks he assigns to you, which is usually very simple. To be honest, the three admirals of the Navy headquarters are more like the collections that Uehara Naraku wants to collect, and their strength is actually not that important. My lord? Yellow Monkey's eyes flickered slightly. That's right. Doflamingo seemed to think of something interesting, and his mouth corners slightly grinned. And only with the approval of the leader can you join Akatsuki. The leader of Akatsuki? Yellow Monkey couldn't help but look up at the sky. He remembered that, when he turned into a photon and looked for an exit, he seemed to see a very fierce red-eyed man. That man, couldn't he be the leader of Akatsuki? The next moment, a space black hole suddenly appeared in the red sun formation. Two figures slowly walked out of the black hole. One of them was the world's #1 swordsman, George Mihawk, and the other was Uehara Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi stepped back half a step to make way. Kabuto Yakushi's eyes lightly swept over Mihawk's figure. Just by Uehara Naraku's actions, Kabuto Yakushi had already guessed that George Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, had joined Akatsuki. Uehara Naraku looked at the few people who were still getting along peacefully, frowned, and his eyes stayed on Kizaru. Huh? Have you talked about it? Uehara Naraku's expression was slightly surprised. Looking at Kabuto Yakushi and the others, he nodded and couldn't help asking, did you beat him? Why does this admiral look so honest? The third update. Chapter 505. Sure enough, let's beat him up first. The situation is a little complicated. Uehara Naraku listened to Kabuto Yakushi's report, and his eyes fell on Kizaru from time to time. He didn't expect that this admiral was so shameless. Kizaru's mood was more complicated than Uehara Naraku. The admiral didn't expect that the world's greatest swordsman, Hawky Mihawk, was actually a member of Akatsuki, and most of the 7 warlords of the sea were from Akatsuki. The 7 warlords of the sea policy formulated by the world government has basically become the private domain of Akatsuki, right? This Akatsuki organization has infiltrated to what extent? When Doflamingo saw Mihawk, he couldn't help but grin and reached out to hold his sunglasses, revealing a weird evil smile. I really didn't expect that Hawky, who has always been a loner, would actually join our Akatsuki. Doflamingo slowly discovered the joy he got after joining the Akatsuki organization. The feeling that everything in the world is under the control of Akatsuki couldn't be more wonderful. Who would have thought? He was also a man who secretly manipulated the world. I didn't care about joining any organization. Jork Mihawk looked at everyone present with sharp eyes and then fell on Doflamingo and said calmly, but what I didn't expect was that someone like you would be willing to be inferior to others. No, no, no. Doflamingo looked at Hawky, raised a finger and shook it, and there was even a smile on his face. This is not inferior to others. Our leader is a real god. A god who can change the world. Doflamingo smiled and spread his palms and continued, if you want to be the winner of the world, of course you have to join God and stand on the right side. This doesn't seem to be a difficult decision for me. Jork Mihawk couldn't help but glance at Doflamingo. This lawless Shinyansha on the sea actually respected Uehara Naraku so much, and he was so well behaved at this time. This guy. Could it be that he was also dragged into the cycle of life and death by Uehara and tortured? Hey, Mihawk, what's that expression on your face? Doflamingo saw Hawky Mihawk's expression, and a flash of anger flashed across his face. What are you thinking about? Your expression is very rude. No, no. Mihawk shook his head, looking nonchalant. Doflamingo didn't believe it at all. He turned his head suddenly and looked at Uehara Naraku and spread his palms with a sincere face. Chief, Hawky is a man with no desires, but we can't guarantee his loyalty. A hideous smile suddenly flashed across Doflamingo's face. Why not kill him and arrange for our people to succeed him? Everyone couldn't help but look at Doflamingo speechlessly. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but hold his forehead and shook his head helplessly. Have you learned bad things from being with someone recently? Why are you so stingy? Everyone present fell silent again. Everyone's eyes were involuntarily on Uehara Naraku. You guys. Uehara Naraku looked slightly surprised, and the next second his palms suddenly clenched, and he swept coldly across the crowd. What does this expression mean? No, 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 it doesn't mean anything special. Doflamingo smiled and spread his palms, and smiled and changed the subject. Chief, why don't we solve our current problem first? We Akatsuki spent a lot of effort to imprison this admiral here. Uehara Naraku glanced at Doflamingo with a subtle expression. Has this Shichibuke been perfectly integrated into the Akatsuki organization? Compared to Akainu and Aokiji, the two guys who always want to save the navy, Doflamingo seems to have a stronger sense of belonging to the Akatsuki organization. Of course, now is not the time to discuss this. The most important thing now is, of course, to deal with Kizaru. There's nothing to solve, right? I've already agreed to join Akatsuki. Kizaru grinned, looking down at Uehara Naraku with a grin. I never expected that the leader of Akatsuki is just a navy captain in the navy. Although the identity of this navy captain is not ordinary. After all, the Navy's sword force is also a confidential department that the Navy has focused on cultivating in recent times. It was originally established to send its members as undercovers to spy on some powerful pirate groups. Unexpectedly, Akatsuki actually infiltrated here. The member who was sent out by the Navy with high hopes as an undercover turned out to be a member of Akatsuki. Could it be that the Navy has been infiltrated like a sieve? especially this guy called Uehara Naraku. If I remember correctly, it seems that Marshal Sengoku took great pains to win him over to join the navy. What a thing. Sure enough, their name is Marshal Sengoku because he is too old. Has his brain broken? Do you have any prejudice against navy captains, Mr. Admiral Kizaru? Uehara Naraku looked up at Kizaru, frowned and said, do you look down on navy officers with lower ranks than you? That's not the case. Kizaru smiled slightly and continued slowly, I'm just a little worried. This position is really not in line with the identity of the leader of Akatsuki. There is a vacant position for a vice admiral in the Navy Science Corps. This guy is really good at talking. Even though he was slightly surprised to see that Uehara Naraku was the leader of Akatsuki, he immediately hid his emotions and adjusted his attitude. Everyone's expressions became more and more weird. This Kizaru seems to be more sensible than they thought. Whether it's the level of speaking or the attitude towards doing things, it really doesn't meet everyone's expectations of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. As an admiral, he should at least resist a little, right? And it feels that so far, it should be Akatsuki's advantage, but it seems that everything is in Kizaru's conversation rhythm. This guy speaks to people in a way that suits them. When he sees God, he flatters him directly. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but be a little surprised, and his brows couldn't help but frowned. I just heard the report from Kabuto. It seems that you don't mind joining Akatsuki. Yes, Admiral Kizaru said with a very easy to talk tone, chuckled and said, just by seeing everyone in front of me, I can see that there is a powerful force behind Akatsuki. Only those who know the times can last long. The future of the sea is destined to set off huge waves. Joining Akatsuki may be the right choice for me. Don't act. Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead. This Kizaru is really a natural actor. Uehara Naraku thinks that Kizaru is really born to join Akatsuki. This guy is also a person who is afraid of chaos in the world, and his temperament is also a person who is both good and evil. It's a pity. This guy used his acting skills in the wrong place. Uehara Naraku's expression gradually became indifferent. He looked up at Kizaru and said, General Kizaru, I forgot to tell you that people who tell half the truth and half lies in front of me usually don't have a good ending. Ah. Kizaru's expression suddenly became a little strange. Kizaru was indeed telling half the truth and half a lie. Joining Akatsuki is not a big deal for Kizaru. After being exposed by Uehara Naraku, Kizaru quickly restrained his expression, grinned and chuckled. No, what I said is actually true. Admiral Kizaru. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, and his eyes gradually became serious. Lord Naraku has the power to see through the heart. If you want to deceive the Lord, it would be too ignorant. This is not considered deception. Kizaru shook his head and continued with a smile. I roughly understand the existence of Akatsuki. I do have a good impression of this organization. If you let me continue to stay in the Navy, you should not let me give up some justice that needs to be implemented. You are right. Uehara Naraku rubbed his temples, sighed and said, but I'd better beat you up first. After the beating, we can discuss these things. The reason for the fight is too bizarre. Yellow Monkey couldn't help but sigh and rubbed his forehead. If we can't make it through, can we only use force to solve it? I hate these the most. However, the next moment, the figure of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters suddenly turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Uehara. If we fight, let me, the fastest one, do it. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light? Facing the unknown figure of Uehara Naraku, Yellow Monkey actually launched an attack first, and everyone present couldn't help but be a little surprised. Isn't this Admiral of the Navy too courageous? Who gave him the courage to attack Uehara Naraku? Mr. Borsellino, it's better not to make a fearless sacrifice. Before Yellow Monkey took action, Kabuto Yakushi noticed it, and his figure suddenly blocked Uehara Naraku. It's a bit too much to want to offend Lord Naraku. A space-time vortex appeared in front of Kabuto. This vortex must not be touched, and there is an unknown area inside. When Kizaru was about to touch the vortex of time and space, he suddenly stopped and flew away. The Admiral suddenly realized, he is such a terrifying person. No wonder he dared to be an undercover in Marineford. Staff Officer Kabuto, you also have power beyond imagination. Get out of the way, Kabuto. Uehara Naraku's voice was cold, and a strong wind blew Kabuto Yakushi aside. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's palm suddenly raised, and suddenly reached in the direction of Kizaru. A majestic gravitational force emanated from Uehara Naraku's hand. Sharingan. This gravitational force instantly pulled Kizaru to fly towards Uehara Naraku. Is it the same ability as Uchiha Sasuke? Kizaru's expression changed slightly. After the admiral of the headquarters of the navy realized the existence of this gravitational force, he immediately transformed the element into countless photons. He wanted to try to break free from this gravitational force. If I remember correctly, this gravitational force will suck the enemy directly into his control. Unfortunately, if you don't prepare in advance, it will be very difficult to escape from this move. Sure enough. Unfortunately, after Kizaru used the elementalization, he couldn't get rid of this gravitational force at all, and countless photons still flew towards Uehara Naraku. Shinra Tensei. Uehara Naraku frowned, and a huge repulsive force emanated from his hand, directly knocking Kizaru out. Countless photons were instantly shot away by the repulsive force released directly, and the rays of light quickly gathered into the appearance of Kizaru again, and his body directly smashed a boulder. Uehara Naraku's figure rushed up, and just when he was about to do something, the voice of Kabuto Yakushi suddenly fell into his ears. Lord Naraku, please be careful. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and explained softly, the red sun formation and the flame formation can resist the attack of General Kizaru, but they cannot resist the counter force of Lord Naraku. Even if Lord Naraku just moves a little, he may directly destroy the four red sun formations. Kabuto Yakushi is not worried about the battle between Uehara Naraku and Kizaru. Kabuto Yakushi is just worried that Kizaru will escape from this area of the sea after the red sun formation barrier is broken. If that happens, it will not be good for the Akatsuki organization. I know. Uehara Naraku's figure turned into a golden light, using the power of the light element, and quickly turned into light, and rushed towards Kizaru's position. Can you also use the power of the flash fruit? The cloud sword. Kizaru looked a little suspicious. The next second, the light in his hand burst out, and the photons turned into a golden longsword, and slashed at the flying Uehara Naraku. First update. I have something to do today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506. Do you believe in the existence of light? The Admiral of the Navy challenges Uehara Naraku. In fact, everyone present is not optimistic about Kizaru. This admiral who was defeated by Uchiha Sasuke twice, dares to attack Uchiha Sasuke's boss in this situation? Are all the admirals of the Navy headquarters so brave? Uehara Naraku's figure broke away from the photonization, and after brushing past the Tenzoku sword in Kizaru's hand obliquely, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and grasped the golden Tenzoku sword. It's amazing, you almost hurt me. Uehara Naraku's mouth curled up a smile, and he looked at Kizaru in front of him with a chuckle, and directly twisted the golden lightsaber with his bare hands. The next moment, the Tenzoku sword in Kizaru's hand turned into countless light particles, and disappeared in the air, illuminating Kizaru's slightly stunned expression. Oh wow. Kizaru shook his head slowly, put away his surprise, and said with a smile, no, 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 your strength is really terrifying. Really? Uehara Naraku's right leg instantly turned into a ball of golden light, and kicked Kizaru, chuckled and said, that's really a coincidence. I also feel that I'm becoming more and more terrifying. Your light speed kick, why don't you try it yourself? Then I'm really lucky. Kizaru's eyes flashed slightly, and he suddenly raised his arm to block Uehara Naraku's kick. His body turned into a meteor, and fell to the ground quickly. After Kizaru landed, he didn't hesitate at all. The user of the shining fruit looked up at Uehara Naraku in the air, raised his hand and shot out a laser beam, which was about to penetrate Uehara Naraku's body directly. However, Uehara's movements were faster than him. Uehara's body instantly turned into a group of free photons, and quickly gathered towards Kizaru's position. Kizaru's body also quickly turned into an element, and disappeared on the spot. Groups of golden light flashed back and forth in the forehead yang formation. The next moment, the two figures simultaneously restored their human form in the air, and each shot a golden laser beam at each other, and their bodies turned into photons again and disappeared. This scene dazzled everyone present. Doflamingo wore sunglasses, and said with a smile, as expected of the Navy's top combat force, "The ability of Borsalino's fruit makes him the most troublesome among the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters." Yeah. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and nodded. "If it weren't for the ability of the Pikachu fruit, I wouldn't have deliberately called in the 4 Hokage and Uchiha Madara Senpai to set up this forehead yang formation with no blind spots to block his movements. It doesn't matter." Hashiga Kikisame shook his head, grinned and chuckled. "Even if Mr. Kabuto doesn't need to set traps in the forehead yang formation, there is no doubt that the adults want to capture him. How can the Navy Admiral escape the power of God?" Kabuto Yakushi was silent for a second. He slowly turned his head to look at Hashiga Kikisame, and suddenly smiled. "Senior Kisame is right. But as Lord Naraku's subordinates, we should try our best to reduce the trouble for Lord Naraku." Hashiga Kikisame looked at Kabuto Yakushi, spread out his palm, nodded and smiled. "Mr. Kabuto, what you said is also very right." The atmosphere became a little strange. Doflamingo couldn't help but grin, but he didn't speak. He was almost learning about the situation of Akatsuki during this time. This organization is actually much more complicated than he imagined. The members of Akatsuki seem to have more people than he imagined. For example, when the Akatsuki organization in Wano country asked him to temporarily block Kado's trade, it seemed that a guy named Uchiha Obito proposed it. Later, when he asked him to resume trade, it seemed that a guy named Hatake Kakashi contacted him. According to Doflamingo's speculation, Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi in the Akatsuki organization didn't seem to get along well. Could it be that Kisame and Kabuto Yakushi didn't get along well either? It is said that they were the first 2 people to follow Uehara Naraku. When the 2 of them were discussing, it was really difficult for the newcomer to interrupt, but Kakuzu, the elder of the Akatsuki organization, definitely dared to speak. After all, strictly speaking, Kakuzu watched Uehara Naraku grow up. Just when Kabuto Yakushi wanted to continue talking, Kakuzu suddenly said, "Kabuto, Kisame, do you have any information about Scorpion and Deidara? How are they doing recently?" Kakuzu hugged his arms and said in a muffled voice, "HMPH, when I came here, that kid Hidden was concerned about their safety because he hadn't seen them for a long time. Which sea area have they been active in recently?" Everyone present couldn't help but fall into silence. When did their Akatsuki organization become a loving organization? Didn't Hidden always wish that Scorpion and Deidara would be overturned and destroyed as soon as possible? It's obvious that you want the bounty of the ARP pirates. Even Joracle Mihawk, a great swordsman who didn't deal with Kakuzu very much, had heard of Kakuzu's name. It is said that this bounty hunter born Shichibuke can kill even the kings of the member countries of the world government, as long as the money is enough. It just so happens that there are no interesting newcomers during this period, and the bounty of the ARP pirates should be the highest in the first half of the entire Grand Line. Don't worry about this, Kakuzu-senpai. Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Kakuzu, pushed his glasses, and was a little grateful for his identity as a Navy. Scorpion-senpai and Deidara are still busy during this period. I occasionally contacted them after borrowing the second Hokage. I heard that Gekko Moria escaped from them. I guess he is still chasing the 7 warlords of the sea. Huh, are you kidding? Kakuzu hugged his arms and asked in surprise, on this sea, Scorpion and Deidara can still let Gekko Moria, the devil fruit ability user, escape as a ninja. As long as your brain is not like that idiot like Hidden. On this sea, ninjas have a huge advantage over devil fruit ability users. As long as they can destroy the sea ship, they can put the devil fruit ability user in a desperate situation. And ninjas can walk on the sea unscrupulously. It's not a joke. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head, the corners of his mouth gradually curled up, and he also showed a curious smile. It seems that one of Gekko Moria's subordinates caused them a little trouble, making them a little unhappy. Well, at that time, Kabuto Yakushi heard that when Deidara and Scorpion talked about hunting down the Gekko Moria pirates, they looked gnashing their teeth. as if they wanted to kill the entire Gecko pirates, especially one of the girls. The girl seemed to be called Perona. She seemed to be a ghost fruit ability user. This sea is not as simple as they imagined. There are many strange and bizarre abilities in the world, and anyone has the possibility of overturning. Of course. Except for Naraku Uehara, the leader of Akatsuki. Kabuto Yakushi looked up at the battle in the sky. Everyone noticed his movements and couldn't help but look at the two sides fighting in the air. The dazzling golden light made it difficult to see the figures of Uehara, Naraku and Kizaru. They kept transforming into element and disappearing at the speed of light, and only occasionally showed their true bodies to fight. Doflamingo held up his sunglasses and said with a smile, "I feel that this battle is almost over, right?" "Not likely." Mihawk couldn't help but frowned and whispered, "So far, Mr. Uehara seems to have only been using the power of the triangle fruit. If you want to suppress him with the power of Kizaru's fruit, it should take some time." They all had no doubt that Uehara Naraku would definitely win. Doflamingo had seen the power of Uchiha Sasuke or of Uchiha Sasuke for Uehara Naraku. He knew that Uehara Naraku must have power beyond Uchiha Sasuke. What's more, Uehara Naraku had already defeated the General Aokiji with his own hands. Hawky Mihawk's guess was based on his personal experience of seeing Uehara Naraku's power. He also knew very well the evil taste and pride of the leader of Akatsuki. Uehara Naraku seemed to prefer defeating his enemies in the areas where they were best at. It should be soon. Kabuto Yakushi knew Uehara Naraku better than the Tushichibuke, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Lord Naraku knows that we can't waste time, and he won't delay his subordinates' work because of his own interests. When he said this, the smile on Kabuto Yakushi's face became deeper and deeper. Besides, not everyone can make Lord Naraku interested enough. Admiral Kizaru was only willing to play with him for a while because Lord Naraku was a little interested. Hawky Mihawk's expression was a little subtle. This guy actually regarded the battle with the Admiral of the Marine Headquarters as a game. Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Hawky Mihawk, pushed his glasses, chuckled and continued, "Once Lord Naraku gets tired of playing or bored, there will be no suspense in this battle." Kabuto Yakushi is indeed the subordinate who knows Uehara Naraku best. The next moment, a group of golden lights in the sky suddenly gathered into the figure of Uehara Naraku. His palm suddenly stretched out, and golden lights appeared around like barriers. These golden barriers instantly shrank. Admiral Kizaru's elemental body was wrapped in these golden barriers, making the Admiral seem to be trapped in another cage. Especially, these cages are layered one after another, and they are still shrinking. Yoshakuni no Magatama. Two rays of light flashed between Kizaru's fingers, and countless dense photon bombs fell, as if they were going to blow up the cage directly. However, when he just blew up a golden barrier, another barrier quickly filled in, and the space of the cage shrank tighter and tighter, restricting Kizaru's ability to move. Even though this golden cage was completely transformed into a rectangular block that was just big enough to hold Kizaru's body, its shrinkage still did not stop. "Are you trying to kill me directly?" Kizaru's eyes flashed with solemnity. His body could only be elementalized to avoid being directly crushed by this cage made of light. Uehara Naraku's move developed using the power of the flash fruit was really unprecedented for Kizaru. He could actually use light to create a cage. Until the end. This cage made of light by Uehara Naraku was only half the size of a person, filled with dense photons. That was Admiral Kizaru's elementalization. This Admiral of the Navy headquarters was captured alive by Uehara Naraku. "I don't want to kill my own collection." Uehara Naraku slowly stretched out his palm, manipulated the cage to fall in front of him, and then patted the golden cage. Uehara Naraku looked through the barrier of the golden cage, looking at the elementalized Kizaru in the cage, and said faintly, "General Kizaru, do you believe in light?" Kizaru in the golden cage did not answer. Uehara Naraku shook his head slowly, sighed and said, "You who can use the power of light, don't you believe in the existence of light?" Kizaru in the golden cage still did not answer. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly changed, and rays of light shone from his body. His body was instantly wrapped in light, and turned into a golden giant. The light of the golden giant was dazzling. The golden giant's arms intertwined horizontally and vertically, and a shining golden light shot out from his arms, instantly defeating the golden cage that imprisoned Kizaru. actively maintaining elementalization for a long time. But it consumes the physical strength of the natural fruit ability user. And Kizaru, who was forced to elementalize in the golden cage, finally couldn't help but restore his body the moment he left the cage, and was immediately hit by the golden light. Embarrassingly, it didn't seem to cause any damage. The golden giant waved his palm and fell down. A surging armament haki was released from his palm, instantly defeating Kizaru's body. That armament haki directly penetrated Kizaru's body. Kizaru's body instantly fell from the air. Kizaru's navy cloak was in tatters, and he fell on the island in a mess. His body was covered with scars, and he couldn't help but spurt out a stream of blood from the corner of his mouth. The golden giant slowly disappeared in the air. Naraku's figure fell down. He looked down at the seriously injured Kizaru, and a trace of regret appeared on his face. In this world, there is really no light. Even if he burst out the power of light element with all his strength, it is still not as useful as the power of armament haki. Kizaru was full of question marks. He first raised his hand to surrender, and then reached out to slowly wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. A trace of blood couldn't help but seep out from the corner of his mouth. Naraku's words. It's really confusing. Not to mention Admiral Kizaru, who didn't understand what Naraku meant. Even several members of Akatsuki were confused, but that didn't mean they didn't have a suitable answer. Lord Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi walked to Naraku's side, pushed his glasses, chuckled and said, perhaps the light existed in this world before, but with Lord Naraku in the world, the light is no longer needed. Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Kizaru on the ground and continued calmly, gods like Lord Naraku are the real light shining on this sea. Second update. Kabuto. Chapter 507. No wonder Akainu has changed. This guy, Kabuto Yakushi, is worthy of being the most valued subordinate of Naraku. The people present were simply confused. Before they could figure out what Naraku meant, Kabuto Yakushi had already given an answer that was impeccable. Okay. Naraku patted Kabuto Yakushi on the shoulder and looked at Kizaru. Let's take a look at our general first. I have already surrendered. Kizaru's body was covered with wounds, but his mentality did not change. He even smiled and said, it's really unexpected that you have the ability of the shining fruit. That makes me amazed. During the battle, Kizaru couldn't help but suspect that he had eaten a fake shining fruit, because Naraku seemed to have developed more abilities. This guy is really strong. And the armament haki that Naraku finally burst out made Kizaru a little frightened. The strength of that armament haki is definitely comparable to Vice Admiral Garp. Even if I say more, it can't change my fate. Naraku looked at Kizaru and spread his palms, and said softly, Admiral Kizaru, I guess you won't mind if I give you a little gift. What is it? Kizaru still smiled, but there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. This guy wouldn't give him a date, right? Because you haven't regarded Akatsuki as your home yet. Naraku stretched out his palm, and a black hole appeared next to his hand, and a strange looking insect came out of the black hole. Seven-tailed, Shijiki. Naraku reached out and stroked Shijiki's horn and said softly, and I guess you may not take Akatsuki's affairs to heart, so I plan to give you something you shouldn't mind, right? As the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru really couldn't find a tailed beast that suited his nature. Perhaps the eight-tailed might be more suitable, but it would be too wasteful. Even with the seven-tailed, Kakuzu was a little unhappy. Kakuzu frowned and couldn't help asking, are you going to give this guy Nandabi Shijiki? Uehara, isn't that a bit too extravagant? This leader is such a spendthrift. It's just used to monitor him. Naraku spread out his palms indifferently, because in my future plans, the Navy is an especially important part. We must ensure the strength of the Navy, and must be under our control. I still think it's too wasteful. Kakuzu couldn't help but glance at Kizaru and said, Humph, can't we kill this guy and support Kabuto to become a Navy Admiral? This is very troublesome. Naraku shook his head, chuckled and continued to explain, besides, I really hope that the admirals of the Navy headquarters can truly become members of our Akatsuki in the future. Isn't their power very interesting? The three admirals of the Navy headquarters Each admiral is a monster-like existence, and with their devil fruit abilities, they can undoubtedly become the high-level combat power of Akatsuki. These admirals are still very useful, and this is also for Kizaru's sake. If Kizaru cannot join the Akatsuki organization, when Aokiji and Akainu directly defect and reveal their identities in the future, Kizaru will be the only one who still looks loyal to the Navy. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? What is this? It looks. Kizaru looked at Shigeki Nanabe with a little doubt in his eyes. Kizaru didn't know Shigeki Nanabe, he just thought that this ugly and tough looking big bug was given to him as a pet, right? This is a gift from God. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, looked at Kizaru whose face suddenly changed, and whispered, "Admiral Kizaru, this is a gift from Lord Naraku to you. If you can get its recognition, your strength will be greatly improved, and the price is just a negligible freedom. Don't talk so scary." Kabuto Uehara Naraku smiled, and slowly waved his palm. Under his control, Shigeki Nanabe turned into a ball of chakra, and flowed into Kizaru's body. Uehara Naraku's voice was filled with an unquestionable firmness. "General Kizaru, don't resist. I won't hurt you. No need." Kizaru's expression became a little ugly. "I have promised you several times that I will join Akatsuki. Stuffing a monster in your body, but saying that it won't hurt you? Do you believe this sentence? This is not a human word at all." However, as Shigeki Nanabe's chakra flowed into his body, Kizaru finally slowly felt that there seemed to be an extra creature in his body, and a new power. In his spiritual world, the huge monster insect was staying there, as if it could explode at any time, and deprive him of control of his body. Uehara Naraku's voice appeared in Kizaru's spiritual world. He said slowly, then, "Changming, General Kizaru, I hope you can get along well, and don't do anything to make everyone unhappy." At this point, Uehara Naraku warned, "If you have any questions, you can go directly to your friend Akainu to ask. You two are both Jinkriki. If you have anything, you can communicate privately. HMM." Kizaru's eyes fell on Uehara Naraku, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a strange smile. "Sakazuki guy. Isn't he also a member of Akatsuki? It should. It can't be true." Even though Kizaru has always had a strong psychological quality. But after hearing this news, Kizaru still couldn't believe it. If Kizaru surrendered to Akatsuki himself, it would be acceptable, and Aokiji surrendered to Akatsuki because their personalities destined them not to care about this identity. But Akainu would never surrender. Kizaru knows his friend very well. Akainu has a strong personality. When he was forced to surrender by the lawless Akatsuki organization, he would rather die than join. Yes, he is also a member of Akatsuki. Uehara Naraku interrupted Kizaru's thoughts with a sentence. "Admiral Akainu is a few months ahead of you. He is probably used to the power of the Four Tails." Four Tails? Seven Tails? Kizaru frowned, but he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Is there a similar monster in Sakazuki's body? This feeling is a bit subtle. Don't say that Changming is a monster. It's not good for you to get along. Uehara Naraku looked at Kizaru, as if he was thinking about him. "How is it? You are not under too much pressure now, right? You and Admiral Akainu were in the same period of the Navy training camp, colleagues in the Navy, and colleagues in Akatsuki." Kizaru's expression became more subtle after listening. Although what Uehara Naraku said is right, if Akainu also has the same monster in his body, then this matter seems to be temporarily acceptable. No wonder after Kizaru recovered from his injury, when he went to the G1 branch base to visit Akainu, he felt that Akainu had become stronger and more thoughtful. And he always sighed that life is short. It turns out, that guy has joined the Akatsuki organization in private. Kizaru's eyes flashed, and he thought of a question. If you count it this way, the two admirals of the Navy headquarters are already Akatsuki's undercover agents? This number is a bit dangerous. If only Kizaru joined the Akatsuki organization, then he would still be paddling and fishing, and it seems that there is no big impact on the Navy. If Akainu also joined Akatsuki, does the future of the Navy depend on that lazy Aokiji? The feeling that the Navy may be finished sooner or later is getting heavier. Uehara Naraku did not answer Kizaru's question, but just curled his lips and said, "This matter. Go back and ask Akainu. This kind of thing. How can he have the nerve to ask?" Okay. Uehara and Naraku looked at Kizaru and continued, Nanabe Shijiki is very helpful to you. It just so happens that you can go to the G1 branch in the New World and get some information about the tailed beasts and Jinkriki from Akainu. He knows a lot more than you. After that, Uehara and Naraku withdrew from Kizaru's spiritual world. The goal of this trip was basically achieved. The crisis that Ashigaki Kisame faced with the Whitebird pirates was resolved. Hawky Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, joined the Akatsuki organization, and Kizaru, the last free admiral of the Marine headquarters, joined Akatsuki half voluntarily and half forced. In addition to these, Uehara and Naraku also completed the tasks about Hawky Mihawk and Admiral Kizaru, and received quite generous rewards. Side quest, defeat Admiral Kizaru of the Marine headquarters, 1/1. The mission has been completed, and the reward is 180,000 points of life energy, 180,000 points of armed color domineering, and 180,000 points of observation color domineering. Kizaru's ability should be the most troublesome. Unfortunately, the system reward is slightly weaker than Akainu. Side quest, subdue the 3 admirals of the Marine headquarters as your subordinates, 3/3. The quest has been completed, and the reward is 500,000 points of life energy, 500,000 points of armament haki, and 500,000 points of observation haki. This quest reward can be called the most luxurious reward so far. Even Uehara and Naraku has never seen such a level of reward, but this is normal, because once the admiral of the Marine headquarters is subdued, it means that there is also absolute power to suppress the admiral. It can't be just by talking, right? In addition to these fixed 3-dimensional rewards, there is also a hidden quest reward. And this hidden quest is before the battle, and Kabuto Yakushi helped to complete the task, and Uehara and Naraku just manipulated it behind the scenes. Hidden quest, let Kizaru experience the feeling of being acted, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the fixed reward skill light binding. Light binding, use the power of light element to form a cage to restrict the enemy, blocking the enemy's actions, with a minimum consumption of 100 life energy points and no cooldown. It was this hidden reward that allowed Uehara and Naraku to defeat Kizaru so easily. This trip was a complete success for Uehara and Naraku. Perhaps the only regret was that Scorpion and Deidara were fooled by Perona's ability and failed to eliminate another Shichibuke Gecko Moria. Fortunately, they had not yet revealed their identities. This sea really should not be underestimated. Now, Akatsuki's big move is finally over. After the Red Sun formation of the entire island was lifted, all Akatsuki members and the Impure World Reincarnation Ninja returned to their respective positions under the order of Uehara and Naraku. It is estimated that not many people in the entire sea realized that when their eyes were still on the aftermath of the war between the Beasts Pirates and the Whitebird Pirates, the strength of this world had already undergone a dramatic change that ordinary people could hardly imagine. However, they soon found out. The third update. Chapter 508. Since joining Akatsuki, I feel like life is still the same. Does Akatsuki really need me? News birds were flying everywhere on the sea. The news had reported the duel between the 2 superstars, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, a few days ago, and started boasting about the navy expelling the Beast Pirates. The entire newspaper used a large page to praise the navy's new generation of wise Admiral Kabuto Yakushi's perfect strategy and the powerful combat power of the Navy headquarters Admiral Kizaru. Really? Aren't you tired of these newspapers? Grand Line New World, G1 Branch Naval Base. After the Akatsuki organization's big operation ended, everyone went back to their own homes. Kabuto Yakushi chose to return to Marineford, while Kizaru rushed to the G1 branch base to confront Akainu. When Kizaru arrived here, he didn't even need to say anything to Akainu. The two of them could sense the tailed beast chakra in each other's body. Sure enough, no matter where you go, everyone is still one family. Akainu sat in his office, with a cigar in the corner of his mouth, flipping through the newspaper in his hand, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. It seems that both Kado, the king of beasts, and us, the admirals of the navy, have been controlled by that guy. There's nothing we can do about it. Kizaru sat on the sofa next to Akainu and slowly blew the hot steam on the teacup. Anyway, we both joined Akatsuki now. After Kizaru said this, He suddenly looked up at Akainu and said with a grin, "I didn't expect it. It seems that the future of the Navy will probably fall on our lazy little brother." Kizaru was naturally referring to Aokiji. When Akainu heard what Kizaru said, a layer of anger suddenly appeared on his face. "Kyuzen, that guy joined Akatsuki earlier than us." Kizaru's movements were a little stiff for a moment, and he slowly lowered his head to drink tea. "Oh wow, it seems that we are still colleagues. You guy, be a little more serious." Akainu looked at Kizaru's laissez-faire attitude, and his anger increased. "I wanted to remind you not to act with that bastard Kabuto Yakushi. I didn't expect that you forgot to bring Dendenmashi and still didn't change it." "Don't say that." Kizaru sighed quietly. "Things have come to this point. No one wants to. What should we do next?" Kizaru continued to lower his head and took a sip of tea and sighed again. "Now that it has come to this, it seems that we don't have to be so serious in doing things in the future. Since the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters are all undercover agents of Akatsuki, should they just honestly slack off in the Navy in the future so as not to bring any harm to the Navy?" This seems to be no different from Kizaru's past life. Life feels the same as before. Joining Akatsuki doesn't seem to be interesting because my colleagues are also Akatsuki's undercover agents, and there's not even a little excitement of being an undercover agent. Hey, wake up a little. Akainu couldn't help but get even more angry. "Don't make up such weird excuses. Be more serious in the future. Before our identity as Akatsuki's undercover agents is exposed, at least we should do more for the peace of this sea." Akainu's attitude is different from Kizaru's. Originally, Akainu wanted to learn from Kizaru to slack off, but now the situation is different. Since the Navy headquarters has been completely infiltrated by Akatsuki, he must be more diligent while he can still work as a Navy admiral. How can he just muddle through in order to capture more pirates for the peace of the sea before his identity is exposed? Damn. The situation of the Navy has become so serious now. The 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, the new generation of wise admirals, and the intelligence department are all under the control of Akatsuki. Why is Kizaru's mentality still the same? No. Akainu suddenly felt that his mentality didn't seem to have changed much. Apart from the additional identity of Akatsuki, nothing else has changed. The hard-working people are still the hard-working people, the lazy guys are still the lazy guys, and the slacking admirals are still the slacking admirals. Come to think of it, don't you find it strange? Kizaru slowly raised his finger and asked a question. The contribution of that guy Kabuto Yakushi to the Navy is far greater than his harm. After he became a naval staff officer, the war losses were reduced by at least half. Humph, it only looks like that now. Akainu snorted coldly and reached out to take a document on the table. That guy is lurking in Marineford. He must have a bigger conspiracy. Although I also guessed so. Kizaru slowly shook his head and suddenly said, "Sakazuki, if Akatsuki controls the Navy, do you think they will allow pirates to run rampant?" Akainu was silent for a while, then put down the document in his hand. The admiral looked up at Kizaru and said in a deep voice, "Borsalino, you can't pin your hopes on." When he said this, Akainu suddenly interrupted himself, slowly put his palms together, and frowned slightly. "Speaking of which, I have been getting along well with the Four-tailed Son Goku during this period. From Son Goku, I learned some detailed information about Akatsuki and the leader of Akatsuki. These are the information that Kyuzen didn't collect. No, or maybe it's because of that guy's personality. He has never collected any information about Akatsuki." Akainu was talking well, but when he talked about Aokiji, he couldn't help but get angry again. Damn, Aokiji is really lazy to a certain level. Obviously, that guy was the first admiral to join Akatsuki among the 3 of them, but he didn't even try to understand this organization well. The Son Goku in my body may not have deceived me. Akainu slowly closed his palms, held up his chin, and said in a deep voice, "These tailed beasts are just like those guys in Akatsuki. These tailed beasts prefer to call Uehara Naraku a god walking on earth." God. Kizaru's mouth curled up, thinking of his battle with Uehara Naraku. He couldn't help but chuckled and said, "Come to think of it, based on his power, that can easily crush me, that person seems to be able to be called a god. I'm not discussing the issue of strength. Akainu interrupted Kizaru and continued in a cold voice. Remember the name of the celestial dragons in the world. They call themselves descendants of God. Because the 20 kings who established the world government were also called gods. Akainu looked at Kizaru and continued in a deep voice. The title of God is not used casually. The leader of Akatsuki may also want to rebuild the order of this world like the 20 kings did. This matter, Akainu has never told the outside world. Now Akainu talked to Kizaru for the first time, precisely because of their friendship over the years and the same fate. If Akatsuki really wanted to overthrow the order of the world government, a force that was spying on the world order and trying to overthrow the world, it would cause great changes. And the admirals in the navy, who had justice in their hearts, but had to be controlled by Akatsuki, would be in a very embarrassing situation. Perhaps it was because of this. Kabuto Yakushi gradually took control of the power of the navy and continued to accumulate the prestige of the navy. Did Akatsuki also deliberately recruit these admirals? If what you said is right. Kizaru suddenly grinned, turned his head, and looked at Akainu. Sakazuki, what does this have to do with us? Kizaru smiled and shook his head, and picked up his cup again. Well, we are just navy. Just continue to catch pirates. Kizaru drank the tea slowly, pushed his glasses, chuckled and continued. Sakazuki, as long as you implement the justice in your heart, it will be enough. Besides, we can't do more now. You're right. Akainu slowly hugged his arms and said in a deep voice, there is no problem in the new world now. Tomorrow I will go back to the headquarters base in Marineford with you. Call Kuzan together and ask that guy Kabuto Yakushi. Black smoke of magma came out of Akainu's hands, and he continued in a gloomy voice. If Akatsuki really wants to change the order of the world and rule this world, where do they want to put the justice of the navy? Akainu's fist slammed down on the table, and the magma burned the table bit by bit. No, let's just go now, so as not to waste time. They left as soon as they said they would. Akainu and Kizaru boarded the warship directly and rushed back to the Navy headquarters, Marineford, through the holy land of Mirajoa on the Red Earth continent. It just so happened that the admirals of the Navy headquarters gathered in Marineford. When Aokiji saw Akainu and Kizaru coming back, he also knew that Kizaru had joined Akatsuki, and everyone was on the same line again. The way the three admirals got along with each other seemed to have returned to the previous state. Maybe it's because everyone has another identity. When Akainu saw Aokiji, he didn't leave indifferently, but called him in a muffled voice. Kuzan, we have something to talk about. Come together. Well, there's no need for that. Aokiji patted his forehead and said slowly, it just so happens that you are back to take charge of Marineford. I'm going out for inspection. Kuzan. Akainu interrupted Aokiji and said coldly, the current situation is very dangerous. I have something very important. Aokiji scratched his head. Akainu, this guy, why is he still so troublesome? According to Aokiji's attitude, now the three admirals of the Navy headquarters are all undercover agents of Akatsuki, so everyone should just stay in the Navy and continue to fish, right? In fact, Akatsuki will not ask the admirals to do anything bad, and Akatsuki will not do any harm to the Navy, because Aokiji has a private contact. He can know the situation of Akatsuki and do her and Naraku's attitude through Nico Robin. During this period, Aokiji knows more than Akainu. According to Nico Robin, who is far away in Wano country, Akatsuki now has more powerful members and tens of thousands of powerful peripheral armed forces. And speaking of Akatsuki's policy in Wano country, Akatsuki is not evil and is even more friendly to civilians. Perhaps in the future, it will be an organization that can bring order and peace to the world. Of course, Aokiji thinks that, even if he says so, Akainu and Kizaru probably won't believe it, so he might as well just stay in Marineford and spend his days leisurely. Okay. Aokiji looked at the still stubborn Akainu, and then looked at Kizaru with a helpless expression, and could only nod and say, then let's find a place to have a drink. Speaking of which, it seems that the three admirals have never gathered together. Or maybe Aokiji himself just doesn't like him, because he and Akainu don't like each other. Now because of the Akatsuki organization, I don't know if the relationship between Akainu and Aokiji is getting better or worse. This world is really outrageous. The 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters gathered for the first time, not because they are all the highest combat power of the world government, but because they are all Akatsuki's undercover agents. First update. Chapter 509. Aokiji gradually moves closer to Akatsuki. Marineford. A hot spring bath. The 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters were frank and exposed in the hot spring. They couldn't help but close their eyes and enjoy the long-lost relaxation. Especially Akainu and Aokiji. During this period, the 2 of them were under great psychological pressure. There were so many Navy officers in Marineford. Once they knew that the 2 admirals of the Navy headquarters were undercover, they would be so desperate. Now that the 3 admirals are all undercover agents of Akatsuki, it seems that they can accept it psychologically, right? Kyuzen. Kizaru smiled and turned to look at Aokiji and asked slowly, what does Kyuzen do on weekends? If you have nothing to do on weekdays, you can come here to relax together. Well, sometimes I go fishing with Shinichiro. Aokiji slowly propped up his body, leaned on the stone of the bathtub, and whispered, where are Borsalino and Sakazuki? We are usually here. Kizaru glanced at Akainu who was pretending to be asleep with his eyes closed, his mouth crooked, and he chuckled and said, a man's life always needs some different colors. Hey, Borsalino, don't say such things, that will cause misunderstandings. Akainu interrupted Kizaru coldly, his arms also resting on the stone. The pattern tattoos on his shoulders and arms looked a little hideous. Okay, let's talk about serious things. The danger of Akatsuki can no longer be ignored. I don't think it's particularly dangerous. Aokiji shook his head and said slowly, according to the information I have, Uehara Naraku is the 3rd generation leader of Akatsuki. He is the strongest among all the leaders of Akatsuki. It is said that Uehara Naraku has only failed once in his life. Oh. Kizaru grinned and suddenly became interested. It seems that our leader is not invincible either. Borsalino, you are the admiral of the Navy. Akainu's forehead couldn't help but jump. He glanced at Kizaru and said, but what you said is right, one who once failed. I think you should listen to me. Aokiji shook his head, sighed and continued, it seems that year, Uehara Naraku was only 12 years old, and was defeated by Uchiha Sasuke's brother Uchiha Itachi. Well, there are some rumors. It is said that the brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke have always been played around by him, and he is controlled by him to kill each other. Are you so stingy? Kizaru's face was a little subtle. Akainu's expression was even more strange. Aokiji frowned and continued softly, that can't be called. That guy treats everyone in the world as a chess piece. But his heart is not too bad, and the results of any matter he handles are generally good, but the process is a little cruel. When he said this, Aokiji thought for a moment and added, well, maybe, more than a little cruel. This is really modest. It's not cruelty, it's brutality. It sounds like what Uehara Naraku did is a bit like the rainbow after the storm, but not many people are mentally strong enough to withstand a storm caused by Uehara Naraku. Aokiji scratched his hair, sighed and said, huh, that guy is definitely not as righteous as the Navy, but he is not as evil as we imagined. Hey, Kyuzen. Akainu's eyelids twitched, and he snorted coldly, remember your identity, you are the admiral of the Navy headquarters, you won't really become a lobbyist for Akatsuki, right? Sakazuki. Aokiji shook his head slowly, got up and climbed out of the bathtub. There's no need for me to chat with you here. Instead of wasting time here, I might as well think of a way to prevent Akatsuki from further infiltrating the Navy. Huh. Don't worry. Kizaru suddenly spoke up to stop Aokiji and smiled to ease the atmosphere between them. Kyuzen, Sakazuki, now is not the time to confront each other. If the 3 of us are together, we may come up with better ideas by working together. Aokiji and Akainu fell silent at the same time. Kizaru stood up and sat on the stone. He stretched out his hand to put on a bathrobe for himself and said with a smile, speaking of which, Sakazuki has a guess. Our leader has always been called a god by others. Could it be that he wants to replace the celestial dragons living in the holy land of Mirajoa and change the order of the world? I don't know about this. Aokiji also sat up, wrapped himself in a bathrobe, looked down at the steam in the bathtub, and said softly, according to the information I got, Uehara Naraku is called a god by the members of Akatsuki. Even Doflamingo is no exception. In addition to the fact that Uehara Naraku's power has no rivals in this world, there is another strange but recognized reason. It is said that he is the reincarnation of a certain creator god 1,000 years ago. Of course, he has nothing to do with the scum of the celestial dragons. This sounds a bit fictitious. Although Uehara Naraku has always denied it, the mother of the creator god 1,000 years ago, that is, the ancestor of the god, is alive in the world. This is something she personally admitted. Aokiji spread out his arms and continued slowly. If according to what you said, it is not a bad thing for Uehara Naraku to replace the celestial dragons. Now that the Akatsuki organization has occupied Wano country as its base camp, the civilians in that closed and backward country seem to live better than the civilians in other countries in this world. Even homeless orphans have a place to stay. This is true because the civilians and nobles in Wano country are equal, at least in name. For example, civilians and nobles will receive education in the same environment. Perhaps they enjoy different educational resources because of the gap between the rich and the poor. However, civilians also have the opportunity to make progress through their own efforts instead of relying on the grace of nobles or the king. The most important thing is, even the ninja corps under the command of Akatsuki are not allowed to harm innocent civilians at will, and everyone must abide by the peace rules set by the Akatsuki organization. And after the peace of Wano country, no orphans have frozen or starved to death. Even Nico Robin was surprised. In this world, no country can do it. These are the real reasons why Aokiji began to change his attitude towards Akatsuki. Akatsuki, who can do this, can't be a bad guy, no matter how you think about it. These are things that the revolutionary army that wants to overthrow the world government has never done. If Aokiji didn't know that Nico Robin would not deceive himself now, he actually didn't believe it. After Aokiji said a lot, he scratched his hair, sighed and said, if there is a chance, let's go to Wano country together. Wano country is very dangerous. After listening to Aokiji's words, Akainu couldn't help but frowned and said in a deep voice, that was Kado's territory before, right? Although it was occupied by Akatsuki, we still have to cross Kado's sea. We have to wait until we destroy the beast's pirates and Kado before we can go there. There should be no problem for us. Aokiji shook his head and looked up at the sky. By the way, the beast's pirates should be under the control of Akatsuki, right? Yeah. A voice suddenly fell into their ears. This vague sigh made the faces of the three generals present change drastically. Their observation haki did not detect that someone was secretly watching. The next moment, a big snake suddenly jumped out of the bathtub. The big snake suddenly opened its bloody mouth and slowly spit out the body of Kabuto Yakushi. He pushed his glasses, raised his head, and smiled at the three generals of the headquarters. This scene made people feel a little frightened. This Kabuto Yakushi, what kind of ability is this person? Kabuto Yakushi spread out his palms, chuckled and said, Admiral Aokiji guessed correctly. The beast's pirates are the outer armed forces of Akatsuki. If you want to go to Wano country, you just need to apply to Lord Naraku. After Kabuto Yakushi finished speaking, his eyes slowly stayed on Aokiji, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. By the way, Admiral Aokiji actually knows so much information. It should be Ms. Robin who told you privately. Nicole Robin. Akainu frowned and said in a deep voice, the demon child who escaped from Uehara that year. Kuzan, you let her go that year. Kizaru rubbed his forehead, sighed and said, now is not the time to talk about the troubles in the past. Besides, we are just executing the orders of the world government. Why do we have to kill them all? Kizaru's attitude is still ambiguous. Some things can be done, and some things can be left alone. Now is not the time to hold Aokiji responsible. Besides, they seem to have found Nico Robin's location. It is said that she has been following Uehara Naraku. So, Aokiji has been able to get information about Uehara Naraku from Nico Robin. Kizaru and Akainu couldn't help but look at Aokiji. This junior who has always been very lazy is good at doing things. He can even use spies. However, Aokiji's spies have a bit of a counter effect. It's not to turn the enemy against him, but to turn himself against him. After learning enough information from Nico Robin, Aokiji may have to put himself in the Akatsuki organization. Kabuto Yakushi didn't care about this effect. A smile that made people feel cold flashed across his face. General Aokiji, it seems that Ms. Nico Robin seems to be better at collecting intelligence than expected. I can't help but want her to join the CP organization. Kabuto, don't interfere with her life. Aokiji emanated a chill. He calmly spread out his palm and said, I asked her to do this. The people of Akatsuki should know that Robin will not refuse my request. Besides, she didn't really do anything wrong, right? I'm also a member of Akatsuki. I'm also a member of Akatsuki. This sentence is obviously very important. It is more important than anything else, Aokiji said. Even Kabuto Yakushi was a little helpless. What should I say about this aspect? Aokiji and Nico Robin really did nothing wrong, and Uehara Naraku would not care about these things. And Nico Robin is also a very smart woman. Even if Kabuto Yakushi wanted to transfer Nico Robin out, it would not be that easy to say. Because Nico Robin had nothing to do recently, she had been staying in Wano country to read the historical texts. Naturally, she chose to rely on the person with the highest status in Wano country. That was Conan, the teacher of Uehara Naraku. Therefore, Nico Robin had heard a lot of stories about Uehara and witnessed the relationship between the master and the apprentice. The leader actually listened to the teacher very much. He was powerful, but actually a kind-hearted child. Maybe wrong. He often liked to say that a man named Nagato was too soft-hearted. In fact, Uehara himself was also very soft-hearted. This matter was quite confusing. Nico Robin's vigilance against Uehara was reduced a lot. If Nico Robin had not followed Uehara Naraku for a period of time and had seen with her own eyes that Uehara Naraku had not been doing much, she really suspected that Uehara was a fake. It was because Nico Robin told Aokiji these interesting stories that Aokiji had a lot of good feelings towards Uehara Naraku. Second update. Chapter 510 CP9's boss, Nico Robin. Come to think of it, it doesn't matter what we say. Kizaru touched his chin, smiled slowly and said, Officer Kabuto, after all, we are also members of Akatsuki. You are not spying on us? Of course not. Kabuto Yakushi spread out his palms, smiled and said, you have the 4 tails and the 7 tails in your bodies. Why should I waste my time? I just have something to find Admiral Aokiji, and I happened to hear what he said. Why did you come to see him? Akainu slowly stood up and put on his bathrobe. The most important thing for Akatsuki is fairness. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Aokiji and said with a smile, because Admiral Aokiji is the only one without a tailed beast, Lord Naraku was worried that it would not be fair to you. So when we parted, he gave the 3-tailed beast to me, asking me to help you seal the 3-tailed beast and make you the Jinkriki of the 3-tailed beast. When he said this, Kabuto Yakushi turned his head to look at Akainu and Kizaru, chuckled and continued, it seems that you should also know how much the tailed beast can improve your strength. This is a gift from God. There is no need for that. Aokiji waved his hand and wanted to refuse this matter. Although the tailed beasts are of great help to them, Aokiji also knows that once they become a Jinkriki, it also means that their bodies will be clamped by the tailed beasts at all times, and they will even be monitored at all times. General Aokiji. Kabuto Yakushi smiled and spread out his palms, saying softly, I believe no one will refuse the gift of God, and you will definitely not refuse it, right? Officer Kabuto. Aokiji tilted his head, looked at Kabuto Yakushi and asked, are you threatening me? I'm also a member of Akatsuki. Except for the leader Uehara, there should be no distinction between superiors and subordinates among our Akatsuki members, right? According to the information Nico Robin told Aokiji, the superior-subordinate relationship of the entire Akatsuki organization is not strict. Except for Uehara Naraku, all members are equal in name. This matter is still very important. Because Nico Robin knows Aokiji's character very well, she is worried that Aokiji may get into trouble when facing Kabuto Yakushi's unreasonable request, so she specially reminded Aokiji, if there is really no way to retreat, there is no need to be afraid of Kabuto Yakushi. Of course, don't offend Kabuto Yakushi, because Kabuto Yakushi is Uehara Naraku's confidant. Moreover, Kabuto Yakushi has been following Uehara Naraku for a long time, and he has also learned some of Uehara Naraku's little tempers, such as being stingy and holding grudges. Moreover, Kabuto Yakushi has a very high IQ, and he can kill people with just a little arrangement without knowing how they died. After hearing what Aokiji said, Kabuto Yakushi narrowed his eyes. Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile and said, General Aokiji is right, but asking you to transplant the three-tailed Isabu is a task assigned to me by Lord Naraku. Are you really going to refuse? Kabuto Yakushi spread out his palms and continued with a smile. As a member of Akatsuki, I believe that no one will refuse Lord Naraku, right? Well, that's not right. Aokiji scratched his hair and said slowly, if I remember correctly, Mr. Uehara seems to be more tolerant than I thought, and Mr. Uehara doesn't seem to care about some trivial matters. This matter was also told to Aokiji by Nico Robin. In fact, Uehara Naraku often doesn't have the airs of a leader in front of them. When encountering any unreasonable orders, members of Akatsuki can also freely put forward their opinions. For example, Deidara. For example, the old senior Kakuzu. Uehara Naraku basically doesn't refuse their requests. Of course, if you deliberately provoke, you will definitely be arranged by Uehara Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Aokiji, pushed his glasses, nodded slowly, and chuckled. General Aokiji is right, but as a subordinate of Lord Naraku, I don't think anyone should use Lord Naraku's tolerance as a reason for their own indulgence. Kabuto Yakushi still smiled at the corner of his mouth and continued calmly, forget it, since General Aokiji is unwilling now, then let's leave it like this for now. Kabuto Yakushi left the bath step by step, waved his hand and said, General Aokiji, I will wait for you in the lounge here. 10 minutes later, you will definitely change your mind. Aokiji remained silent. No matter what, he would not change his mind. After seeing Kabuto Yakushi leave, Kizaru couldn't help but touch his chin and said slowly, in this case, it doesn't matter. Akatsuki is still very tolerant. Aokiji slowly turned his head to look at Kizaru and Akainu, and whispered, we are members of Akatsuki. As long as we are within the rules of Akatsuki, we have a very high degree of autonomy. This is the use of the rules. As long as they are within the framework of Akatsuki, they have a very high degree of freedom, even more freedom than the identity of the Admiral of the Navy. To be honest, the identity of a member of Akatsuki is actually much more attractive than the Admiral of the Navy. If possible, Aokiji really wanted to resign from the position of Admiral. The life of Kakuzu and those people in the Art Pirates is simply too easy. When Aokiji said this, he stretched, yawned, and sat down lazily at the tea table. I feel that my life now is not much different from the past. If I accept this fact, I will actually live a little easier. It seems to be the case. Kizaru also sat down at the tea table and said slowly, if it weren't for the seven-tailed Shijiki in my body, I would have forgotten that I joined Akatsuki. It feels like this organization can't use us at all. They can obviously do more with the help of our identity as admirals. Akainu sat next to them and said in a muffled voice, don't let your guard down. Who knows those guys in Akatsuki? Bilu Bilu. Bilu Bilu Bilu. A rapid dendenmashi sound interrupted their communication. Aokiji couldn't help but frown. It was rare for him to find that Kizaru was actually quite easy to get along with. Akainu seemed to have changed a little bit compared to the past. Aokiji was just trying to get along well with his colleagues. Really, at this time, whose dendenmashi called? When Aokiji slowly connected his dendenmashi, the voice of Nico Robin came from it. The two chatted for a while, and Robin got down to business. Aokiji, why do you reject the power of the three-tailed Isabuki? Mr. Uehara finally agreed to my proposal. What? Aokiji rubbed his forehead, waved his hand indifferently and said, hey, Robin, I don't need the power of the three-tailed Isabuki. So, was it Nico Robin's request to transplant the three-tailed beast? I really don't know what Robin was thinking, actually letting him transplant the three tails. No. There was an unquestionable firmness in Nico Robin's voice, and a hint of pleading in her tone. Aokiji, Mr. Uehara promised me that, as long as you become the Three Tails Jinkriki, he will cancel the dark contract between you. Aokiji fell silent. The dark contract in his body was originally made by Uehara Naraku to prevent him from betraying. It is a more terrifying clamp than becoming a Jinkriki. Speaking of it, Aokiji almost forgot about it. Besides, He gradually accepted Akatsuki's proposition, so naturally he would not care much about this contract, nor would he care about the threat of the contract. Life is just a death. Unexpectedly, Nico Robin still remembered this threat. Aokiji, I told you not to do stupid things. In the Den Mushi, Nico Robin's voice became slightly lower. Remember what you promised me before. No matter what happens, we must live well. Yeah. Aokiji clenched the Den Mushi in his hand and whispered, I know, Robin, I will go find that guy Kabuto Yakushi. Kizaru couldn't help, but curled up a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Akanu's face looked a little ugly. No matter what, he still couldn't stand the relationship between Aokiji and the Devil's Son. A few minutes later, the three admirals of the Navy headquarters stood in front of Kabuto Yakushi. Aokiji glanced at Kizaru and Akanu beside him, sighed, and then looked at Kabuto Yakushi. Then, let's discuss the time to transplant the three-tail. Now, Kabuto Yakushi still had a smile on his face. Kizaru couldn't help showing a trace of yearning on his face. If that's the case, you are going to leave Meren Fando now. There's no need for that. Kabuto Yakushi stretched out his hand, placed it on Aokiji's arm, and slowly said, Admiral Kizaru, I'm a staff officer of the Navy headquarters. How can I leave my post without permission? A time-space vortex suddenly appeared. The moment this time-space vortex appeared, it took Aokiji and Kabuto Yakushi into the Kamu space. When they reappeared, Aokiji had obtained the chakra of the Three Tails, and he had become the Three Tails Jinkriki. But Aokiji's eyes were more solemn. Kabuto Yakushi, the undercover who infiltrated the Navy, did not only rely on his IQ, but also on this strange ability. Just when Aokiji was about to leave, he suddenly turned his head to look at Kabuto Yakushi and asked, well, Kabuto, what price did Robin pay to break the dark contract on me and let me become the Three Tails Jinchuriki? No price. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, squinted his eyes and smiled. It's just that she happens to have to deal with the thing she hates most. Kabuto Yakushi raised his head and looked at the tall Aokiji, smiled and continued, this is not a bad thing. General Aokiji, you have a chance to meet often. What do you mean? Aokiji frowned. It's really interesting to talk about it. Kabuto Yakushi rubbed his forehead and chuckled. Remember the CP9 department that secretly defected to Lord Naraku? The Akatsuki Supreme Council will soon send a group of Anbu to enrich this intelligence agent department. It just so happens that, because of Nico Robin's outstanding intelligence talent, as the price of helping you, she will be sent to the Seven Water City to serve as the secret chief of the future large-scale CP9, assisting me in adding Anbu ninjas to the CP9 department. Aokiji was silent. The next moment, Aokiji rubbed his eyebrows. Why would Nico Robin, the son of a demon with a super high bounty, a person who has been hunted by CP agents, become the boss of those CP9 agents? This world must be broken, right? The third update. Chapter 511 3 years. Late at night. The Seven Water City. On the dock of this water city, a group of people were hiding in the corner. They were the CP9 department who came to greet their new boss. Just as the CP agents were chatting casually, a tall figure slowly walked towards them. His footsteps were a bit disturbing in the middle of the night. The CP agents were immediately alarmed. Robloxy and the others became alert instantly, staring at the tall man walking towards them from a distance, and soon they saw the appearance of the person. General Aokiji. Califa, one of the CP agents, frowned slightly, and a look of confusion suddenly appeared on her face. General Aokiji, why are you in the Seven Water City? Well, I came to see your new boss. Aokiji scratched his hair, lowered his head, and looked down at the agents present, muttering, you are here too. Haven't they come yet? Yes, I guess we have to wait a while. Robloxy reached out and looked at his watch and replied in a low voice, the last time I contacted them, they were not far from the Seven Water City. The sound of waves interrupted Roblox's words. With the surge of the tide, a merchant ship suddenly emerged slowly from the fog of the night and slowly stopped at the dock of the port. A group of young men in suits and leather shoes walked off the ship in groups of 3 or 5. What was strange was that their postures were a bit strange, as if they could suddenly attack at any time. These men in suits dispersed and looked at the situation on the dock vigilantly. These men in suits soon noticed Robloxy and his gang and Aokiji, the tall admiral of the marine headquarters, in the corner, and they immediately surrounded them. A white-haired young man walked out from a group of men in suits. He looked up at Aokiji, then at the CP9 agents, and said with a smile, "Excuse me, do you know how to get to Karara shipbuilding? Just follow us." Robloxy extended his hand to the white-haired young man. "I'm Robloxy, the captain of CP9 and the current highest commander." "Well, I'm Hatake Kakashi." The white-haired young man slowly held his hand, turned around and extended his hand to Aokiji again. "Speaking of which, why is Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters here? Why do I feel that the chakra of the three-tailed Isabuki is about to leak out of your body? Didn't Kabuto Yakashi help you to seal it?" To be honest, Hatake Kakashi has a good impression of Aokiji because the Admiral of the Navy headquarters seems to be able to fall asleep at any time. Well, this Admiral is a lazy person. In this regard, Kakashi thinks they are the same kind. Well, there is no need to seal it. Aokiji stretched out his hand and grasped Kakashi's hand, his eyes wandering. "I heard your name from Robin." "Huh, is that so?" Hatake Kakashi patted his forehead, loosened the collar of his suit, turned around slowly and ordered, "Hey, confirm that it is safe here. Go and ask Miss Robin to get off the ship." "Yes, Captain Kakashi." A Ranbu ninja in a suit jumped back to the merchant ship. Seeing this scene, Aokiji couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. "Why do I feel that this is a bit like the style of aristocrats? Did something happen that I don't know about? There is nothing I can do about it." Hatake Kakashi rubbed his forehead and said softly, "After all, we are new here and don't know much about the situation in the first half of the Grand Line. The first task we received is to protect her safety." Aokiji couldn't help twitching his eyebrows again. The first half of the Grand Line is called Paradise. There are basically no powerful pirate groups. The only active ones are the art pirates, Kakuzu, Hidden and his gang, and the Admiral of the Navy headquarters who occasionally patrols the first half. For the Akatsuki organization, the first half of the Grand Line can be regarded as their backyard. Just at this moment, the sound of high heels tapping fell into their ears, and a woman wearing a top hat slowly walked out of the merchant ship. The woman stretched out her palm to lower the brim of her hat, and a touching smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said softly, "In fact, there is no need to be so nervous. In the first half of the Grand Line, we should not encounter any danger, Mr. Kakashi. Of course, there is no need to worry about the danger from the enemy." Hatake Kakashi rubbed his forehead and responded helplessly, "But the danger brought by our own people is more troublesome. Miss Robin, you don't want to see Kakuzu coming to invite you to work together from time to time, right?" Nico Robin choked immediately. Kakuzu is a person who is really hard to describe. Nico Robin shook her head and sighed, then slowly walked to their side, looking up at Admiral Aokiji, a smile on her face couldn't help but bloom. "Long time no see, Aokiji." Nico Robin looked at Admiral Aokiji, tilted her head, and continued with a smile. "I have fulfilled our promise this year. I live well in Wano country, and found many new companions. How about Aokiji? HMM. Aokiji's expression was subtle. He seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but support his forehead and said, "My colleague relationship has improved a lot. This is really embarrassing." Aokiji, except for slightly improving his colleague relationship with the two old guys Kizaru and Akainu, basically slept on an unknown island, slept on the frozen sea, slept in the office of Marineford, and slept on a bicycle. Aokiji felt a little ashamed. Nico Robin was living seriously, but he was always sleeping. "Okay, I won't say too much. I was just a little worried, so I came to check on them." Aokiji tapped his fingers, tapped Nico Robin's hat, squatted down, looked into Robin's eyes, and whispered, "If you encounter any troubles in the future, just call my Denden Mushi. I'm leaving first." Aokiji had come all the way from Marineford because he was worried about any troubles with Nico Robin and CP9. Now it seems that there is no problem here. Because Nico Robin brought 20 Anbu teams from Wano country, it can be seen that there is no need to worry about her safety. Aokiji. Nico Robin's eyes showed some doubts, and her brows could not help but frowned. She subconsciously stretched out her palm and grabbed Aokaji's sleeve. "We just met. Are we leaving so soon?" "Well, I can't stay here forever." Aokaji stood up, nodded slowly, stretched out his palm, and placed it on Robin's hat, and whispered, "Let's go. Don't worry about me in the future. I will always watch you, and I will also watch how far Akatsuki will go." Aokaji. Nico Robin couldn't help but want to say something. However, Aokaji just shook his head at Nico Robin, stopped what she wanted to say, and turned around and left. When the tall man walked to a dark shadow, he pushed out a bicycle from inside and rode the bicycle slowly and disappeared into the night. A whistle came from the dark night. People can hear that Aokaji seems to be in a good mood. Hatake Kakashi scratched his white hair, looked at the place where Aokaji disappeared in the darkness, and sighed. "That guy is a very cool man." Nico Robin smiled, and the next moment she turned her head to look at Robloxy and other members of CP9, and her face returned to seriousness. "Okay, let's find a place first." Nico Robin's eyes gradually became a little serious, and she continued in a deep voice, "According to the orders of Mr. Uehara and the Akatsuki Supreme Council, I will clean up the CP9 department. Mr. Robloxy, who was your direct superior before?" The CP agents present had subtle expressions. Because before their CP9 department lurked in the Seven Water City, there was a period of time when they were responsible for capturing Nico Robin, the son of the devil, but she often escaped. "I really didn't expect. Things are reincarnated, and Nico Robin is going to become their leader." Robloxy did not hesitate, and said in a deep voice, "Some time ago, all CP departments of the world government, even including some members of CP0, were authorized to the Navy Headquarters Staff Officer Vice Admiral Kabuto Yakushi. He is our direct superior. He's one of our own." Hatake Kakashi rolled his eyes and said slowly, "It seems that the mission should be easier. Well, Mr. Kabuto is actually better at these things than me." Nico Robin nodded slowly and whispered, "Let's find a place to settle down first. We will temporarily use Water 7 as our base camp. I will discuss with Mr. Kabuto to see if we can control Judicial Island in the future." This sentence sounded a bit wrong. A demon son with a bounty of more than 200 million belly, a wanted criminal who has been wanted by the world government for more than 10 years, actually wants to control Judicial Island. Judicial Island, Marineford, and Impel Down. These are the most important places for the Navy. The eyes of the CP9 agents were somewhat subtle. Why did they feel that Nico Robin, this woman, was somewhat ungrateful? But, life is often more exciting than imagined. After Nico Robin returned to the first half of the Grand Line, she gradually sent out Anbu teams to pretend to be the revolutionary army in the first half of the Grand Line, which gradually made the world government anxious. Kabuto Yakushi had to apply to the Five Elders to expand the CP department. This secretive agent organization has always been very cautious in recruiting members, and it is basically unknown to outsiders. Therefore, it took a long time for the Five Elders to approve this plan. Anyway, they only value CP0, and the rest of the CP department can be tossed around. The 20 Anbu ninja teams that Nico Robin brought from Wano country were slowly placed in CP9. These ninjas are not weak and very disciplined. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are taking over the main Judicial Island, thus became the expanded CP9 base. Kabuto Yakushi, the naval staff officer, took the opportunity to apply to be the highest naval commander of Judicial Island. Time slowly passed. In the first half of the Grand Line, Akatsuki's spies spread across 7 routes. In the second half of the Grand Line, Akatsuki also flourished. 3 years later. 3 years have passed since Uehara, Naraku and others came to this sea. The sea has gradually become calm, but under this calm, there are bigger waves. Uehara Naraku also received a denden mushi from Kabuto Yakushi. There are more and more pirate groups in the world. Eustace Kid in the South Sea, Hawkins and Trafalgar Law in the North Sea. This group of newcomers seems to be very lively. Capone Bedge in the West Sea is expected to enter the Grand Line soon. What about the East China Sea? Uehara Naraku couldn't help but be curious. Why is there no news about the pirate group in the East China Sea? Luffy, the man who claims to be the Pirate King, doesn't have all his companions now, or has he used a swordsman named Roronoa Zoro as his navigator? There was some confusion in Kabuto Yakashi's voice. The East China Sea is still full of little pirates like Buggy the Clown and Crick. There doesn't seem to be any newcomers this year. It's still the weakest sea. However, some time ago, Vice Admiral Garp got a little angry, and his grandson Monkey D. Luffy seemed to have become a pirate. I remember Vice Admiral Garp's hometown is the East China Sea. When he said this, Kabuto Yakashi suddenly thought of something, and he suddenly said, I received a message here. A few days ago, Jiraiya Mihawk seemed to have gone to the East China Sea. I don't know what his purpose is. Kabuto, transfer me back. Naraku Uehara touched his chin and said slowly, as a navy, I have been on vacation in Wano country all the time. I feel a little sorry for my justice. The first update. Chapter 512 I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will definitely become the Pirate King. 3 years have passed. Uehara Naraku remembered that he was still a navy. However, the high-ranking officers of the Navy valued Uehara Naraku, a colonel who was undercover in Wano country, very much, because Uehara Naraku could often bring in information about Akatsuki and the Beast's pirates. This is really something that CP0 can hardly do. Because Akatsuki completely blocked Wano country, no one except the members who originally lived in Wano country could enter. To be honest, it is not easy for Uehara Naraku to come back and continue to be a navy because his value in Wano country cannot be replaced. If Uehara Naraku wants to come back, he naturally needs Kabuto Yakashi to help him operate. This problem is not difficult to solve. As long as Uehara Naraku uses the reason that someone doubts his identity, he can just flee back to Marineford. In order to be foolproof, Kabuto Yakashi even suggested that a general of the headquarters go to pick up Uehara Naraku in person. This matter really made the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters scratch their heads. Can't the leader just stay in Wano country? If you say that Uehara Naraku doesn't cause trouble, this is obviously impossible. According to Kabuto Yakashi's attitude, Uehara Naraku's matter naturally cannot be delayed, so only Kizaru, who is the fastest, can set out to find a way to take Uehara Naraku out of Wano country. This world is really magical. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters actually took the initiative to welcome a black hand that disturbed the world back to Marineford for a report. Who knows what kind of trouble Uehara Naraku wants to cause after being immersed in it for so long. Borsalino. In the office of the Navy Admiral, Marshal Sengoku solemnly instructed Kizaru, be sure to bring Colonel Uehara Naraku back to Marineford. He has a lot of detailed information about Wano country, which is very helpful for us to understand the enemies of Akatsuki. There shouldn't be any accidents. Kizaru grinned a weird smile. Even if I have an accident, Colonel Uehara Naraku will definitely be fine. To be honest, he, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, is more likely to have an accident. Admiral Kizaru, don't worry too much about the danger of this operation. Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses, looked at Kizaru meaningfully and said, if something goes wrong, you can choose to give up Colonel Naraku. After all, the Navy's highest combat power cannot be lost. Admiral Kizaru must make the most correct choice. Kizaru nodded slowly. The threat in this sentence is too strong. Kabuto Yakashi's words seem to really let Kizaru put his own safety first, and it sounds like a human word. But if you know their Akatsuki, Kabuto Yakashi's real meaning is that either he, the Admiral of the Navy, will come back with Uehara Naraku, or he will never come back. Because everyone in the Sea of Beasts is his own. Kizaru's journey was very smooth. When Kizaru arrived at the outer sea of Wano country, Uehara Naraku had already left Wano country and was waiting for the general to greet him in the outer sea of Wano country. At this moment, the leader of Akatsuki frowned and used the Denden Mushi in his hand to contact his subordinates. Hey, Mihawk, are you in the East China Sea? Yeah. Suddenly, a sound of metal clashing came from the other end of the Denden Mushi. Joracle Mihawk was still fighting with his opponent while holding the Denden Mushi. After a short second, the sound of metal clashing stopped. Joracle Mihawk in the Denden Mushi slowly responded, I just met an interesting little guy at the Berity, the sea restaurant in the East China Sea. I originally thought that he was shallow, but I didn't expect that he also had the heart of a swordsman. After Mihawk finished speaking slowly, he whispered, now that the matter is over, do you have any instructions? Nothing, I just asked. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but feel a little curious. He touched his chin and asked while thinking, look, does that interesting little guy have a green algae head and uses the three-sword style? Yes. Mihawk's voice was a little hesitant. East China Sea, near the Berity, the sea restaurant. Mihawk had just defeated a green-haired three-sword swordsman. He slowly tightened his grip on the dendenmushi in his hand, and his voice gradually became a little solemn when he spoke to the dendenmushi. I really didn't expect. A drop of sweat gradually fell on Mihawk's forehead. Even if you are thousands of miles away, can you know what is happening here now? Don't be nervous. Uehara Naraku in the dendenmushi calmed Mihawk's emotions, then chuckled and continued, okay, I have nothing else to do. Tell the little guy in front of you that he actually has great potential to become a navigator. After saying that, the dendenmushi was hung up. Mihawk was silent for a while, then he put away his dendenmushi and then looked at the green-haired swordsman in front of him, and a hint of apology flashed across his face. I'm sorry, Roronoa Zoro. I originally recognized your willingness to die generously to become the world's strongest swordsman. I should have respected the battle between us, but I couldn't refuse the call from the person who called me. It doesn't matter. The green algae-haired swordsman grinned, showing a bitter smile, shook his head and continued, it seems that I lost more than I thought. Even if you are distracted in the battle, you can easily defeat me. Is this the strongest power in the world? The green algae-haired swordsman put away his weapon, turned around and stretched out his arms to Hawkeye, posing a gesture of begging for death. What do you mean? Mihawk's eyes were fixed on the swordsman in front of him. He remembered that, when he was defeated by Uehara Naraku, he was so generous to die. Kill me. Zoro's eyes flashed with seriousness, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Just kill me. If a swordsman dies with a wound on his back, it is a shame for a swordsman. Great. Joracle Mihawk nodded slowly. The next moment, Mihawk swung the black knife in his hand fiercely, cutting another huge wound on Zoro's chest, and blood gushed out instantly. The young swordsman fell backwards into the sea. Zoro. A heart-wrenching angry voice resounded in the area. A little guy wearing a straw hat instantly jumped towards Hawkeye Mihawk and was about to hit Mihawk with a punch. He's not dead yet. Mihawk easily dodged the attack. Mihawk held back when swinging the knife, and Roronoa Zoro's injury was not fatal. He was soon pulled out of the sea. Okay. Joracle Mihawk's eyes fell on Roronoa Zoro, and his voice gradually became louder. If you want to die now, it's too early for you. You haven't even seen the world's strongest swordsman yet. Just when everyone thought that Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman, was going to encourage this junior, Hawkeye Mihawk's expression suddenly changed. The world's strongest swordsman put away his black knife and said loudly, learn to recognize yourself, understand the world, and learn to become stronger. When you really become strong and witness the strongest power in the world, the real powerless despair will come upon you. Keep going, Roronoa Zoro. The pain you are enduring now is just the beginning. There is still despair that you can't imagine. The expressions of everyone present were slightly subtle. Why does this taste a bit strange? Is this Hawkeye Mihawk really encouraging Zoro, the junior, instead of persuading him to give up the swordsman path? What does it mean that the pain has just begun? What does it mean that there is real despair behind? When anyone hears these words, they will want to give up, right? Roronoa Zoro suddenly coughed up a few mouthfuls of water. He forced himself to speak loudly. Hey, no matter how much pain there is ahead, I will never give up. I will never give up, even until I die, as the world's strongest swordsman. Mihawk's face suddenly showed a hint of admiration. He nodded slowly and said loudly, then remember what you said today. Such a good swordsman seedling. Isn't it a waste to become a navigator? After Mihawk finished speaking, he slowly turned his head to look at the little guy wearing a straw hat beside him. His eagle eyes gradually became sharp again. Just when he wanted to say something, the voice of the dendenmushi rang rapidly. Bloop. 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 Mihawk's face was slightly blackened. He suppressed his impatience, connected the dendenmushi in his hand, and said calmly, anything else? I may have more interesting young man here. A pirate who made Shanks give up his arm and bet on the future of this world. Well, there really is. The voice of Uehara Naraku in the dendenmushi was a little erratic. He said slowly, is the young man you are talking about wearing a straw hat? Yes. Mihawk nodded calmly. At this moment, he was no longer surprised by Uehara Naraku's omniscience. Uehara Naraku in the Dendenmushi chuckled and continued, if he still wants to become the Pirate King, then help him quit the addiction to the king. What do you mean? Mihawk's eyes were a little confused. The next second, Uehara Naraku's vicious voice fell into Mihawk's ears through the Dendenmushi. Help me beat him up first, and by the way, tell him that a naval colonel named Uehara Naraku is on his way to the East China Sea, and has been ordered to eliminate all pirates in the East China Sea. After that, Uehara Naraku hung up the Dendenmushi. Joracle Mihawk couldn't help but frowned, put away the Dendenmushi again, and looked at the Straw Hat Pirate in front of him with a weird expression. What's your name? I'm Monkey D. Luffy. The Straw Hat guy raised a thumb, and a confident smile appeared on his face. The man who will definitely become the Pirate King. Second update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513, Straw Hat Pirates. What a confident little guy. Standing in front of Hawky Mihawk, Monkey D. Luffy said that he wanted to become the Pirate King, but he had no idea how difficult it would be. Hawky Mihawk's eyes flashed, and he whispered, to become the Pirate King, it's as difficult as becoming the world's greatest swordsman. This is not Hawky Mihawk's boasting, but Hawky Mihawk believes that if you want to become the real world's greatest swordsman, you must defeat the terrible man Uehara Naraku. If you want to become the Pirate King, you must also defeat the man Uehara Naraku. Just according to Hawky Mihawk's understanding of Uehara Naraku. Once Uehara Naraku mentioned someone, and this person happens not to have joined the Akatsuki organization, it means that his life may be unlucky. In other words, whether it is Monkey D. Luffy or Orono Zoro, they may face the manipulation of Uehara Naraku. If they want to realize their dreams, it is as difficult as letting Uehara Naraku be a human being. What a pity. I don't know how far these two little guys can go. Just when Hawky Mihawk was sighing in his heart, Luffy suddenly stuck out his tongue with a smile. I don't care. Anyway, I will become the Pirate King. You. Hawky was silent for a while, and approached Luffy step by step. Why do you have to become the Pirate King? Because I want to. Monkey D. Luffy clenched his fists, and a firm look flashed across his face. So I must become the Pirate King. His theory is extremely simple. Compared to other people who mentioned controlling the world and the wealth of the great secret treasure, Monkey D. Luffy's reason is very simple. Because if you want to, you must do it. However, Hawky Mihawk frowned and punched Luffy in the abdomen, causing Luffy to bend over in pain. What are you doing? Remember the pain at this time. Hawky Mihawk retracted his fist, looked at Luffy calmly, and continued, if you want to become the Pirate King, you must become stronger. Stronger than the previous Pirate King Goldie Roger. Even based on Hawky Mihawk's superficial understanding, he believed that Uehara Naraku definitely possessed the power that surpassed the Pirate King Goldie Roger. Hawky Mihawk flew onto his coffin ship, looked at Luffy and said loudly, Kit, your real test has just arrived. This is just an appetizer. What? Luffy couldn't help but mutter. Hawky Mihawk didn't explain too much. He just drove his coffin ship slowly away, leaving the last words for Luffy and others. A navy will be ordered to come to the East China Sea soon. The name of the navy officer is Uehara Naraku. His power can easily destroy all the pirates in the East China Sea. It will be difficult for you to enter the Grand Line. When leaving, Hawky saw that the Creek pirates who were making trouble near the Bharati restaurant were a bit of a hindrance, so he completely disintegrated the Creek pirates with a knife. This can also be considered as a discouragement. Luffy scratched his head, glanced at Hawky Mihawk who was leaving, and suddenly couldn't help saying, hey, Uehara, that guy finally became a navy? I thought that guy might not be able to become a navy, and wanted to invite him to join my pirate group. Unfortunately, Luffy's words were not heard by Hawky. Others ignored Luffy. The Bharati restaurant on the sea exploded in an instant. Uehara Naraku. Is it the Uehara Naraku who came to us before? The bastard who ate a free meal and robbed 3 million Baileys? I heard that Sanji was almost mad at that time. A group of chefs suddenly quarreled. Just as they were arguing, A voice suddenly fell into their ears. The Uehara Naraku you are talking about, is he a guy who looks very kind when he smiles, but is not a human being at all when he does things? The person asking the question was a beautiful young girl. This beautiful girl is Nami from Kakoja village, and is currently serving as a temporary navigator in the Straw Hat Pirates. Although the Kakoja village is not occupied by the Arlong Pirates, but Nami has not changed her habit of stealing pirates, not to mention that Nami is now in new trouble, that is, the Rat Colonel of the East China Sea branch. After Arlong died, this Rat Colonel did not find a suitable source of money. It happened that he heard about Nami, or thief, and threatened Nami with the matter of the Arlong pirates. Therefore, when Nami heard that Uehara Naraku became a navy, she was a little absent-minded for a moment. That guy actually became a navy. Originally, Nami wanted to act together with Luffy's pirate group, and then go to the Grand Line by herself, and then secretly join Uehara Naraku. Because Nami still remembers what Uehara Naraku once said, that the Kakoja village will still face the threat of the world's strongest pirate group, the Whitebird Pirates. Originally, Nami wanted to rely on Baroque Works, but in the past 3 years, the situation at sea has been turbulent. Baroque Works was destroyed. Uehara Naraku is missing, and this is the second time Nami has heard about Uehara Naraku. As a result, I heard here that the guy became an AV. This incident made Nami feel a little uncomfortable. She has been blackmailed by the Rat Colonel of the East China Sea branch base with her former identity, so she can only continue to work hard to make money. Ah, beautiful lady. Sanji, the chef of the sea restaurant Berity, stepped on an elegant step and appeared beside Nami. Do you also know that bastard named Uehara Naraku? I just heard that the Uehara Naraku you mentioned is the one who once wreaked havoc in Berity. After saying that, Sanji did not hesitate. The chef talked about how the Berity restaurant on the sea had hosted Uehara Naraku. They had specially prepared a feast that was impeccable, but ended up being treated as a free meal, and even robbed of 3 million baileys in the name of wasting time. What's 3 million baileys? Nami's face flashed with anger, and she stretched out her palm and said, 3 years ago, the 30 million baileys I saved were robbed by that guy. She still gets angry when she talks about it now. Because Uehara Naraku not only robbed the baileys she had worked so hard to save, but also dug up many of Belmia's orange trees. The two chatted, and felt that they shared a common hatred for the enemy. Monkey D. Luffy landed beside them, and explained with a smile, I know about this. Uehara took away your bailey, in order to help people like Sister Makino. Shut up. Nami couldn't help, but punched Luffy on the head. You don't know anything. Although that guy sounds like a good person, but do you know how many excessive things that guy has done? That's right. Sanji also cheered beside Nami with a cigarette in his mouth. Nami punched Sanji on the head again. Hey, don't go too far. Although that guy is not a good person, he is not as bad as you think. At least, he eliminated Arlong. At least, no one died in the entire Kakoja village. At least, the entire Kakoja village has regained its freedom. The only pity is that Nami's wealth was taken away. Luffy and Sanji couldn't help but look at each other and then turn to look at Nami. Why is this woman's personality so complicated? Who did she want to scold? But the two of them didn't continue to think about Nami. Luffy sincerely invited Sanji, the chef, to join his pirate group. The first thing the Straw Hat Pirates had to do was to avoid the upcoming hunt by Uehara Naraku. This kind of thing. Sanji actually agreed. Sanji joined the pirate group and wanted to find Al Blue and also to find a way to solve the trouble of Uehara Naraku. Sanji still remembered the threat of Uehara Naraku. That guy knew he was a member of Vinsmoke. Since Luffy went to sea, his trajectory seemed to have not changed much. He met Nami, Roronoa Zoro and Usopp one after another, and also had an additional pirate ship, the Mary. Now, with the addition of Sanji, the chef, the Straw Hat Pirates have a complete team, and they can finally go to the Grand Line. But, Nami was a little worried that Colonel Mouse, the commander of the East China Sea branch, would vent his anger on the Kakoja village. After all, that guy seemed to be as greedy as Uehara. Forget it, we can only take it one step at a time. Nami glanced at the guys around her and couldn't help but frown. Can these guys really enter the Grand Line? The third update. Chapter 514, an undercover agent who could become the commander-in-chief of the army. Its fate. The entire Straw Hat Pirates now only had 5 people. However, 3 of them have seen Uehara and Naraku. Nami and Sanji have complicated feelings about him. Monkey D. Luffy, the brainless one, has been defending Uehara and Naraku. Luffy looked at Nami, then looked at Sanji, tilted his head and thought for a while, then mumbled and spoke. I don't care. Luffy sat on the sheep's head of the Golden Merry angrily. Sister Makino said that, although he also robbed your money, Uehara Naraku is indeed a good person. You will know when you see him again in the future. Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, said slowly, it's good enough that that guy can be a human being. Okay, don't say so much. Usopp had never seen Uehara Naraku. He suddenly mentioned another thing that Hawkeye said before leaving. By the way, didn't Hawkeye say that the man named Uehara Naraku will come to the East China Sea soon? Will we meet him then? We can't delay any longer. The smiling face of Uehara Naraku flashed across Nami's face, and she punched the railing of the Golden Merry. I'm going to go back to Kakoja village and tell Nakigo, and then we'll set off for the Grand Line immediately. To be honest, Nami still wanted to meet Uehara Naraku, but she was afraid that Uehara Naraku would take away the money she had saved with great difficulty, and the rat colonel at the East Sea branch base also blackmailed her money. Who knows if Uehara Naraku will rob her again? No. According to that person's bad character, he will definitely rob her, right? In fact, Nami was just overthinking. When the Straw Hat Pirates arrived at Kakoja village, Uehara Naraku was still on his way from the New World to the Navy headquarters Marineford, because the Navy Admiral Sengoku wanted him to report in person. If you want to enter the first half of the Grand Line from the New World, you can only go through Fishman Island or the Holy Land Mirajoa. According to Kizaru's meaning, he naturally hopes that less trouble is worse than more trouble. What if Uehara Naraku is humiliated by the celestial dragons and directly destroys Mirajoa? It is still easier to take the route of Fishman Island directly. After all, Fishman Island is Akatsuki's territory. Kizaru touched his chin, looked down at Uehara who was standing in front of him, and chuckled. If we pass by Fishman Island, we can go to meet Mr. Kasame. By the way, the world government has been very satisfied with our Akatsuki's 7 warlords in recent years, because they have fulfilled the responsibilities of the 7 warlords. Not going to Fishman Island. Uehara Naraku shook his head and said slowly, I want to see the Holy Land Mirajoa. The 5 elders of the world government are not interested in seeing me. This. Kizaru couldn't help but touch his chin. His eyes gradually became a little vague. Doesn't this leader really have any idea in his mind? The 5 elders are the highest heads of the world government. How could they come to see a mere Navy colonel? Even it is not easy for the Navy admirals to see them. Forget it. Perhaps because he has been in Wano country for 3 years, Uehara Naraku's personality seems to have improved a lot. He just raised his head and looked at the red soil continent getting closer and closer, and sighed slightly. Uehara Naraku said slowly, it seems that we can only meet when Mirajoa is reduced to ruins. Kizaru's expression was a little subtle. He said slowly, it should be more than that. Maybe we can meet soon. At this point, Kizaru continued, after we return to Marineford, Mr. Uehara will be promoted for his meritorious service in Wano country. It's been almost 3 years. Uehara Naraku clasped his palms together, sighed faintly and said, the life in these 3 years is simply not something a human can live. Kizaru's expression became more subtle. The admiral of the Navy headquarters grinned and revealed a strange smile. Is it the life of a god? Mr. Uehara is originally a god walking in the world. Speaking of which, did anything interesting happen in Wano country? Nothing. Uehara Naraku frowned and didn't want to talk to Kizaru. The reason why Uehara Naraku was in a bad mood was certainly not because of Konan and Kaguya, but because the entire Akatsuki organization was getting bigger and bigger. Some factions gradually emerged in the Akatsuki organization. The Hawks who emerged were naturally the members of the 5 major ninja villages, including the 4th generation Raikage. They believed that the ninjas were used to the power system of this world and had enough strength so they could gradually invade this world. Because the growth rate of ninjas will continue to increase, but the land of the ninja world cannot be distributed to the 5 major ninja villages, so they can only find ways to develop in the new world. This is also in line with Kaido's intention. Both Kaido and Doflamingo are very supportive of this proposal because they also want to take a share of it. The entire Akatsuki organization is so powerful, why not rule the world and have children in Wano country? Since there are hawks, naturally, some doves will also emerge. Led by Admiral Aokiji and Kabuto Yakushi of the Navy headquarters, the three admirals are actually doves in the Akatsuki organization. They adhere to the rule of smooth transition and do not want the world to be too turbulent. If possible, it would be best to let Wano country join the world government and gradually take over the power of the world government through their undercovers. What nonsense. In these 3 years, the three admirals gradually got used to the rules of Akatsuki. In order to gain enough say, Aokiji asked Nico Robin for advice more than once and came up with some small ideas. For example, to win over the peace faction of the 5 major ninja villages. For example, secretly win over and provoke those vice admirals who are not used to the style of the world government, waiting for these vice admirals to join Akatsuki one day. According to Aokiji's division of power, the combat power of the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters is not low enough to join Akatsuki and become a real member. The Navy headquarters. But there are quite a few vice admirals. If all these vice admirals can really join Akatsuki, they will add up to more than half of the 5 major ninja villages in Akatsuki. In the future, if Akatsuki really wants to rule the world, these vice admirals will be the key to the Navy's right to speak in Akatsuki. The relationship between the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters has become a little weird, and they will meet privately from time to time. In the internal meetings of Akatsuki, the 3 admirals often act with Aokiji in the lead. Aokiji is doing well in Akatsuki because Akainu can easily offend people with his words. If they discuss the Navy in Marineford, Akainu and Aokiji will definitely quarrel. In addition to the hawks and doves, there are also a group of centrists in Akatsuki, such as Konan, Kaguya, Black Zetsu, Art Pirates, Kakuzu, Hashigaki Kisame, etc. These people have many key votes. No matter who can ignore them, these centrists are not strong, but they are the earliest members of Akatsuki and hold the unshakable voting rights. It is no less difficult for anyone to persuade this group of Akatsuki members who are in a semi-retired state without desire than to persuade Uehara Naraku to be a good person. Just when Uehara Naraku was still thinking about it, Mirajoa finally arrived, this holy place at the top of the Red Earth continent. The residence of the world's noble celestial dragons. The location of the world government and the 5 elders with the highest power. Since Mirajoa is located in a strategic location, most people who want to pass through Mirajoa have to apply to the world government. Of course, the Admiral Kizaru naturally does not have such restrictions. The location of this city is really good. Uehara Naraku looked at the scenery of Mirajoa and frowned. When we destroy this city in the future, I will rebuild a new city here. Kizaru grinned with a strange smile and hurriedly said, Mr. Uehara, if you don't want to destroy Mirajoa at this time, you should not say such dangerous words in this place. Uehara Naraku raised his head and his eyes fell on Kizaru's face. Borsalino, do you think I'm the kind of person who speaks without restraint? Of course not. Kizaru shook his head slowly, then explained, I'm just a little worried. If any celestial dragon dares to offend Mr. Uehara, it's okay. Uehara Naraku stretched out his finger and pointed at his head. I will forgive those brainless bastards. After all, I'm a very generous and tolerant person. Kizaru nodded without changing his expression. Seriously speaking, as long as the members of Akatsuki are loyal and follow orders seriously, Uehara Naraku is indeed very generous. Kizaru can only hope that those celestial dragons know a little bit. However, it is not so coincidental. When they entered Mirajoa, they met a celestial dragon riding a pirate slave and walking towards them. A group of guards in black suits followed him, looking arrogant. The style of the world's nobles is indeed different. Even Uehara Naraku couldn't help but be a little envious. He was just an ordinary celestial dragon, but he was more stylish than the leader of Akatsuki. Ahahaha, it's Borsalino. This celestial dragon knew Kizaru, the admiral of the navy. Because if something happened to the celestial dragons on the sea, the first person to go to support them was the admiral of the navy headquarters, who was also one of the few people that the celestial dragons could trust. However, when the celestial dragon's eyes passed Kizaru and slowly fell on Uhura Naraku beside Kizaru, this was a strange young man. A hint of anger clearly flashed across the face of the celestial dragon, and he immediately reached out and grasped his pistol. "Hey, lowly person, how dare you in front of me?" Uhura Naraku's gaze froze slightly. "Saint Chadoro." Kizaru couldn't help but interrupt the celestial dragon and slowly stretched out his hand to stroke his chin. "We have something to do and need to leave here first. Marshal Sengoku of Marineford and Vice Admiral Kabuto Yakushi have important things to do and want to see him." Oh ha 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 ha. Kabuto Yakushi's people. Hearing Kizaru's words, the celestial dragon's eyes suddenly flashed a bright color, and he slowly nodded and said, "Then let's just let him go this time." After that, this guy who was originally arrogant led his guards and slaves away. Uhura Naraku looked at his departing back, took out a small notebook from his body, wrote down a name, and then asked, "Why, is Kabuto very popular among these bastards?" "Yeah." Kizaru looked at Uhura Naraku who wrote the name of Chadoro on the small notebook. Obviously, the ending of this name should not be too good. Kizaru couldn't help but grin. Didn't Mr. Uhura say that he had a good memory? A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Uhura Naraku put away the small notebook and continued to ask, "Kabuto is just a vice admiral. Is he so prestigious in the eyes of the celestial dragons?" Kizaru shook his head, spread out his palms and said, "Staff Officer Kabuto is not an ordinary vice admiral of the Navy. Now he has won the support of the 5 elders and some celestial dragons. These celestial dragons can't do anything to him, and they will not deliberately target Staff Officer Kabuto. Now Kabuto Yakushi has many positions, including the highest official of the World Government Judicial Island, the highest official of the World Government CP Organization, and the highest official of the Navy Sword Force. Vice Admiral and Navy staff have become the smallest positions. If you count it this way, plus the Navy Science Force under Kizaru also supports Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi has almost touched all departments." When Kizaru said this, the smile on his face gradually became a little weird and complicated. According to the current situation, there is a high probability that Staff Officer Kabuto will become the next World Government Commander-in-Chief after Marshal Khan retires. This position is even higher than the Navy Admiral. Are you kidding? Kabuto has only been in the Navy for 3 years, right? Uhura Naraku was full of question marks. If this is true, the promotion path of Kabuto Yakushi, an undercover agent, is a bit too ridiculous, right? No, it's true. Kizaru shook his head, but couldn't help but smile, because Marshal Sengoku and the 5 elders often have some conflicts, and Marshal Sengoku is also very old. It will be difficult for him to succeed the position of Marshal Sora in the future. What's interesting is that, because Staff Officer Kabuto officially succeeded as the highest officer of the World Government's Intelligence Agency CP organization the year before last, he is more likely to understand the meaning of the 5 elders than Marshal Sengoku. The 5 elders are likely to bypass the promotion rules of the Navy and promote Staff Officer Kabuto from the World Government to become the new Commander-in-Chief of the entire army. Although there may be a transitional person who is sidelined in the middle, it is unquestionable that Staff Officer Kabuto will become the World Commander-in-Chief in the future. It is estimated that he will have to be in his 40s or 50s first update. Chapter 515, The Dark Fruit of the Present World. Mirajoa is really scary. There are really few people here who have brains. When Uhura Naraku left Mirajoa, he actually wrote down 7 or 8 names in his little notebook, both men and women, all of whom were celestial dragons he met wandering around Mirajoa. Kizaru glanced at the little notebook in Uhura Naraku's hand, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What will Mr. Uhura do in the future?" "You will know in a few months." Uhura Naraku slowly put away his little notebook, and then turned his head to look in the direction of Mirajoa. Fate has already made its choice. Let's go. Marineford. The Navy headquarters is a bit lively today. Admiral Akainu, who has been out to eliminate pirates, and Admiral Aokiji, who has been patrolling in the front half, are actually here. Even Kabuto Yakushi, who has been very popular recently and has been sitting in the Judicial Island, has also rushed over, and Vice Admiral Garb, Vice Admiral Churu and other high-ranking naval officials are also there. When Vice Admiral Chihiro saw Kabuto Yakushi, his face was a little surprised. "Little Kabuto, why are you back to Marineford today?" To be honest, Vice Admiral Chihiro had a somewhat complicated feeling towards Kabuto Yakushi. She had always been optimistic about Kabuto Yakushi's development in the Navy, but she didn't expect that after just a few years, he had already climbed to a higher and higher position, and even became the future rival of Sengoku. However, Kabuto Yakushi was still humble to Vice Admiral Chihiro. He slowly pushed his glasses and smiled. "Colonel Uehara Naraku will rush back to Marineford to report in the next few days. I want to welcome the return of our sword unit hero here." In fact, the two admirals Aokiji and Akainu did not go out for inspection, and they stayed in Marineford to welcome Uehara Naraku. These two admirals are actually more worried that Uehara Naraku will blow up Marineford. Hearing what Kabuto Yakushi said, Vice Admiral Chihiro could not help but frown. "Is it for information about Akatsuki?" "Yes." Kabuto Yakushi nodded and continued with a smile. "This time I came to Marineford to get specific information about Akatsuki from Colonel Uehara Naraku. I need detailed information to provide a more suitable plan for the five elders." Vice Admiral Chihiro fell into silence. This young man who once made her think that he was capable of carrying the banner of the Navy, slowly used the Navy as a stepping stone to enter the world government, and became a favorite in the eyes of the five elders. But this can't be said to be wrong. After all, talents of Kabuto Yakushi's level will definitely be valued in both the world government and the Navy, and he will sooner or later go higher and higher. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Vice Admiral Chihiro with a complicated expression and explained in a low voice, "This matter is also related to the future of the Navy. This year's new pirates seem to be unusually many. We have to consider whether to put the Navy's strength in the first half of the Grand Line or in the New World in the future, based on the threats from the Akatsuki organization and the Four Emperors pirate group. This year's pirates indeed emerged a lot. Or, in other words, there are many pirates who emerge every year, but the new pirates who emerge this year are so strong that the navies of the North Sea, South Sea and West Sea can no longer suppress them. Two supernovas have appeared in the Grand Line this year." A tall vice admiral stood beside Kabuto Yakushi, scratched his hair, and asked slowly, "Are those new pirates so worthy of attention? Why don't they feel particularly strange? It seems that there are no powerful people with special abilities." Vice Admiral Stolberry. Kabuto Yakushi glanced at the Vice Admiral and explained seriously, "Those newcomers who can stand out from the Four Seas and enter the Grand Line will have the possibility of causing trouble to the Navy in the future." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and continued, "What if a guy as troublesome as Ace of the Fire Fist really appears?" "Ace of the Fire Fist?" Vice Admiral Stolberry couldn't help but frowned and whispered, "That guy did cause a lot of trouble to the Navy, but his biggest threat was his companion Uchiha Sasuke." Just as they were discussing Portgasti Ace and Uchiha Sasuke here, the Whitebird pirates in the waters of the second half of the New World were fighting fiercely. This was a large pirate fleet challenging the Whitebird pirates. Since Whitebird's attacks became less and less frequent, the pirates in the New World gradually realized that the strongest man in the world might really be old. If he is not challenged again, Whitebird might have died of old age. This war has completely kicked off in the Whitebird Sea. This large fleet that came to challenge Whitebird is composed of several super large pirate groups in the New World. The captains of the large fleet are not only personally powerful, but also have tens of thousands of pirates under their command. They entered the Whitebird Sea as challengers. This large fleet was divided into 3 routes, but still maintained an absolute strong advantage to defeat the pirate group under Whitebird, and rushed directly to the main team of the Whitebird pirates from 3 routes. The 1st, 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 10th divisions, led by Captain Marco and Diamond Jaws, sniped the enemies on the left wing, and the captains of the 11th to 16th divisions were responsible for meeting the enemies on the right wing. The 2nd Division, the 4th Division, the 7th Division, the 8th Division and the 9th Division, led by Whitebird, were responsible for meeting the powerful enemy in the center. The tall Susanoo was flying in the air. Countless pirates on the sea were fighting on the ships. Uchiha Sasuke manipulated Susanoo to slash one after another, cutting the enemies apart. Dozens of pirates were chopped down with each slash. This war did not require Whitebird Edward Newgate to take action. When Uchiha Sasuke took action, the victory was already established. After the battle, this super fleet completely fell apart, and the few remaining ships fled like headless flies. The Whitebird pirates did not pursue them, but slowly cleaned up the battlefield. On the Moby Dick, the captain of the 4th Division, Thatch, came back holding a box, with an uncontrollable look of joy on his face. "Hey, Ace, Sasuke, come and see what I found." "Thanks, Teach." Uchiha Sasuke reached out to take the juice handed to him by Marshal D. Teach, and then slowly looked in the direction of Thatch. "Have you found any fresh ingredients? Stop making those weird dishes." Because in addition to being the captain of the 4th Division, Thatch is also the chef of the Whitebird pirates, and this guy insists on finding ingredients every day. A hint of curiosity suddenly appeared on Ace's face. He looked at the thing in Thatch's hand and couldn't help but said in surprise, "Devil fruit?" "Yeah." Thatch stretched out his hand and held a strange looking devil fruit. "I'm so lucky. I actually found a devil fruit." "That's enough." Uchiha Sasuke waved his hand with some disgust. "Then eat it. It seems that when you fall into the sea in the future, I will need to fish you out." Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter suddenly came from the entire Moby Dick. Ace stood beside Thatch, grinning and instigating Thatch. "Hurry up and taste it. Let's see what ability it is. It feels a bit like a nature type." "No." Thatch scratched his head, thought for a while, and then chuckled. "I have to think about it. If a chef eats a devil fruit, it will delay the search for ingredients at sea. But it will make you stronger." After Uchiha Sasuke responded casually, he couldn't help but say, "It doesn't seem right, unless you get the tremor fruit like the old man or the troublesome sparkle fruit of the navy. The other fruit abilities don't seem to be very good." When he came to this, Uchiha Sasuke even picked out a typical example. "Look at Marco. He obviously ate a mythical beast fruit, but he seems to be of no use, except being a punching bag." Hey, Sasuke, this is too much. Ha 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 ha. But Marco's fruit ability is really weird. If the nature type fruit can be awakened, the recovery ability seems to be not bad. But Marco's fruit is very handsome. TSK. Uchiha Sasuke sucked a mouthful of juice with his mouth, and couldn't help but follow up with a sentence, "But Marco is ugly." Ha 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 ha. The entire Moby Dick immediately turned into a sea of joy. It must be said that, since Uchiha Sasuke integrated into the Whitebird pirates, these members gradually became familiar with Uchiha Sasuke's personality, and almost all members of the Whitebird pirates regarded Uchiha Sasuke as their younger brother. Although this guy has a poisonous mouth, and likes to act cool, every time he mentions fighting or strength, he always looks like everyone else's combat power is scum except Whitebird. But, Uchiha Sasuke has done more for the Whitebird pirates. There are almost no people in the entire Whitebird pirates who have not received the favor of Uchiha Sasuke. Whenever they are in danger, once they send out a signal for help, the first to come to support is definitely the tall Susanoo. In addition, no matter who is in trouble, Uchiha Sasuke will help out. His strength is second only to Whitebird in the Whitebird pirates. Just as the Moby Dick was secretly laughing at the big brother, while Marco was still here, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly noticed that Marshal D. Teach had a strange look on his face. This honest old member of the 2nd Division had a somewhat stunned and complicated expression at this moment, as if he had seen something that surprised him. "I remember the last time I got a Devil Fruit illustrated book. It was later borrowed by someone. Who has it now?" Uchiha Sasuke frowned and thought. He couldn't help but look up and saw Teach. Teach, what's wrong with you?" Ha 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 ha. "It's okay." Teach hurriedly smiled, shook his head guiltily and said, "I just remembered that I saw a cherry pie that was trampled on a ship today. Then let Thatch make one for you today." Ace patted Thatch's shoulder with a giggle. "He got a devil fruit today. We must have a party today." "Idiot." Uchiha Sasuke shook his head impatiently and said loudly, "Hey, who has the devil fruit illustrated book? Check what ability the devil fruit that Thatch just got today is, and whether it is worth it for him to eat this thing that is said to be very unpalatable. Here with me." A pirate who borrowed the devil fruit illustrated book took the devil fruit illustrated book in his hand, took a look at the fruit in Thatch's hand, and said loudly, "There is a record on it. I found it." Marshal D. Teach's expression changed. The next moment, the pirate slowly said the name of the devil fruit in Thatch's hand. "It seems to be called the rubber fruit." Martial D teacher's expression eased a little. Portgusty Ace couldn't help but shouted, hey, 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 be a little more careful, my brother Luffy eats the rubber fruit, he should have just gone to sea this year. Wait. Luffy, is Luffy in trouble? Shut up, idiot. Uchiha Sasuke punched Ace on the head and couldn't help but said, no matter how you look at it, this fruit is more like a natural fruit, right? Found it. The pirate's voice fell into everyone's ears again. The fruit in Thatch's hand seems to be called the dark fruit. Uchiha Sasuke's expression couldn't help but stiffen. Portgusty Ace scratched his head, rubbed his forehead and said, I seem to remember hearing the name of this fruit somewhere. The next moment, Ace suddenly reacted, Sasuke, didn't Mr. Itachi say that he has been looking for this fruit? He also mentioned it when we first met him and when he visited our pirate group a few times before. Second update. Chapter 516. Nothing is more important than family. Because of Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi had visited the Whitebeard Pirates many times, and the Whitebeard Pirates also recognized brother Sasuke. Although Uchiha Itachi belongs to the Akatsuki organization and is theoretically their enemy, Uchiha Itachi's politeness and identity make it difficult for the Whitebeard Pirates to dislike him. This group of pirates has never been able to imagine. Why would Uchiha Itachi, who is so polite to everyone, have a brother like Uchiha Sasuke who is full of venomous tongue? Every member of the Whitebeard Pirates hopes that Uchiha Itachi can join the Whitebeard Pirates, discipline Uchiha Sasuke well, and make this disobedient brother behave better. Unfortunately, Uchiha Itachi cannot quit the Akatsuki organization. However, when Uchiha Itachi first visited the Whitebeard Pirates, he mentioned that the leader of the Akatsuki organization asked him to find the dark fruit, and then he would agree to let him quit the Akatsuki organization. The entire Whitebeard Pirates also wanted to help find this unknown fruit during that time, but it was a pity that Uchiha Itachi rejected this proposal. He thought that this was the fate he had to choose to pursue. Later, the Whitebeard Pirates forgot about this matter. Only when Uchiha Itachi visited, they would occasionally remember that Sasuke's brother had been looking for the dark fruit in exchange for his freedom. On the Moby Dick, everyone's eyes were involuntarily on Sasuke. As long as Uchiha Itachi got this fruit, the two brothers Uchiha Sasuke would be reunited. They could all see that Uchiha Sasuke respected his brother. However, according to the rules of the Whitebeard Pirates, or the rules of pirates, the ownership of this devil fruit actually belongs to Thatch. So, what will happen to this fruit? Will Thatch choose to eat it himself? Or will he choose to give the dark fruit to Uchiha Sasuke and let him use the fruit to exchange for his brother's freedom? Martial D teacher's expression was particularly nervous. What he was most worried about was that Thatch would give the devil fruit to Sasuke because he had no confidence in stealing the fruit from Sasuke. Moreover, as an old man on the Whitebeard ship, Martial D teacher knew Thatch's character very well. That guy was clearly a good guy. As expected, Thatch held the fruit in his hand, chuckled and said, hey, Sasuke, wait until Mr. Itachi comes and give this fruit to him. When he said this, Thatch was about to put the dark fruit in his hand back into the small wooden box, and chuckled and said, it seems that we can finally have one more person who can control Sasuke on our ship in the future. Obviously Thatch wanted to give the dark fruit to Uchiha Sasuke, so that Uchiha Itachi could gain freedom, and join the Whitebeard Pirates, and reunite the two brothers. No. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, and suddenly looked at Thatch and said, hey, Thatch, eat it, don't let it fall into the hands of Akatsuki. What? Thatch's eyes were a little surprised. The pirates on the Moby Dick couldn't help but look at Uchiha Sasuke. They had long wanted Uchiha Itachi to join the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace even had some doubts on his face. Sasuke, eat it. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Thatch and continued in a deep voice, this fruit was personally requested by that person to be collected by my brother. The devil fruit he personally wanted must be extraordinary. Eat it quickly, Thatch. Hey, are you kidding me? Thatch's face was full of confusion. He shook his head and said, it's just a devil fruit. Can it be more important than Mr. Itachi joining us? I'm serious. Uchiha Sasuke's expression became a little serious. Eat it quickly. This fruit gives me an ominous premonition. After that person gets this fruit, he may have a huge conspiracy. The devil fruit that Uehara Naraku personally requested, the fruit that he could remember in his heart, definitely has powerful power and strange abilities. But Uchiha Sasuke remembered that when his brother came to visit, every time he mentioned the dark fruit, he would always unconsciously smile. At that time, Uchiha Itachi was definitely controlled by Uehara Naraku. Why did that guy repeatedly mention a dark fruit to the Whitebird pirates? Did he really expect that the dark fruit would definitely be in the Whitebird pirates? As for the words that Uchiha Itachi would be free after getting the dark fruit, Uchiha Sasuke didn't believe a single punctuation mark of these words. Uehara Naraku is not trustworthy at all. There is definitely a conspiracy in this matter. This comes from Uchiha Sasuke's intuition and his understanding of Uchiha Naraku. The dark fruit must be dealt with immediately. This fruit is definitely a disaster. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sasuke doesn't know what conspiracy Uehara Naraku has. He can only guess that Uehara Naraku may really want this fruit. It shouldn't be. That guy is so powerful that he doesn't need an effective ability like a devil fruit at all. What's more, if Uehara Naraku wants to find a devil fruit with the monstrous power of the Akatsuki organization, he would have found it long ago. Forget it. Thatch chuckled and shook his head and put the fruit back. I'm a chef. I don't eat devil fruits. Let's keep it for Mr. Itachi. By the way, I remember that Mr. Itachi's cooking skills seem to be pretty good. Because of the copying and observation capabilities of the Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi's cooking skills are indeed pretty good, and even not much different from him, the chef of the Whitebird pirates. Thatch was determined not to eat this devil fruit. Although devil fruits can indeed gain strange powers, for everyone in the Whitebird pirates, family affection is what they cherish most. Family is the truly priceless treasure. Reuniting Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke has been the dream of the entire Whitebird pirates from top to bottom in the past few years. What's more, Uchiha Sasuke has saved Thatch several times. Hey, Thatch. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, and just when he wanted to say something else, Ace came over and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Sasuke, don't let Thatch down. Yeah, it's rare for Thatch to be so generous. Ha 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 ha. Otherwise, let's cook for our chef today. Let's have a banquet for our chef's generosity. You'd better give up. There was no reluctance on Thatch's face, but he laughed loudly and continued, I'm the chef of the Moby Dick. Let's hold a grand banquet for Mr. Itachi who is about to join the pirate group. The entire Moby Dick became a sea of joy. Uchiha Sasuke watched as Thatch walked towards him holding the wooden box. He looked down at the wooden box in Thatch's hand and whispered, Thatch, don't be so anxious to give it to me. You should think again about eating it. I don't want the dark fruit to fall into Akatsuki's hands. Thatch's attitude made him think that Uchiha Sasuke might think that Akatsuki's obtaining the dark fruit would threaten their Whitebird pirates. Sasuke. Thatch smiled lightly. No matter what happens, for the Whitebird pirates, the most important thing to us is our family. Don't forget that we carry the name of our father. How could we block the way for our family to return for a devil fruit? Thatch. Uchiha Sasuke's expression was ugly. He shook his head and said firmly, I'm not worried that the person from Akatsuki will become stronger after getting the dark fruit. I'm just worried that the person has a conspiracy. Whatever conspiracy he has. Thatch stretched out his hand and pressed Sasuke's shoulder, chuckled and said, Itachi-san didn't get freedom. Joining our pirate group is more important. Thatch, this guy is really a good guy. Uchiha Sasuke felt a little sad. These idiot pirates who were ignorant of the world didn't know that Uchiha Itachi could not escape the control of Uehara Naraku. Even if Uchiha Itachi left Akatsuki, it must be fake. Uehara Naraku must be behind the scenes. No. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly thought of a possibility. Perhaps Uehara Naraku has already noticed the bond between him and the Whitebird pirates and is worried that he will not pass on information to the Akatsuki organization without reservation as in the past. In this case, Uehara Naraku is likely to use the name of the dark fruit to arrange for the reincarnated Uchiha Itachi to join the Whitebird pirates. Okay, Sasuke. Thatch chuckled and stretched out his palm to rub Sasuke's hair and persuaded him. Anyway, I didn't want to eat this fruit. No. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help shaking his head and said in a deep voice, you eat the fruit first. I need to think about what's going on with this matter. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but think of a group of smart guys with high IQs such as Ate Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi and Yakashika Buto. If it were them, they would definitely be able to guess part of Uehara Naraku's conspiracy. Ha 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 ha. Marshal Iteach suddenly stuck his head out from behind Sasuke. He lowered his head to glance at the eye box in Thatch's hand, smiled and said, "Captain Thatch, Sasuke is very determined. If you delay for too long, I will starve to death soon." At this point, Marshal Iteach continued with a smile. "How about this, Captain Thatch? Keep the devil fruit first, and when Mr. Itachi comes to the Whitebird Pirates again in the future, let Mr. Itachi decide this matter. It seems possible." Thatch stretched out his hand and knocked on Sasuke's forehead, chuckled and said, "Then I'll keep it first and give it to Mr. Itachi when he comes. Hey, Sasuke, remember, on this ship, nothing is more important than family. Thank you for the Alliance Leader Award from the 14th Brother Baiyuang. I have forgotten how long it has been since I wrote a thank you letter for the reward. I should have only paid back one update this month, but I owe 5 or 6 updates, and now I should owe 19 updates. My scalp is tingling." Chapter 517. Do you know the price of saving people? The moonlight was bright. Night fell on the sea. In order to celebrate their victory in the dark fruit, the Whitebird Pirates held a grand banquet, which ended hastily until late at night. The entire Moby Dick was full of hunger the pirates. Even Mako and the other captains who had just returned, after hearing that they had obtained the dark fruit, happily drank a few glasses. Even Whitebird put down his juice and was allowed to drink a few bowls of wine for the first time. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sasuke still refused to drink. Even though he had passed the threshold of 20 years old, an age that could be used to drink in the ninja world, he still insisted on drinking his juice. Uchiha Sasuke stood on the bow of the Moby Dick, slowly sipping the juice in his hand, and heard footsteps in his ears. "Is it Teach?" Uchiha Sasuke still looked at the moonlight reflected on the sea, and said softly, "Go and rest for a while tonight. I'll help you keep watch." Ha 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 ha, it's okay. Marshal Iteach walked to Sasuke's side, grinning and showing a simple smile. "Sasuke has a hard time fighting today. Anyway, I don't need to sleep at night. I have been keeping watch on the Moby Dick for more than 20 years. Marshal Iteach never needs to sleep. This is no secret in the entire Whitebird Pirates. For more than 20 years, Marshal Iteach has been working hard and doing night watch on the Moby Dick. He has always been popular in the Whitebird Pirates. Even Whitebird is not stingy with praise for Teach. In fact, Marshal Iteach is actually afraid that he will speak his mind in his dreams and arouse a suspicion of the Whitebird Pirates. This guy is extremely cautious. Ha 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 ha. Marshal Iteach glanced at Uchiha Sasuke and asked with some curiosity on his face, because the dark fruit was found today and Mr. Itachi will be reunited soon, so Sasuke can't sleep tonight. No. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, slowly and forcefully clenched the juice cup in his hand, and whispered, "I just still can't figure out why that guy wants the dark fruit. That person never does useless work, and everything he does is to benefit himself. Unfortunately, I feel that he doesn't seem to need the power of the dark fruit, so what can he do with that fruit? Who knows?" Marshal Iteach scratched his hair, took a bite of cherry pie, and said with a giggle, "Maybe he's just curious. It's possible." Uchiha Sasuke nodded and frowned slightly. That guy does seem to have a weird collecting habit. He always likes to collect some rare and weird things. Uehara Naraku really likes collecting things. But the things he collected were often a little scary, such as the 4 previous Cage of Konoha, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist Village, the 3 admirals of the Marine Headquarters, and the Uchiha clans Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke had a vague feeling that, if his life was over, Uehara Naraku would probably revive him and make him a collection. The trouble was, even if Uchiha Sasuke died and his body was cremated, it would be useless. Maybe Uehara Naraku already had enough materials in his hands. It was really an incomprehensible habit. Marshal Iteach nodded in agreement with Uchiha Sasuke's words and said with a smile, "Anyway, that guy Sachi will definitely exchange the dark fruit for Mr. Itachi, and our second division will soon have a new member. I'll stop him." Uchiha Sasuke frowned, then sighed and said, forget it, I'm going to rest first. Teach, thank you for your help. Ha 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 ha, it doesn't matter. Marshal Teach shook his head and said with a smile, Sasuke, go to rest early. Seeing that everyone is so happy, maybe we will continue the party tomorrow. Uchiha Sasuke seemed a little speechless. However, Uchiha Sasuke did not curse him as an idiot as before, and went back to his room to rest. After Uchiha Sasuke left, Marshal Teach clenched his fists, a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes, and his smile was almost uncontrollable. Dark fruit. The leader of Akatsuki wants to get the dark fruit, of course, for the power of the dark fruit. This is natural. The dark fruit is the most evil fruit in the world. Marshal Teach has been hiding in the Whitebird Pirates for so many years, just for the power of the dark fruit. He has an unimaginable admiration and persistence for the dark fruit. Marshal Teach understands the leader of the Akatsuki organization's desire to get the dark fruit very well, because he thinks so too. It was getting darker and darker. The moonlight still fell on the Moby Dick. Marshal Teach's figure appeared at the door of Thatch's room, with a hideous smile on his face, and a dark shadow under his feet. Teach walked in carefully, and when he looked up, he saw the dark fruit that Thatch placed on the table. Obviously, the captain of the 4th Division trusted his companions very much. Unfortunately, there is an ambitious person on this ship. Marshal Teach almost couldn't wait to grab the box, with a frightening greed and madness on his face. Just as Teach grabbed the box and left, a voice startled Teach. What's the matter? If you're hungry, the kitchen has prepared a midnight snack for you. Thatch, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes at some point. The captain of the 4th Division couldn't help rubbing his eyes, looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in his room, with a flash of surprise on his face. Huh, Teach. Isn't this the honest guy from the 2nd Division? The next moment, Thatch saw the box of the dark fruit in Marshal Teach's hand, and a flash of astonishment flashed across his face. Wait, Teach, what are you doing? Teach's expression froze. This man who had been hiding for more than 20 years knew very well that Thatch must not alarm everyone on the ship at this time, otherwise he would not be able to escape the pursuit of the Whitebird Pirates, especially Uchiha Sasuke. What greeted Thatch was a sharp knife light. Marshal Teach covered Thatch's mouth with his palm, picked up a knife, and stabbed it into Thatch's chest, his arm trembling a little bit. Thief, ha 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 ha. Marshal Teach couldn't even believe what he had done. A trace of fear and uneasiness flashed across his face, and he forced himself to use a smile to cover up his shock. Thief, ha 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 ha. Thatch, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it. The iron rule of the Whitebird Pirates is that you must never hurt your companions on the ship. Even if you defect from the Whitebird Pirates, it doesn't matter, but the only iron rule that must not be violated is to hurt your companions. Marshal Teach gritted his teeth, let go of Thatch's throat, and left here with the box of the dark fruit in his palm. Teach couldn't believe it. The person who hurt Thatch turned out to be him. Take advantage of the night. Marshal Teach lowered a small boat and hurriedly fled the scene, because the entire Moby Dick held a grand banquet, and many pirates were drunk, and no one noticed his escape. Only one person was different. Uchiha Sasuke was not sleeping soundly. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes opened involuntarily, and his chakra perception and observation haki opened silently and quickly enveloped the entire Moby Dick. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke rushed out of the ship quickly. Uchiha Sasuke's figure quickly appeared in Thatch's room. He also saw Thatch, who was bleeding and almost dying, and a flash of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Marco! A sharp shout resounded throughout the Moby Dick. The people on the entire Moby Dick woke up instantly, and a group of pirates who heard the sound rushed to Thatch's room. Late at night, the ship's doctor Marco applied medicine to Thatch, and slowly held his forehead. Thatch's injury is too serious, there is no way to save him. Sasuke, what happened? I don't know yet. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, and suddenly turned his head to look at the others. Huh? Where's Teach? Isn't he on guard tonight? Teach is gone. A pirate squeezed in with an ugly face and whispered, Marco, Sasuke, we have one less lifeboat. It's Teach. Thatch opened his eyes weakly, a miserable smile appeared on his face, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth unconsciously. Teach, he stole the dark fruit. Sasuke, you must chase him back. The dark fruit is to exchange for Mr. Itachi's freedom. What a joke. Ace couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. Uchiha Sasuke was a little bit unbelievable, and all the pirates present had a flash of doubt on their faces. They didn't believe that Teach would do such a thing. How could Marshal D. Teach, the guy who had always been honest in the 2nd division, snatch the dark fruit and even have the courage to hurt Thatch? He was an old member of the Whitebird Pirates, and Marshal D. Teach even gave up the opportunity to become the captain. How could he hurt Thatch and snatch the dark fruit? That guy. Uchiha Sasuke's brain was numb. At this moment, the fact that Marshal D. Teach ran away with the dark fruit made him feel a little bad. If there was no dark fruit, Uchiha Sasuke thought that Teach would want to find another way out. Whitebird Edward Newgate also soon learned what happened on the ship. After the old man looked at Thatch's injuries, he finally showed a trace of pain on his face. I didn't expect. After so many years, the Whitebird pirates still had a traitor who violated the Iron Law on the ship, which made Whitebird a little sad. What made the old man even sadder was that Thatch, the child who had been with him for so many years, would die in the hands of a traitor tonight. Marco, stabilize Thatch's injuries first. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at the painful looking Whitebird and the people around him who were gradually becoming sad, and said in a deep voice, let's think of a way to at least save Thatch first. Sasuke. Marco's eyes showed some doubts. A group of people couldn't help but look at Sasuke and doubt. Marco, how long can Thatch last? Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, let's rush to Wano country now. The medical ninjas of the Akatsuki organization will definitely be able to save Thatch. Even if the medical ninjas can't save him, Uehara Naraku will definitely be able to save him. In Uehara Naraku's hands, people's life and death have long become his toys. As long as Uehara Naraku is willing to take action, he will definitely be able to save Thatch. Everyone couldn't help but show a hint of doubt and surprise on their faces. Wano country is located in Kado's Sea area. If they go there, it will definitely cause a war with the Beast's pirates. Moreover, the relationship between the Akatsuki organization, entrenched in Wano country and their Whitebird pirates is very delicate. However, when Uchiha Sasuke called his brother Uchiha Itachi's Dendenmushi overnight and told him that someone here was seriously injured and needed the help of medical ninjas. Who is injured? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Uchiha Sasuke suppressed the emotion in his voice and whispered, it's our ship's cook, Thatch. I think only a medical ninja can save him. It would be best if Tsunade or that person can help. Is that so? Uchiha Itachi's voice was a little hesitant, and he asked calmly, Sasuke, you should pay the price for saving people, right? Nizen. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his Dendenmushi and said in a deep voice, please tell him that, if Thatch dies from serious injuries, I can also use the Rinnegan to revive him. Sasuke, don't do anything stupid. Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while before he said, that person can help Thatch survive, but you have to give him the dark fruit. We agreed. Uchiha Sasuke slowly breathed a sigh of relief. First update. Chapter 518. Sasuke-kun, have you forgotten the gap between Akatsuki and the Whitebird pirates? On a small island, the Moby Dick stopped. The members of the Whitebird pirates saw the medical ninja sent by the Akatsuki organization. Everyone showed a bit of weirdness on their faces when they saw the medical ninja. When Uchiha Sasuke saw the medical ninja, his expression was a little stiff, and he unconsciously began to tidy up his messy clothes. In the past few years, Uchiha Sasuke gradually got used to the unruly pirates. However, when Sasuke saw this medical ninja, he still recalled his youth in Konoha. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to be in another world. Sasuke, do you know her? Ace couldn't help but squeeze Sasuke with his shoulder and asked, pink hair. She is a cute girl. Could she be the medical ninja sent by the Akatsuki organization? Yes, that's her. Uchiha Sasuke walked step by step to the front of the medical ninja. His eyes narrowed slightly. It's been a long time, Sakura. I didn't expect them to let you come. Hiruno Sakura. Konoha's Team 7, a former companion. Even Uchiha Sasuke had never thought that Uehara Naraku would actually send Hiruno Sakura here. Did that guy want to use Hiruno Sakura to humiliate him? Yes, Sasuke-kun. Hiruno Sakura nodded slowly and whispered, "You should know the situation of Akatsuki better than me. No one can refuse an order from Akatsuki, and..." When she said this, Hiruno Sakura looked up at Uchiha Sasuke and suddenly said, "I also want to see how you are doing on this sea." "Not bad." Uchiha Sasuke nodded calmly. "There is the threat of Uehara Naraku on this sea, and there are members of Akatsuki who appear all the time. It is not easy to be alive, right?" "That's good." After nodding, Sakura Hiruno continued softly, "Where is the patient? I'll go and treat him first." "Well, Thatch's injuries are very serious." Uchiha Sasuke led the way and said, "Sakura, I remember you are the disciple of Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konoha." "Yes." Sakura Hiruno's face suddenly became serious. "The medical department has also obtained a lot of new medical methods recently. If we save people in time, there should be no problem." On a Moby Dick, Sakura Hiruno sutured Thatch's wound again, gave Thatch a few more injections, and finally used chakra to slowly make Thatch's wound grow granulation. It's incredible. Marco watched this scene the whole time. Under Sakura Hiruno's treatment, Thatch's injuries gradually improved, and a touch of admiration flashed across his face. The medical ninja's treatment method is indeed unexpected. Even Marco didn't expect that there is such a method that can use chakra to stimulate human cell regeneration and thus treat people. Unfortunately, Marco has no chakra. Even in the ninja world, only the descendants of Kaguya Otsutsuki, or the descendants who had shared chakra with the Six Paths Sage, could refine chakra. Hiruno Sakura wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked at Thatch whose breathing was gradually stabilizing, and said in a deep voice, "His injuries have stabilized. Next, as long as he can rest well, there will be no problem in the future." What a magical medical method. Ace couldn't help but reveal a touch of admiration on his face. He glanced at Sasuke beside him and couldn't help but said, "Hey, Sasuke, I feel that this ship doctor is much more reliable than Marco." "Shut up." Uchiha Sasuke frowned and interrupted Ace's words. He looked at Hiruno Sakura seriously and thanked her. "Thank you, Sakura. Thatch is my companion." Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Sasuke fell silent. The Hiruno Sakura in front of him was once his companion. Uchiha Sasuke's mood became more and more complicated. Hiruno Sakura's fingers were slightly stiff. She nodded calmly, grabbed her medical equipment, and put it away, then slowly lowered her head. "It's okay. Sasuke-kun will find a new companion, and everyone will be happy for you." Click. A tear fell. All the pirates in the medical room were a little overwhelmed. They didn't quite understand why this pink-haired medical female ninja was crying. Just as a group of pirates looked at each other, thinking about who to ask to comfort this girl, Hiruno Sakura wiped her eyes clean. "Okay, my mission is over." Hiruno Sakura slowly stood up, looked at Uchiha Sasuke, and said in a deep voice, "Before I came, someone specifically told me that according to our agreed terms, the Whitebird pirates must find the dark fruit within 2 months, and send it to Wano country." When she said this, Hiruno Sakura repeated word by word, "Remember, it must be the dark fruit. Otherwise, Sasuke-kun knows the consequences of not being able to fulfill the agreement." This sentence was emphasized. If the dark fruit was eaten by Marshal D. Teach, they would have to kill Teach and immediately start searching for the dark fruit again in the sea. This is really like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would take the Whitebird pirates 2 months to find the dark fruit. They might as well hope that Marshal D. Teach didn't eat the dark fruit. Marco scratched his head and couldn't help but opened his mouth to bargain. "Little girl, if Teach or someone else eats the dark fruit, we send him to Wano country. If that's the case, Akatsuki won't need the Whitebird pirates, and I won't need to come here to help with the treatment." Hiruno Sakura shook her head. Her voice gradually became lowered. "Sasuke-kun should know that catching a fruit ability user is not a difficult task for Akatsuki." Well, Uchiha Sasuke's expression was a little solemn. He frowned and said, "It seems that guy really gave us a huge problem. Now we can only rely on our luck, right?" Galilla Whitebird Edward Newgate couldn't help but smile and looked down at Thatch on the bed. At least Thatch saved his life. I'll remember this favor. Whether or not the fruit is found, Sakura Hiruno's face was a little embarrassed, and she couldn't help but said, according to our agreement, no matter what happens in the world, the whitebird pirates must find the dark fruit within 2 months and send it to Wano country. Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke's brows frowned more and more. He asked in a deep voice, what that guy means is that we must give him the dark fruit. Even if he gets the dark fruit first, it will be regarded as a breach of contract by us, right? Yes. Sakura Hiruno nodded slowly. Hey, what's the logic? Diamond Jaws couldn't help but loudly accused. Didn't you say that, as long as you get the dark fruit, it would be enough? Yeah. Flower Sword Vista's face was also a little serious. If that's the case, what if you prevent us from dealing with the traitor Teach? If that's the case. Aizo's face was also a little ugly. He didn't have a good impression of these enemies who invaded Wano country. It sounds like this method is really despicable. Shut up. Whitebird glared at the captain who was in an uproar, then turned to look at Hiruno Sakura, grinned and said, Gilala, the leader of Akatsuki is really interesting. If he gets the dark fruit earlier than us, we snatch it from him and give it back to him. It would be considered as fulfilling the agreement, right? Hiruno Sakura couldn't help but take a half step back. Uchiha Sasuke stood in front of Whitebird, looked at Hiruno Sakura and continued, Sakura, is that guy's condition so harsh? The Whitebird pirates and Akatsuki cooperated to find Teach and the dark fruit. Isn't this possible? That Hiruno Sakura grabbed her ninja tool bag and whispered, Sasuke-kun, have you been here too long? When has Akatsuki ever cooperated with others? When Hiruno Sakura said this, she continued, before I came, someone specifically told me to tell you not to do stupid things. You should know the gap between the Whitebird pirates and Akatsuki, right? Hey, you Akatsuki are too contemptuous of us. We are the strongest pirate group in the world. Just a hidden organization. Just an ally of Kaido. Uchiha Sasuke looked ugly. Is the gap between the Whitebird pirates and Akatsuki big? This is really not something Hiruno Sakura can insult. Seriously speaking, the gap between the two is not ordinary. Whether it is from the top, middle or bottom level combat power, the entire Whitebird pirates including all its subordinate pirate groups are definitely no match for the Akatsuki. The peripheral force of the Akatsuki, the Beast's Pirates, is one of the 4 Emperor's pirate groups like the Whitebird Pirates, and is just one of the armed forces under Akatsuki. Come to think of it, Marco waved his hand to stop a group of captains, looked at Hiruno Sakura curiously and said, your Akatsuki leader sounds like a really unreasonable person. Isn't he worried that we can't fulfill our agreement? Ha 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 ha. Marco is so bad. But Marco is right. Little girl, we are pirates. Little girl, pirates may not fulfill any agreements. Although we and the Whitebird pirates will fulfill our agreements, our swords are also very sharp. Stop talking. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly turned scarlet. He looked at the captain's present coldly and said in a deep voice, Vista, Sakura is a medical ninja who came to help save Thatch. What do you mean? At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's domineering aura was undoubtedly exposed. No matter who it was, they couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Whitebird stretched out his palm, rubbed Sasuke's hair, and gently soothed his emotions. Sasuke, put away your domineering. It doesn't matter if you scare these stupid sons, but don't scare our guests. After saying that, Whitebird looked at Hiruno Sakura and grinned. Gilala. I'm so sorry, my sons are so rude. This 4 Emperors is really like a father. Because only Whitebird Edward Newgate used his father's identity to apologize to Hiruno Sakura, a medical ninja, for his group of unpromising sons. Just like other fathers. It's okay. Hiruno Sakura bit her lips, shook her head, and said in a deep voice, that person didn't tell me what he would do. Sasuke-kun should understand. When Hiruno Sakura said this, she looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a hint of worry in her eyes. Sasuke-kun, did you threaten that person? Or, did you accidentally say something excessive to him? I was worried about Thatch's injury at the time. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but look uglier. According to his guess, Uehara Naraku was probably petty again and deliberately proposed this condition to target him and the Whitebird pirates. It is also possible that Uehara Naraku was looking for a reason to start targeting the whitebird pirates. But now it has begun. No matter what, there is no room for maneuver. Uehara Naraku transferred Hiruno Sakura from the ninja world to help rescue Thatch, and it was destined that this game of life that he had started to control could not be turned back. For a Thatch, it is very likely that the whitebird pirates will be killed. The only chance for the whitebird pirates to win is to find Marshall D. Teach immediately, pray that he has not eaten the fruit, and take back the dark fruit he stole. Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Hiruno Sakura and said seriously, thank you for helping to rescue Thatch. Please go back and tell that person that I will seriously fulfill this agreement. No. Whitebird reached out and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Whitebird will fulfill the agreement. Whitebird turned his head to look at Hiruno Sakura and couldn't help grinning. Gilalalal. Since that guy doesn't want my favor, little girl, then this favor will be remembered on you. No. Hiruno Sakura waved her hands hurriedly, her expression slightly embarrassed. Actually, there is no need for this. I was just ordered to carry out a mission. It doesn't matter. We have already remembered it anyway. At this point, Whitebird smiled and continued, no matter what you want to do, we will help you. If you want to pick a husband from this ship, I will agree. Gilalalal. Second update. Chapter 519 Uehara Naraku's Conspiracy. Moby Dick. Hiruno Sakura left shyly. Uchiha Sasuke said goodbye to Hiruno Sakura and returned to the ship. The pirates on the ship looked at Uchiha Sasuke and everyone couldn't help but whistled at Sasuke, and the whole Moby Dick was full of joy. After Whitebird Edward Newgate pointed it out, most of the pirates could already see the relationship between Uchiha Sasuke and Hiruno Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but frowned, looking at Whitebird and said, hey, old man, don't say anything nonsense. Really? Whitebird grinned. He slowly shook his head, turned to look at Marco beside him. Gilala. Marco, it's good to be young, right? Yes, Dad. Marco couldn't help but curl his lips. The captains on the Moby Dick quickly gathered around Uchiha Sasuke, and everyone's face was full of smiles. Hey, Sasuke, when are you getting married? The Moby Dick can hold a wedding at any time. It doesn't matter, even if you have children. We had 2 babies on this ship before, and we can help you take care of the children. Miss Hiruno Sakura is very cute. Get married right away. You are already 20 years old, a mature adult. These captains squeezed Sasuke one after another. Even Portgusty Ace couldn't help laughing. If the child is born, I must be his godfather. You guys. Uchiha Sasuke's face was a little ugly. He couldn't help but hold his forehead and said, shut up first. Well, it's really strange. Ace wouldn't listen. He couldn't help but touch his chin. I remember Sasuke seemed to mention Miss Hiruno Sakura occasionally. She seemed to be your and Naruto's companion. To be honest, Ace was able to remember it thanks to Uzumaki Naruto. After all, the people that Uchiha Sasuke mentioned the most, if they were arranged in order, the highest one would definitely be the leader of Akatsuki, that person. Usually when Uchiha Sasuke mentioned the leader of Akatsuki, he warned Ace not to say bad things about him, but it often had the opposite effect. The second one was Uzumaki Naruto, because Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto had a complicated relationship, and once they talked about the past, they could not avoid the yellow-haired man. The next one was Uchiha Itachi, and occasionally Ace and Uchiha Sasuke talked about their families, and they would mention Uchiha Itachi. Hiruno Sakura. She appeared very rarely, usually with Uzumaki Naruto, so Ace had never discovered the emotional problems between Uchiha Sasuke and Hiruno Sakura. Sakura and I were teammates in the same class. Uchiha Sasuke's face became more and more ugly. He just responded and then angrily said, didn't I say, don't talk about this anymore? How could he say this? Should Sasuke himself say that when he was in Konoha's ninja school, he was very popular with girls, and Hiruno Sakura was just one of them? Or maybe she was the relatively important one? Really, you yourself? Marco shook his head helplessly. Just when he was about to say something else, he saw Uchiha Sasuke's unhappy face. He quickly changed the subject. Okay, let's not talk about this. Is it okay to leave Miss Hiruno Sakura on that island? No problem. Uchiha Sasuke nodded and whispered, that guy will not let his loyal subordinates get hurt. Maybe Sakura has been taken away by now. When they parted, Hiruno Sakura had already told him that Uehara Naraku was very dissatisfied with his behavior and believed that he had failed in his duty and did not report the news of the dark fruit in the first place. But everything still could not be hidden from Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku even knew that Teach had stolen the dark fruit. Let's get down to business. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Whitebeard and said, "Old man, I'm going to hunt down Teach and see if I can take back the dark fruit. If Teach eats that fruit, I will kill that guy. You should take this opportunity to find the reborn dark fruit." "Sasuke, let me go." Ace walked to Sasuke and said in a deep voice, "Teach is my team member. He has violated the iron rule that must not be violated on this ship. I want to bring him back." "Shut up." Uchiha Sasuke glared at Ace. This time, Ace did not retreat like before. He just whispered, "Sasuke, this is something I can never forgive myself for. If I hadn't ignored Teach's ambition, Thatch wouldn't have almost died. Ace, this is not your fault. Yeah, no one thought that Teach would hurt his companions because of a devil fruit. Don't blame yourself too much, Ace." "Sorry, everyone." Portgusty Ace took off his hat and said seriously, "This is the only time I want to make up for the mistake I made. My boat is the fastest I can go by myself, and I will take the dark fruit back soon." As the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace's self-blame and guilt made him stand up and take this responsibility. If he hadn't ignored Teach, the Whitebeard Pirates wouldn't have had so many troubles. "Ace." Whitebeard showed some hesitation on his face. The agreement between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Akatsuki organization must be fulfilled. No matter what, someone has to do the hunting down of Marshal D. Teach. But this matter is very troublesome. Marshal D. Teach had been hiding in the Whitebeard Pirates for so many years, pretending to be an honest man, and no one could see what he was thinking. Now it seems that guy may be more dangerous than imagined. Whitebeard shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Let's think of other ways here for the next few days. Don't be too impatient, Ace." "Forget it, I'll go with Ace." Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Ace, who was full of stubbornness. As the former vice captain of the Spade Pirates, Sasuke knew Ace's mood very well. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Whitebeard and interrupted him. "Old man, we only have 2 months. Teach may eat the dark fruit at any time. We can't waste it anymore. Let's go." "Okay." Ace nodded. Ace stretched out his finger, and a ball of fire flashed across his fingertips, quickly burning the rope outside the Moby Dick, and a small boat powered by a flame thruster fell on the sea. The figures of 2 people flew down from the air and landed on the boat. "Hey, Ace, Sasuke, wait for Dad to finish talking. You are too impatient." A group of captains rushed to speak and tried to stop them. They could only see a wave of airwaves raised by the flames. Ace's boat was already sailing quickly into the distance. Whitebeard's brows were still furrowed. He slowly clenched his fists and ordered in a deep voice, "Marco, we can't sit idle. Immediately issue the captain's order to other ships to hunt down Teach in the New World." "Yes." Marco nodded immediately. He glanced at Whitebeard again and persuaded him, "Dad, don't worry too much. If Sasuke and Ace go together, they won't have any trouble on the road. After all, Uchiha Sasuke has the combat power of the 4 emperors. Even the admirals of the Navy headquarters are not his opponents. It's okay." Whitebeard shook his head, and his expression was still not very good. Just as Uchiha Sasuke and Ace set out to look for Marshal D. Teach, Uehara Naraku also received the news. He and Kizaru were still on their way to Marineford. Uehara Naraku tapped his fingers on the table and sighed softly. "It seems that my days in the Navy will not last long." According to the intelligence Uehara Naraku recently received, Marshal D. Teach, the man who manipulated the outbreak of the war at the top, has left the Whitebeard Pirates. Uehara Naraku will definitely not let this leak go. According to Uehara Naraku's idea, Marshal D. Teach is the most suitable candidate for his second boss. However, if you want to join Teach's pirate group, it will probably take a lot of effort. The most suitable place should be in Pelton Prison. Kizaru didn't know what Uehara Naraku was thinking. He couldn't help but smile. "Oh, ho ho. Mr. Uehara doesn't like being in the Navy. This is the best. Otherwise, wouldn't he have to face 2 bosses all the time?" His boss in public is Admiral Buddha Sengoku, and his boss in secret is Naraku Uehara, the leader of Akatsuki. If the two bosses are together, it would be too much psychological pressure for this little admiral. It is really great that Naraku Uehara wants to leave the navy. Yeah, the navy is boring. Naraku Uehara sighed and continued, before I leave, I have to do something for the navy. Really? Kizaru's eyes became subtle. In fact, the navy doesn't need it at all, and it's best to do nothing. However, Naraku Uehara's requests are generally irresistible, whether he wants to do good things or bad things. If someone dares to refuse Uehara's kindness, it is said that the world will be full of malice towards that person. Naraku Uehara thought for a while, and suddenly looked at Kizaru. Borsalino, if I help the world government capture Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army, will the five elders reward me by killing a few celestial dragons to make myself happy? Kizaru's eyes were a little confused. What exactly is Naraku Uehara thinking? Catch dragon and kill a few more celestial dragons? Which side does Uehara want to stand on? There are some things I don't know whether I should say. Kizaru showed some hesitation on his face, but he still said it. Drag's situation is more complicated than I thought. If you want to catch him, it doesn't matter. Uehara Naraku waved his hand again and whispered, if we can't catch Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army, it doesn't matter if we just catch the second in command of the revolutionary army. Uehara Naraku's mouth curled up, as if he thought of something happy, and his fingers tapped the table a little bit. It's really curious. Uehara Naraku's smile was almost uncontrollable. I spent a little effort and finally let that person recover his memory. Who? Kizaru couldn't understand what Uehara Naraku meant. You will know it soon. Uehara Naraku shook his head and didn't say much. The frequency of his fingers tapping the table gradually increased, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more mysterious. Now that his memory has been restored, Sabo will follow Dragon to Rogue Town to see off his sworn brother as he enters the Grand Line, right? Third update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520, Kabuto Yakushi vs. Garp. Marineford. The gate of justice slowly opened. A warship sailed towards the port under the push of the ocean current. Aokiji stood by the window of Akanu's office, watching the warship parked at the port from afar. He couldn't help scratching his hair, and turned to look at Akanu, who was still working hard to review documents. Sakazuki, it seems that Borsalino is back. Huh, he's back at the right time. Akanu snorted slowly, closed the folder in his hand, and threw it on the table, frowning in dissatisfaction. I just finished processing his documents. Akanu put down the pen in his hand, stood up and walked to the window. It seems that the man is here too? Yeah. Aokiji nodded. In the sight of Aokiji and Akanu, they saw Kizaru and a young man walking down the warship. The young man seemed to notice the gazes of the two admirals. He raised his head and squinted his eyes, showing them a warm smile. It was Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku's smile makes people feel that he must be a good person. Let's go. Akanu couldn't help but clench his fists and said in a cold voice, I heard that Kabuto Yakushi and Marshal Sengoku are waiting for him. What's coming is still coming. Let's go and see what he wants to do in Marineford. Well, it shouldn't be necessary, right? Aokiji scratched his hair and couldn't help but persuade his colleagues. Sakazuki, if he wants to do something, we can't stop him, right? Yes. In fact, they can't do anything. At this point, Aokiji continued slowly, instead of this, it's better not to see him. It's out of sight, out of mind. What Aokiji said sounds reasonable at first glance, but this is clearly a surrender to Uehara Naraku. Kuzen. Akanu's face couldn't help but darken, and a drop of magma fell from his body. He turned and walked out. Then you stay here. Forget it. I'd better go with you to take a look. Aokiji rubbed his forehead. I feel that if I don't go now, if something goes wrong, it will be difficult to end it. The office of the Navy Admiral. When Uhura Naraku followed Kizaru in, several high-ranking Navy officials were already sitting in this office, and they were all waiting for his arrival. The Navy Admiral, Buddha Sengoku. The Navy Staff, Crane, Yakushi Kabuto. The Admirals of the Navy Headquarters, Akainu, Aokiji. The Vice Admiral of the Navy, Monkey D. Garp. After Kizaru, the Navy Admiral, sat down, this office already included the strongest combat power of the entire Navy. This formation, if it were an ordinary Navy, they would probably be scared. Uhura Naraku hurriedly tidied his military uniform, took a deep breath, and solemnly performed a Navy salute. Marshal, I'm a colonel of the Navy Headquarters and a member of the Sword Force, Uhura Naraku, and I'm here to report for duty. Ahem. Cough. Kabuto covered his lips and coughed a few times, then personally brought a chair and placed it next to Uhura Naraku. Colonel Naraku, you have worked hard along the way. Please sit down and take a rest. Uhura Naraku seemed a little at a loss and took the chair from Kabuto with gratitude on his face. Thank you, Vice Admiral Kabuto. You're welcome. Kabuto squinted his eyes and smiled, waved his hand, and continued to ask with a smile, can I have some juice? I just prepared a few glasses of freshly squeezed juice here. I dare not. It's too much trouble. Uhura Naraku couldn't help showing a trace of panic. At this moment, Uhura Naraku was a naval colonel who was inexplicably treated with courtesy by the Vice Admiral, and seemed a little flattered. Vice Admiral Churu watched this scene, and couldn't help showing a little regret on his face. Little Kabuto is still the same in his dealings with others. When he was in Marineford, Kabuto Yakushi was polite to everyone. If Vice Admiral Churu didn't know what Kabuto Yakushi had done in recent years to please the 5 elders and the world government, she might still have a good impression of Kabuto Yakushi as before. Now, Vice Admiral Churu saw that Kabuto Yakushi was so polite to the Navy Captain Uhura Naraku, and she was really not used to it. She felt that Kabuto Yakushi had bad intentions. Captain Naraku and I were colleagues before. Kabuto Yakushi reached out and took a glass of juice and handed it to Uhura Naraku, pushed his glasses and chuckled, and we are old friends who haven't seen each other for several years. Speaking of which, I really miss him a little. Does Kabuto still remember his old comrade? Monkey D. Garp walked to Uhura Naraku's side, slapped him on the shoulder, and laughed. What a spirited little guy. This slap. The force was quite strong. Uhura Naraku quickly tilted his body, and a trace of suppressed pain appeared on his face. Hiss. Vice Admiral Garp. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Everyone present changed their expression slightly. The 3 admirals of the Navy Headquarters don't know what expression they should make now. Is this Uhura Naraku really going to act like this in the Navy Headquarters? Damn. Now he can't even stand a slap. Where is the momentum when he pressed the admiral to the ground and beat him? Sengoku looked at Uhura Naraku's painful expression and couldn't help but frowned. Hey, Garp, what are you doing, you idiot? Ha 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 ha, come and get a bag of senbei. After saying that, Garp didn't wait for Sengoku to refuse and picked up the senbei on Sengoku's desk and returned to his seat. Don't do unnecessary things. Vice Admiral Churu looked at Garp reproachfully, then looked at Uhura Naraku, slowly put his palms together, chuckled and said, he is indeed a very energetic little guy. Kuzan, you should learn from others occasionally. Don't always look so unmotivated. Aokiji's eyebrows trembled. Akainu and Kizaru couldn't help but lower their heads. Monkey D. Garp tore open the senbei in his hand, his eyes still looking straight at Uhura Naraku who was still in pain, and started to eat with a giggle. When he first saw the wanted order, Garp once felt that Uhura Naraku might be a little dangerous. At that time, Garp didn't have a particularly clear feeling. It was just a subconscious intuition at first sight. Later, when Baroque Works looted Windmill Village, Garp learned from Makino, Tina and others that Uhura Naraku was actually a good person. Later, Garp forgot about Uhura. Now that the 2 of them finally met here for the first time, Garp remembered the incident again and simply slapped Uhura on the shoulder. It seemed that Uhura Naraku's reaction was not fake, and he didn't seem to be in any danger in terms of strength. Colonel Naraku, it's okay. Kabuto Yakushi's palm fell on Uhura Naraku's shoulder, rubbed it and said, Vice Admiral Garp is very powerful. If you rub it, it shouldn't hurt so much immediately. Thank you, Vice Admiral Yakushi Kabuto. Uehara Naraku slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Vice Admiral Chiru frowned at this scene and said softly, "I'm sorry, Colonel Uehara Naraku. Garp is such a reckless person. I heard that, before you joined the Navy, I had to thank you for your help in the matter of Windmill Village." "Don't say that." Uehara Naraku hurriedly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "My power is limited, and I only did a little insignificant thing, but at that time, I could only barely save some innocent people." "Well said." Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses, glanced at Monkey D. Garp, and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. "It's just a pity that Monkey D. Luffy, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp who was saved by Colonel Naraku, has now become a pirate on the sea." "What?" The whole office was suddenly filled with astonishment. Everyone looked at Garp involuntarily, especially the Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku, who couldn't help but look at Garp with anger on his face. He glanced at Kabuto Yakushi again, and said in a deep voice, "Ahem. I already know about this." The naval hero was still eating senbei slowly. He saw Sengoku's eyes, which were slightly vague. He scratched his head and laughed. "He is just an ignorant child. Besides, Luffy hasn't caused any big trouble now." "Really?" Kabuto Yakushi shook his head, looked at Garp, and chuckled and continued, "But the information I received here is that Monkey D. Luffy destroyed a naval branch in the East China Sea. Colonel Mouse has reported to me privately. The situation is very serious." When he said this, Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help turning his head and chuckled. "Marshall has received it too, right? The bounty for Monkey D. Luffy should be issued soon, right?" "Well." Sengoku nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, "I have approved the bounty of 30 million berries for Straw Hat Luffy. This number is not enough." Kabuto Yakushi's face immediately became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "According to the information I have, the bounty for Monkey D. Luffy should be at least 100 million berries. We should even send a fleet to arrest him." "Well." Vice Admiral Kabuto Yakushi, Aokiji, sat on the chair, spread out his palms and said, "A new pirate who went to sea, and in the East China Sea, which has the title of the weakest sea, directly offered a bounty of 100 million. Isn't it a bit of an underestimation of the majesty of the Navy? I'm just preparing for a rainy day." Kabuto Yakushi looked at Aokiji with a smile. "Besides, I have also found out about the past of Straw Hat Luffy and Red Hair Shanks. Straw Hat Luffy is the seed of evil. If he is underestimated too much, the Navy will regret it sooner or later." Hey. Vice Admiral Garp could not help but slam the table, and a layer of anger could not help but emerge on his face. "Cow Yakushi, what do you mean, kid? He is my grandson, and he was just temporarily deceived by that bastard Red Hair. Do you think I'm also an evil pirate? I never meant to discredit Vice Admiral Garp." Kabuto Yakushi slowly shook his head, looked at Garp and said, "I'm just speaking the truth in the spirit of responsibility to the world government and the Navy." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and continued calmly, "As the highest head of the world government's intelligence department, there are some things we are very clear about. Vice Admiral Garp should also know that once your grandson's background is found out, humph, my son is still a member of the Revolutionary Army." Garp could not help but hugged his arms and snorted coldly. "Yes." Kabuto Yakushi smiled and nodded, and continued calmly, "So we have also been secretly tracking down Monkey D. Dragon. I believe the result will not disappoint you." Uehara Naraku could not help but glance at Kabuto Yakushi. It seems that Kabuto Yakushi is quite good at being an undercover agent in the world government. First update. Chapter 521, Yakushi Kabuto vs Buddha Warring States. In Sengoku's office, Garp's mouth is obviously not as sharp as Yakushi Kabuto's. Kabuto Yakushi, who has always been known for his resourcefulness and intelligence, is very clear about Lieutenant General Garp's Achilles heel, and every word he speaks can directly hit Garp's Achilles heel. Seeing that a dispute was about to break out, Lieutenant General he raised his head and glanced at Kabuto Yakushi and said persuadingly, "Kabuto, we are here to discuss Akatsuki's affairs. As for the new pirate Straw Hat Luffy, let's deal with it for the time being. Put it aside. The relationship between Lieutenant General he and Kabuto Yakushi has always been good, and he has always taken good care of Kabuto Yakushi, a new generation of wise generals. However, in the past 2 years, due to Kabuto Yakushi's rapid promotion, He has gradually revealed that he wants to leave the Navy and go straight to work. The high position means that the relationship is somewhat distant. Among the people present, only General Hezhang had a low status, and it seemed that he was relatively close to Yakushi Kabuto and Garp in terms of relationship, and could calm down their sharpness. If General Churu is qualified to persuade Kabuto Yakushi, then Naraku Uehara is undoubtedly able to stop Kabuto Yakushi. Admiral Kabuto. Naraku Uehara slowly closed his palms, lowered his head and said, "When I rescued Mr. Luffy, I knew he would go to sea to become a pirate, and it was Mr. Luffy's persuasion gave me the courage to face my past, and made me understand that, as long as I still have the dream of joining the Navy to enforce justice, I will do it, no matter how difficult it is ahead." Uehara Naraku raised his head again, his eyes firm, and his expression a bit firm. He gradually became excited. "That's why I dared to accept your invitation in Alabasta, join the Navy Sword Force, and work together to overthrow the evil pirate crocodile." There was silence in the entire office. Everyone present could not help but be shocked when they heard Uehara's words. The expressions of the three generals of the Navy headquarters seemed to be struck by lightning. What the hell was this guy talking about? Did you dare to join the Navy because you heard encouragement from a pirate? Your acting is too outrageous. If Aokiji, Akainu and Kizaru didn't really know the identity of Naraku Uehara, it actually feels like Naraku Uehara's story sounds quite similar, almost like the truth. Unfortunately, this story doesn't fit his true identity at all. The three generals of the Navy headquarters suddenly woke up, and their expressions became very ugly. Is this Naraku Uehara pretending again? It's a pity none of the three old people in the office noticed it. Ha 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 ha. Lieutenant General Garp looked at Uehara Naraku and couldn't help but laugh. "Uehara kid, I really like you more and more. When things here are over, I will have two good ones by my side. Recruits, if you talk, you must have something in common." In fact, Colonel Mao's in the East China Sea was not the first time Luffy had caused trouble. There was also Colonel Monka in the 153rd branch of the East China Sea who was the first navy that Luffy defeated. It's just that the navy there was grateful to Luffy for defeating the cruel Colonel Monka and did not report it to Mariner Vando. Garp learned about this when he went to the East China Sea and brought back two navy recruits. One of the new recruits was named Kirby. The new recruit named Kirby seemed to have joined the navy under Luffy's encouragement. Just as Garp laughed, Naraku Uehara shook his head again and whispered, "Of course, since I became a marine, I must enforce justice, so I will not let Mr. Luffy go, that pirate," said when they arrived here. Uehara Naraku slowly turned his head and looked at the Navy Marshal Sengoku. "Marshal, I request to be transferred from the sword troops to the East China Sea to capture Luffy. Because I believe in the power of Monkey D. Luffy. He is not just a simple pirate, he must also be a threat to justice." Ha 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 ha. Garp, who was sitting next to him and listening to Uehara Naraku's words, laughed and nodded, and even looked at Uehara with encouragement. "Naraku, okay, kid Naraku Uehara, then hurry up and help me catch that bastard Luffy and bring him to Mariner Vando." Buddha Sengoku fell into silence. To be honest, Sengoku didn't want to agree to this, because after the Navy Sword Unit proved its feasibility, Uehara Naraku was considered a rare spy talent, and Sengoku even wanted to be important to him. "I know that the Navy cannot commit crimes below." Naraku Uehara slowly lowered his head and continued softly, "But I don't want to continue to hide my identity and continue to carry out justice in the dark, because I'm worried about myself, and I don't know when it is possible to mix with the darkness." Naraku Uehara slowly clenched his fists and whispered, "I saw the darkness in Wano country, but I could only hide aside in order not to reveal my identity. Every time one day, I was worried about whether I would really become that cold-blooded." Uehara Naraku's voice became lower and lower, and the atmosphere in the entire office seemed a little gloomy under his voice. "I once secretly wanted to go helping those who are trapped in darkness, but the members of CP0 stopped me. They were also killing people. They personally killed the people I wanted to help, just to stop me from going out and possibly exposing my identity." Everyone present fell into silence. Even Aoki couldn't help but tilt his head. Is what Naraku Uehara said true or false? Why does it feel like what he said is becoming more and more true? This kind of thing is indeed in line with CP0's style. In order to avoid the risk of a spy's sudden kindness being exposed, CP0 will kill the person the spy wants to help and solve the root cause of the spy's motivation to be exposed. And everyone knows that CP0 will really do this, and they also have the right to do so, because CP0 directly serves the Xianlang people. Of course, the world government also has the power to mobilize them. Currently, there are only 7 people in the world government who have the authority to mobilize CP0. Apart from the 5 old stars, the only ones are Kabuto Yakushi and Commander Cyborg Khan. Obviously, according to the speculations of Marshal Sengoku and Lieutenant General Churu, what CP0 active in Wano did was most likely under the instruction of Kabuto Yakushi. After all, Kabuto Yakushi is the only one who has been monitoring the intelligence of Wano country. They couldn't help but look at Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto Yakushi slowly pushed up his glasses, with a serious look on his face. Colonel Naraku, what CP0 did in Wano was under my instruction, and everything I did was for your safety. When he said this, Yakushi Kabuto's face even showed a trace of severity. If it weren't for you, CP0 wouldn't have lost so many people. Even these losses that CP0 had to protect the world's nobles were not caused by protecting you. The loss will be greater. This sentence is also very true. Since the Akatsuki organization occupied Wano, CP0 manpower has continued to be lost in Wano. Even the CP0 of the Xianlang people has been reduced. The entire CP department has been unable to bear the loss of CP0 with constant blood transfusions. Every year, the CP0 members sent to Wano have disappeared. If Kabuto Yakushi was not good at cultivating spies, the CP department might have been paralyzed. Lieutenant General Kabuto, but those people I want to save are not only not he was not saved by me, but died under our butcher's knife because of me. A shadow gradually appeared on Naraku Uehara's face. He gritted his teeth tightly and continued in a low voice, "What do you want me to do? What can I do? I only dare to vent my anger in my seclusion, saying that it is for a greater purpose, to convince myself. But the lingering feeling of powerlessness and guilt is like a nightmare, making me unable to do it at all. I know how long I can hold on." Colonel Naraku Uehara. Buddha Sengoku slowly took off his glasses and wiped the fog on them. The Navy Marshal finally felt the pain and struggle of a spy personally. This story completely moved the Admiral to compassion. Back then, his adopted son Corazon was actually suffering from Naraku Uehara's mentality, right? No, in other words, Corazon's suffering was even worse, because the pirate group Corazon was undercover was his brother Don Quixote. Corazon eventually died. Now, Naraku Uehara came back from Wano country in pain. If Naraku Uehara is forced to perform an undercover mission, it may really cause mental problems for this marine who has chosen to fight for justice regardless of his own life. Sengoku slowly put his glasses back on the bridge of his nose, shook his head and sighed. He took a breath and said seriously, "Yes, after we finish this meeting, I will promote you, based on your merit, and that's not possible." Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and stood there. He walked to the Navy Marshal's desk and said slowly, "Colonel Naraku is the best undercover member of the Navy's sword force. How much manpower did CP0 waste to allow him to lurk in Wano for so many years?" The corner of Yakushi Kabuto's mouth curled up. He hooked up and looked at the Warring States Marshal with a sneer. "Marshal, you don't really think that CP0 protected him for so long at all costs, just to let him come back and become an ordinary naval colonel, right?" Yakushi Kabuto slowly squatted down in front of Naraku Uehara. He chuckled and said, "No way. I will recruit him and transfer him to the CP0 department and continue to do his job." Kabuto. Lieutenant General He's face suddenly turned ugly. Standing up, she looked at the white-haired young man she once regarded as the hope of the Navy with some disbelief. Didn't Kabuto Yakushi hear about Naraku Uehara just now? Why did Yakushi Kabuto become like this? Could it be that, after staying in the world government for so long, he will gradually be corrupted by the power there? The current Yakushi Kabuto simply regards human life as nothing. Kabuto, how could this happen? Lieutenant General he couldn't help but look at Yakushi Kabuto and sighed. Colonel Naraku Uehara has lived enough of that kind of dark life. If he continues like this, He may not. I can play the role of an undercover agent as you wish. Lieutenant Admiral Kabuto Yakushi. Buddha Sengoku stood up slowly, looked at Kabuto Yakushi, and said in a deep voice, I'm still the Marshal of the Navy, and I'm still qualified to decide. Appointment of Vice Admiral of the Navy. Colonel Naraku Uehara has been undercover in Wano for almost 3 years, providing countless intelligence to the Navy and the world government. Colonel Naraku Uehara will be promoted to Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters with immediate effect. Lieutenant General Yakushi Kabuto, now you have equal military ranks. Yakushi Kabuto's expression changed. The next moment, Kabuto Yakushi stood up slowly, stretched out his hand to pinch Uehara Naraku's shoulder, and his smile gradually became weird. How courageous, Lord Marshal. Kabuto Yakushi picked up another glass of juice and handed it to him. He gave it to Uehara Naraku, who was a little dazed, and said with a smile, you are promoted very quickly, Lieutenant General Naraku. Then I wish Lieutenant General Naraku good luck in the sea in the future, but I will let the CP department protect you at any time. Oh. These words made Buddha Zhi Sengoku's face become increasingly ugly. In the opinion of this naval marshal, Kabuto Yakushi definitely did not let the CP department protect him, but used the CP department to monitor Naraku Uehara. This guy Kabuto Yakushi, ever since he slowly entered the world government and became a popular figure in the eyes of the 5 old stars and the celestial dragons, he has become more and more arrogant. And this guy's really arrogant. Kabuto the pharmacist, who was very friendly towards others, now it seems that he is actually a vulture dressed as a dove of peace. It's a pity. Warring states had nothing to do with him. When Buddha Sengoku and Yakushi Kabuto were arguing, the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters were still sitting calmly, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. At this moment, the 3 of them really didn't know what to say. The 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters looked at me, and I looked at you. Aokiji held his chin, and continued to be in a daze. Akainu slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Kizaru trimmed his nails. The life of Marine Fando is really boring. Huh. Aokiji suddenly reacted and looked at Naraku Uehara in disbelief. Sengoku and Kabuto Yakushi almost had a fight, but in the end, Naraku Uehara was promoted. Second update. Chapter 522, the 3 admirals of the Navy didn't know what their expressions were the whole time. The office of the Admiral of the Navy. Aokiji couldn't help scratching his hair. He was just distracted for a while, so he missed some crucial point. Why did Admiral Sengoku and Kabuto Yakushi almost fall out? How come Uehara Naraku got promoted? And it was promised by Admiral Sengoku himself. Kabuto Yakushi and Uehara Naraku are obviously in the same group. Although Aokiji didn't know what happened, he was very clear about one thing, that is, Admiral Sengoku must have been fooled. At this time, Admiral Sengoku regarded himself as the winner. Because Sengoku knew that, even if Uehara Naraku might be threatened by Kabuto Yakushi in the future, he had temporarily saved a navy that was about to be destroyed by Kabuto Yakushi. Vice Admiral Uehara Naraku. Zanji Yuo sat down again and said solemnly, now let's start talking about the Akatsuki organization. After you finish your report, go to the logistics department to select a suitable vice admiralship and execute your justice on the sea. After that, Zanji Yuo turned his head and looked at Kabuto Yakushi and ordered coldly, Vice Admiral Kabuto Yakushi, I remember that the intelligence in the past was generally recorded by you. Is it okay for you to record it in person now? Kabuto Yakushi's face darkened. The next moment, Kabuto Yakushi nodded slowly, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Then I hope our Vice Admiral Naraku can provide us with some more detailed information. Kabuto Yakushi now looks like a villain. If Aokiji, Kizaru and Akainu didn't know the true identity of Kabuto Yakushi, they really thought that Kabuto Yakushi would kill Uehara Naraku in the future. Damn. These 2 guys are better at acting than expected. It is hard to imagine how complicated Marshal Sengoku's feelings will be when he finds out that Uehara Naraku and Kabuto Yakushi are actually in the same group. Even he, the Admiral of the Navy, resolutely promoted the leader of Akatsuki himself. Aokiji rubbed his hair vigorously, and his face gradually became a little embarrassed. If Marshal Sengoku knew these things in the future, wouldn't he have a heart attack? Aokiji could only hope that Sengoku had been the admiral of the navy for so many years, and he must have a nerve and heart as tough as Vice Admiral Garp. But what happened here? After the truth is revealed in the future, it may be difficult for even Vice Admiral Garp, a knowledgeable and strong-willed naval hero, to bear it. Kizaru and Akainu also reacted quickly. The expressions of the three admirals gradually synchronized again, and they felt that what happened in this office was really a bit unbearable to watch. However, what happened next was even more unbearable. A Navy admiral thought that the leader of Akatsuki was his subordinate, so he wanted to get information about Akatsuki from the leader of Akatsuki. Is this fucking interesting? Isn't it that the Navy can only believe what they tell them? Besides, the one who actually analyzed the intelligence, Kabuto Yakushi, is also a member of Akatsuki. Uehara Naraku was holding a glass of juice, sitting on a chair, and said with a grim expression, "Let me start from the beginning. According to the information I got from Wano country, it was 3 years ago that Akatsuki suddenly sent troops to occupy Wano country." After frowning, Sengoku asked, "I remember you contacted us and mentioned this matter. There was a war between Kato, the king of beasts, and Akatsuki, and they were defeated. Have you found out the details of this matter?" "I found it, but I can't believe it's true." Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and continued, "Because according to Akatsuki, the entire beasts pirate group was defeated by a woman. No, it should be said that they were defeated by God." Lieutenant General Naraku, this is not funny at all. The pen in Kabuto Yakushi's hand paused for a moment, and he questioned in a deep voice, "I remember that the leader of Akatsuki was a powerful man. It is said that members of Akatsuki, even including the defected Uchiha Sasuke, would only call the leader of Akatsuki the real god." Uehara Naraku slowly lowered his head. Aokiji, Akainu and Kizaru had subtle expressions. At this moment, the three of them finally understood why Kabuto Yakushi was regarded as the #1 confidant by Uehara Naraku. It would be a miracle if Kabuto Yakushi was not qualified to be the #1 confidant. Damn. Kabuto Yakushi is not only powerful, but also able to judge the situation and take care of everything about Uehara Naraku at all times, including Uehara's face. It was clearly in the office of the Navy Admiral, and the surrounding Sengoku, Garp and Vice Admiral Chiru were all staring at this place. How could Kabuto Yakushi praise Uehara so frankly? And it didn't arouse other people's suspicion. This kind of skill really can't be learned. Uehara Naraku was silent for a while, before he shook his head and whispered, "It is said that the woman was under the protection of the leader of Akatsuki. I have never actually seen that woman, but I have heard that her name should be Otsutsuki Kaguya. I have only heard of this matter. It doesn't matter, that's enough." Sengoku nodded slowly and said hesitantly, "The name Otsutsuki Kaguya does sound like the identity of a king or princess. Her identity should be extraordinary. First of all, let's temporarily put her on the most dangerous list. The name alone makes her a dangerous person." Yakushi Kabuto also nodded and continued to ask, "Lieutenant General Naraku, please continue to tell the story you heard in Wano country." Well, after Uehara Naraku nodded, his face gradually became serious. "In addition to Otsutsuki Kaguya, if Otsutsuki Kaguya occupies Wano country together, there is also a large-scale ninja army. I have seen ninjas appearing in Wano country countless times. The strength of these ninjas does not seem to be very good. They are just the armed forces of Akatsuki to conquer Wano country, but they are very vigilant, and I dare not have too much contact with them." "Well, you did the right thing." Sengoku nodded approvingly, spread his palms, and continued, "Go on. What happened in Wano country in the past few years?" "Yes." Uehara Naraku nodded, and continued seriously, "Since Akatsuki occupied Wano country, the leader of Akatsuki has been staying in his mansion and rarely shows up in Wano country. The entire Wano country is decided by the top leaders of Akatsuki." Uehara Naraku thought for a while before continuing. "Soon after the war between Akatsuki and the Beasts Pirates ended, the Beasts Pirates and Akatsuki reached an alliance. I took this opportunity to sneak into Wano country. It must be said that their alliance seems to be very solid. Even Kado is willing to completely withdraw from Wano country for Akatsuki, give up the factory he built in Wano country, and hand over all the business to Akatsuki. Uehara Naraku picked and chose to talk about a lot, most of which were stories about the alliance between the Beast's pirates and the Akatsuki organization, as well as the core members of the Akatsuki organization. These were all intelligence for the Navy. It was a bit of a pity that Uehara Naraku did not gather information about who the leader of Akatsuki was, and could only preliminarily judge that he might be a powerful swordsman. Because it is said that the leader of Akatsuki has a hobby of collecting famous swords. The famous swords of Wano country, the second generation of Kitetsu, Enma, and American English no Hibakari, were said to have fallen into the hands of the leader of Akatsuki and became his collection. Really? Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and closed the document in his hand. Whether these are rumors or not, then we may have collected enough. Yes. Uehara Naraku nodded hesitantly. In fact, it was a bit difficult for Uehara Naraku to make up a story this time, because his story was not moving. At least we have to wait until the truth is revealed in the future. His story will be moving. Then Vice Admiral Naraku, you go and rest first. Marshal Sengoku waved his hand and said softly, if you have any questions, we will find you again. After you have rested, you can take up the position of Vice Admiral. Yes, that. Uehara Naraku showed a little embarrassment on his face, as if he was a little timid, and felt that he was afraid of Marshal Sengoku. Marshal, can I set off now? I want to stop Mr. Luffy. Okay. Sengoku nodded, looked at Aokiji, and said meaningfully, it just so happens that you can take Kyuzen with you on the way. He happens to be patrolling the first half. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Sengoku. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In fact, the marshal should be worried that I will be unfavorable to Vice Admiral Naraku. Don't worry so much. Everyone here should know that I'm not a bad person. Sengoku ignored Kabuto Yakushi, but still looked at Aokiji. Obviously, he didn't believe what Kabuto Yakushi said and wanted Aokiji to protect Uehara for a while. If a Vice Admiral of the Navy was resentful and assassinated by Kabuto Yakushi right after taking office, this would undermine the dignity of him as the Admiral of the Navy. As for Kabuto Yakushi saying that he is not a bad person, even the pigeons raised in Marineford would not believe this. In less than 3 years, Kabuto Yakushi climbed all the way to this high position. How could he be pure in heart? Aokiji scratched his head and nodded helplessly. Okay, then I'll give you a ride along the way. Wait. Vice Admiral Garp showed a hearty laugh at the corner of his mouth. Let me go. I haven't seen that bastard Luffy for a long time. Ha 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 ha. No. Aokiji immediately rejected Garp. Because Aokiji was a little worried that Vice Admiral Garp, a veteran of the Navy who had always been respected, would fall into Uehara Naraku's conspiracy. This matter. Akainu is a president. Sengoku also rejected Garp's proposal. Because Sengoku knew his old friend's temperament, he might not be cruel to Monkey D. Luffy on the battlefield. If a Navy hero is exposed to have problems, it will easily cause some trouble in the Navy. Besides, Garp has more important things to do. The third update. Chapter 523 The Will of Marshal D. Teach, the monster called Black Zetsu. Due to the obstruction of Sengoku and Aokiji, Vice Admiral Garp still stayed in Marineford. Uehara Naraku didn't really want Vice Admiral Garp to act together. This naval hero was a little confusing and a real big trouble. He obviously didn't seem to have any brains, but this guy's intuition was too amazing. And from the current point of view, Garp seemed to have never lost to anyone. Monkey D. Garp, Whitebird Edward Newgate, these people standing at the top of the sea, who knows how powerful they will be when they fight for their lives. These people are quite scary when they risk their lives, and there is no reference for their real combat power. The most important thing is that, if Uehara Naraku didn't see Sabo when he went to the East China Sea this time, it is very likely that, in order to let the Revolutionary Army join the war, he would have to plot against Vice Admiral Garp's son Dragon, which would be too cruel to Vice Admiral Garp. The port of Marineford. Uehara Naraku stood on his warship, and Aokiji stood beside him. The warship was full of Navy officers from the Navy Logistics Department, and there was also a beautiful swordsman adjutant. Her name was Ain. This beautiful swordsman adjutant was Aokiji's junior sister, and also the senior sister of Kabuto Yakushi, and also a disciple of Admiral Zephyr of the Navy. Due to Kabuto Yakashi's obstruction, Zephyr was not able to establish naval guerrilla force, and he was still serving in Marineford, and Ain was still in the sequence of the Navy's dispatch. As for why Ain appeared here, of course, it was because Marshal Sengoku knew that Uehara Naraku's strength might not be enough, so he sent such a strong beautiful swordsman colonel as his adjutant, who could completely help block most of the troubles. The fact that this beautiful swordsman could be on Uehara Naraku's ship was also due to Kabuto Yakashi's arrangement. This was one of the members that Kabuto Yakashi had secretly developed in recent years. Ian held a glass of juice and slowly walked behind Uehara Naraku and Aokiji, and said seriously, "Lieutenant General Naraku, General Aokiji, can we set sail? Let's go." Uehara Naraku took the juice from Ian, nodded and said, "Let's go. Go directly to Rogue Town in the East China Sea, and don't stop along the way." "Well, let's do it." Aokiji nodded, and after watching Ian leave, he couldn't help but say, "You don't really want to catch Mr. Garp's grandson?" "Of course not." Uehara Naraku glanced at Aokiji, squinted his eyes and smiled. "I may just want to catch his son this time." Aokiji's face froze. This guy actually wants to catch Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. As Vice Admiral Garp's former adjutant, Aokiji knew all about the Garp family. His face looked a little ugly. "Are you targeting Dragon? That guy is not easy to deal with. In addition to his brain and thoughts, he also has his strength. The D family seems to be difficult to deal with." Uehara Naraku grinned and chuckled. "Speaking of which, if I'm there to support you, can I help you catch Dragon in secret?" "It's hard to say." Aokiji scratched his head and said calmly, "Besides, it's not realistic for us to get Dragon's whereabouts. Even Chief of Staff Kabuto has never found his whereabouts. Because Kabuto Yakashi has been secretly tracking down the Revolutionary Army, and he has even found out about many cadres of the Revolutionary Army, and he has taken this opportunity to gain more and more appreciation from the Five Elders. But Kabuto Yakashi really didn't find out much about Dragon. Is that so? I'll find a chance to talk to Kabuto." Uehara Naraku nodded slowly. He and Kabuto Yakashi wanted to find a time to have a good chat and see how to maximize their benefits. Just as Uehara Naraku and others set sail for the East China Sea, Uchiha Sasuke and Portgas d'Ace were still on their way to hunt down Blackbird. They had passed through Fishman Island and entered the first half of the Grand Line. With the full action of the Whitebird pirates, the news that Marshal D. Teach harmed his companions and defected from the Whitebird pirates also spread throughout the New World. The news that Whitebird Edward Newgate ordered Uchiha Sasuke and the captain of the 2nd Division, Portgas d'Ace, to hunt down the traitor Marshal D. Teach together was also gradually spreading. This incident immediately shocked the New World. Although Uchiha Sasuke often caused trouble in front of the Akatsuki organization, his reputation in the New World was not low at all. In the past few years, Uchiha Sasuke has almost always been the main force of the Whitebird pirates, and it is not the first or second time that he has confronted the Four Emperors. Even the still fleeing Blackbird Marshal D. Teach couldn't help but feel a little frightened and uneasy. He didn't expect that Uchiha Sasuke and Ace would come together to hunt him down. Even though Teach has obtained the power of the dark fruit, he doesn't think that he has the strength to defeat Uchiha Sasuke now. This is nonsense. Obviously, that guy is a figure who can compete with the Four Emperors, but he has been hiding in the Whitebird pirates playing house games. Now that Uchiha Sasuke is coming to hunt him down, Marshal D. Teach is not without a way to deal with him. He wants to try to use the Akatsuki organization, a small island in the first half of the Grand Line. Marshal D. Teach, biting a cherry pie in his mouth and holding a dendenmushi in his hand, called Uchiha Itachi. Ha 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 ha. "Mr. Itachi, I've got the dark fruit. Can we meet somewhere?" "Oh." Uchiha Itachi in the dendenmushi was surprised for a second, and his voice became calm again. "Okay, you hand over the dark fruit to us, and I will persuade Sasuke to spare your life." Ha 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 ha. This is not good. Marshal D. Teach laughed and continued, "Can't you let me join the Akatsuki organization?" "You want to join Akatsuki?" There was some doubt in Uchiha Itachi's voice, and the next moment his voice suddenly became cold. "Then let's make an appointment to meet somewhere, and hand over the dark fruit in your hand to me first. If confirmed to be correct, I will let you join Akatsuki." Burp. Marshall D. Teach burped and continued to laugh. If I were the user of the dark fruit, I should also be qualified to join Akatsuki? Uchiha Itachi's voice suddenly became cold, and he asked in a cold voice, Marshall D. Teach, did you eat the dark fruit? Hearing Uchiha Itachi's indifference, Teach couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and hurriedly explained to Uchiha Itachi on the other end of the Mushi, Mr. Itachi, doesn't Akatsuki only need the power of the dark fruit? And through the dark fruit, I seem to have obtained a way to collect devil fruit abilities, a method that only I know. When Marshall D. Teach said this, his voice gradually became ferocious. I can help Akatsuki collect any kind of devil fruit ability you want, even including Dad's tremor fruit ability. The voice of this man who once had ambitions slowly became a little bewitching. Thief, hahaha. That's enough to destroy the world. This is Teach's hidden secret. At this point, he wants to use this matter to seduce Akatsuki. This is the trump card that Marshall D. Teach intends to use to attract Akatsuki after he eats the dark fruit himself. Are you done? After hearing what Marshall D. Teach said, Uchiha Itachi's voice remained calm. It sounds like you have eaten the dark fruit, right? Yes. Teach nodded and continued to try to defend himself, but, no buts. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and continued calmly, you are no longer valuable. Since you have touched what Akatsuki wants, there is no need to live. Uchiha Itachi's voice returned to indifference. I will tell Sasuke to kill you quickly and revive the dark fruit again. After saying that, Uchiha Itachi hung up the Mushi. Marshall D. Teach looked at the Mushi in his hand with astonishment. The muscles on his face could not help but twitch. What does this mean? The next moment, Teach suddenly clenched the Mushi in his hand, and seeing the painful expression of the Mushi, his expression gradually became ferocious. Assholes. Who do you think you are? The dark fruit should have belonged to me. Just wait and see. When my plan succeeds, I'll let you Suarat know who is the owner of the dark fruit. On the other side of the sea, just as Marshall D. Teach was angry, in the waters of Big Mom, on the central island of Wonjiuo, Uchiha Itachi calmly put away his Mushi. Katakuri, who was lying next to Uchiha Itachi, bit a huge donut and said slowly, what's wrong, Itachi? Is there something wrong? In the past few years, Uchiha Itachi has spent most of his time with Katakuri, and the relationship between the two has become better and better. Maybe, because they are both older brothers? Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said softly, it's okay, it's just that another person who didn't know his own strength fell into the leader's trap. By the way, don't mention that you saw Black Zetsu in the future. Got it? Katakuri slowly ate his donuts, wiped his hands and mouth, and wrapped his mouth with the scarf again. The one who fell into the trap was Marshall Teach, who escaped from the hands of the old man Whitebird, right? Yeah. Uchiha Itachi nodded, shook his head again and said, but, there's no need to pay too much attention to him now. About Marshall D. Teach, the Akatsuki organization has already made arrangements, and even Uehara Naraku has already prepared a suitable partner for Teach. The first member of the upcoming Blackbird Pirates has come to Teach. Its name is Black Zetsu. In the first half of the Grand Line, Marshall D. Teach temporarily stayed on the island. Just when Teach was still a little angry and panicked that he had caused the big trouble of the Akatsuki organization again, a black shadow gradually emerged from the ground and slowly attached to him. This black shadow was like mud. Because it was so secretive, even Marshall D. Teach had just noticed the appearance of this black shadow when Black Zetsu attached himself to his body. What is that? Marshall D. Teach looked at the black shadow that suddenly appeared on his arm with some shock. This dark thing was actually attached to his body, as if it was originally an organ in his body. Hehe. The dark thing suddenly laughed sinisterly. The new owner of the dark fruit? Then do you know what it means to eat the dark fruit? Asshole. What are you? Marshall D. Teach looked at the dark thing flowing on his body in doubt. He only felt that this thing seemed to be able to directly merge into his body at any time. You who ate the dark fruit, don't you know the power of the dark fruit? Black Zetsu's voice was still laughing sinisterly, and it gradually revealed a weird face on Marshall D. Teach's arm. Don't you want to know why this dark fruit is called the most evil fruit in the world? Don't you know why the dark fruit can't be elementalized? What? Teach's face was still shocked. The next moment, Marshall D. Teacher's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of fierceness. You are the dark fruit. No, I'm you. Black Zetsu's weird smile was like a devil. When the owner of the dark fruit needs power, the dormant will in the heart will awaken and transform into a creature called Black Zetsu, always following your will. First update. Chapter 524. The price of failure for the user of the dark fruit, White Zetsu. Teach was a little bit unbelievable. Unfortunately, Teach's understanding of the dark fruit was limited to the fact that he knew that the power of the dark fruit could temporarily inactivate the abilities of other devil fruits. What this creature named Black Zetsu said did make sense. Whether in terms of name or appearance, it was similar to the dark fruit, and it seemed that it was also born in darkness. Marshall D. Teach stared at Black Zetsu in front of him. The smile on his face gradually became ferocious. If you put it that way, you are my will, then you know what I want. Hehehehe. Black Zetsu's laughter suddenly became gloomy, and he said slowly with a laugh, the dreams and ambitions of each generation of dark fruit users are almost the same. No, it should be said that only those with the highest ambitions are qualified to obtain the dark fruit. Marshall D. Teach, we will be no exception. Black Zetsu looked at Teach, and its voice gradually became more and more sinister. Replace the man we admire most and let this sea enter an era named after us. Ha 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 ha. Marshall D. Teach could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. His palm slowly clenched, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Really, you couldn't be more right. What I want is to replace my most admired father and let this era be named after Marshall D. Teach. We have always been of one will. Black Zetsu looked at Teach with satisfaction and nodded, and its body slowly fell off from Marshall D. Teach. If a dark fruit ability user does not match the ambition and darkness of this fruit, then he will never be qualified to awaken his will and transform into a substantial Black Zetsu. A strange smile gradually appeared on Black Zetsu's face. At that time, his soul will be enslaved by the dark fruit after death, and eventually be completely devoured by the darkness of the dark fruit, slowly turning into a creature called White Zetsu, and becoming the slave of the next dark fruit ability user. Marshall D. Teach's face rose. Is there a risk to become a dark fruit ability? If it is not recognized by the dark fruit, then this fruit will devour the ability user's soul. This fruit is too scary, right? Black Zetsu approached Marshall D. Teach again, and said with a giggle, Teach, the dark fruit is known as the most evil fruit, and it will devour those unqualified candidates. That's why it is called the most evil fruit. Marshall D. Teach showed a trace of cold sweat on his face. He forced himself to control his mood and maintain his smile. Ha 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 ha. It seems that I'm already a qualified candidate. Not bad. Black Zetsu's smile was still weird, and he even nodded slowly and said, then do you want to see those failures called White Zetsu? They are very interesting, and they are also the most powerful arms for the dark fruit users to conquer this era. The next moment, Black Zetsu didn't wait for Marshall D. Teach to react, and immediately said, Teach, use your will to summon the White Zetsu. They are always hidden deep underground. Unleash the power of the dark fruit with all your strength to attract them to reappear. Black Zetsu's voice became more gloomy, and his smile became terrifying. Teach, see the gift that the dark fruit gives you. See the true greatness of the dark fruit. The next second, Marshall D. Teach gritted his teeth. His palm gradually turned black, and suddenly fell to the ground. After a long time, one by one, White Zetsu quietly emerged from the ground. Marshall D. Teach's face gradually became a little stiff. He looked at these creatures called White Zetsu in disbelief. Each creature looked extremely hideous. This is definitely not a human. This kind of creature has never appeared in the sea. These White Zetsu look a little inconspicuous, but their weird appearance makes Teach feel a little scared. Are these all the dark fruit users who have failed? Hehehe. Teach, do you know why White Zetsu can be the strongest helper for the dark fruit user to conquer this era? Black Zetsu's laughter became more and more sinister, and it continued slowly. If a dark fruit user wants to become the uncrowned king, wants to become the most powerful person in the world, they can replace everyone in the world government. The next moment, Marshall D. Teach's face changed drastically, because in his sight, every White Zetsu turned into his appearance. Marshall D. Teach had only heard of one such ability, that is, the transformation fruit, but now these white Zetsu can actually turn into his appearance out of thin air. Even the observation haki is difficult to distinguish. Even the aura looks a bit strong. Marshall D. Teach couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. He pointed at a group of transformed white Zetsu and said, "These failures, can't they also use my power?" No, their transformation ability can only be used for disguise, but only the highest level of listening to the heart of all things can discover their true identity. Black Zetsu laughed and shook his head and asked a white Zetsu to cut off his arm and sent it to Marshall D. Teach. The most important thing is that the existence of white Zetsu can help heal some of your injuries at any time. The ability of the dark fruit requires the hand to touch the enemy to make the ability ineffective, so the biggest consumption of each generation of dark fruit users is their palms. If you encounter a terrifying enemy who directly cuts off your hand, the arm of white Zetsu can immediately connect to your hand. Teach, do you want to try it now? No. Marshall D. Teach couldn't help shaking his head and swallowing his saliva. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and then he became a little greedy. These monsters that can transform at any time are all my slaves. Damn. This dark fruit is really a big profit. Originally, Marshall D. Teach was a little worried that the dark fruit could not be transformed into an element. What should he do if he was seriously injured? Unexpectedly, the arm of a creature like white Zetsu could actually be transplanted to him. White Zetsu will only obey the dark fruit users. Black Zetsu's smile became more and more weird, and its body reattached to Marshall D. Teach. They have one last use, which is to eat devil fruits and become a legion of users loyal only to us. If you want a powerful force. Black Zetsu's gaze fell on Teach's face, and he continued with a smile. Then you can kill the original devil fruit users, seize their abilities, and turn white Zetsu into a powerful legion of devil fruit users. Teach. Every generation of dark fruit users has realized the possibility of transferring devil fruit abilities when imprisoning the enemy's abilities. They have a powerful legion of devil fruit users around them to help them conquer this era. Thief. Marshall D. Teach nodded slowly. His greedy eyes fell on the group of white Zetsu. He couldn't help but nodded slowly and said, "It's really unexpected. This kind of creature that only obeys me, it makes people want to go crazy. A monster that only obeys his orders can transform into anyone at any time and can only be detected by the observation haki that listens to the heart of all things. Moreover, these white Zetsu can actually become his fighting force." However, these white Zetsu turned out to be some unqualified dark fruit users, which made Marshall D. Teach feel a little flustered. No wonder this devil fruit is called the most vicious fruit in the world, and no wonder the leader of Akatsuki tried every means to get the dark fruit. It's really no wonder that Uchiha Itachi didn't want him as a devil fruit user at all, but killed him and must be reborn with the dark fruit. Damn. As long as you become a dark fruit user, you will have the opportunity to get the white Zetsu army and have an organ that is not afraid of any disability or serious injury. You can replace any head of state in the world. You can create a devil fruit army that is only loyal to the dark fruit user. Who would have thought that? Even if there is only one dark fruit user, he definitely has the possibility of ruling the world. Even as long as you operated well, the probability is not low at all. Marshall D. Teach couldn't suppress his ambition. He even wanted to turn all the white Zetsu troops in front of him into devil fruit users and form a strongest pirate group composed of devil fruit users. A group that would only be loyal to him. Perhaps the only dangerous thing is that if his own ambition is not enough, he will be turned into a monster that seems to have no IQ and can only obey orders by the dark fruit. Marshall D. Teach couldn't help but reveal a crazy smile. It seems that what I need most is time. But is there only so many white Zetsu? Hehehe. How many dark fruit users can there be in history? Black Zetsu's smile was still gloomy. He just shook his head slowly and said, "Before the dark fruit user dies, the white Zetsu summoned by him will die for him. What's more, what you can use now is only summoned by your power." Black Zetsu stared at Teach His smile was still gloomy and terrifying. When the dark power you can exert is strong enough to be transmitted to any corner of this world, those hidden white Zetsu will naturally appear in front of us. Of course, there are more than so many white Zetsu. As long as white Zetsu uses the spore technique to absorb chakra, he can reproduce. Unfortunately, there are only so many white Zetsu strengthened by Hashirama cells for the time being. Ha 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 ha. Marshall D. Teach didn't care about it anymore. He nodded slowly, and saliva gradually flowed from the corners of his mouth. The madness in Marshall D. Teach's eyes could hardly be suppressed. Forget it, it doesn't matter. These dozens of white absolutes are enough for me. Let's conquer this era with darkness. Double monthly tickets have arrived. Please vote. Second update. Chapter 525 Sabo appears. The dark fruit. What an intoxicating ability. Marshall D. Teach truly felt the happiness of the dark fruit user. It was really worth it for him to endure for more than 20 years in the Whitebird Pirates and offend the two superpowers of the Whitebird Pirates and the Akatsuki organization to obtain the fruit ability. But the effort did get a huge reward. These rewards were completely beyond Teach's imagination. Although Teach just knew that eating this fruit would face considerable risks, as long as he had enough ambition and strength to control the power of this fruit, he could get anything he wanted in the world. Power, strength, influence, everything. Take whatever you want. Whatever the dark fruit user wants, he can get it all. The ability of this fruit is definitely enough to plunge the world into darkness. Marshall D. Teach took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. What should he do now? It seems that anything can be done. Kill the king of a country and let white Zetsu take his place, or hunt down devil fruit users and let white Zetsu become a team of users? It's really hard to decide. Black Zetsu looked at the troubled face of Marshall D. Teach, and a terrifying smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What we have to do is to seize everything from Whitebird. We can't keep wasting time here. Before white Zetsu becomes a fighting force, we should first gather some useful people. Slowly find some extremely vicious guys in this sea, make them our pawns and subordinates, and control the coming of the Dark Age. Thief ha 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 ha. Marshall D. Teach's eyes slowly fell on Black Zetsu, and he grinned. It's exactly what I thought. Black Zetsu's body slowly attached to Teach's body, and its voice gradually came out of Teach's body. I'm your will, and I will naturally act according to your wishes. As for these white Zetsu, let them hide first, and collect intelligence from the world. They can even sneak into the Navy headquarters Marineford, and summon them, when we need them. Thief ha 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 ha. That's right. Marshall D. Teach clenched his fists fiercely, his face becoming more and more crazy. I'm now called Blackbird. Dad's era will soon be over, and the future era of the sea will be called Blackbird. Unfortunately, Marshall D. Teach's arrogance did not last long, because he knew that Uchiha Sasuke and Ace were still on their way to kill him. And now Teach also wants to go to the medical powerhouse of Drum Island to see if his body can accommodate the power of two devil fruits. What he wants is to take away everything from Whitebird. In addition to Whitebird's status and territory, he also wants to seize Whitebird's power. If he wants to dominate the world, his own strength is not enough for him to stand on the top. At least facing Uchiha Sasuke's pursuit, there is no room for him to fight back. Except for that brat Sasuke. Marshall D. Teach couldn't help but grit his teeth and spit. It's possible that the lingering Akatsuki guys will also come after us. The mysterious leader of Akatsuki has been looking for the dark fruit. It must be because the leader of Akatsuki knows the true value of the dark fruit, so they don't need a devil fruit user, but a dark fruit. What a trouble. But the little trouble we are facing now is nothing compared to the temptation of conquering the world. If we don't have enough ambition, but our souls will be devoured by the dark fruit. Just as Marshall D. Teach was cursing Akatsuki, Black Zetsu attached himself to him and tried to contact Uehara Naraku through the Samsurai. Hagoromo. There was a hint of smile in Black Zetsu's voice, and people could tell that it was now back to its old job and was quite happy. That's how it deceived Uchiha Madara back then. Now this guy named Marshall D. Teach is exactly the same. Unfortunately, Black Zetsu called the wrong name. You've got the wrong person. Uehara Naraku responded indifferently and corrected Black Zetsu in a cold voice. I'm Uehara Naraku, not your brother. What's the difference? Black Zetsu smiled a little regretfully and couldn't help sighing. We are a family and mom has missed you since you left. Let's talk about business. Don't mention her. So heartless. When Black Zetsu mentioned Kaguya, he would say good things from time to time because it was Kaguya's will. What mom did for you is to pamper you in her own way. She really wants. Hey, Black Zetsu. Uehara Naraku's attitude obviously became a little tougher. There is only one moon in the sea. I think we can use Chibaku Tensei to add one. What do you think? Hehehe. Let's not talk about this. Black Zetsu was very tactful and immediately changed the subject. Martial teach has fallen into our control and he has recognized that I'm his will. Well done. Uehara Naraku was very generous in praising Black Zetsu's work. I will send Uchiha Obito to lurk around you and assist you. Hehe. That couldn't be better. Black Zetsu asked in a sinister tone. Uehara, if you are free, you can call your mother on Denden Mushi, or you can contact her directly with the Samurai. I'm very busy now. Uehara Naraku immediately interrupted Black Zetsu. Uehara Naraku is indeed very busy now. Because after cutting off contact with Black Zetsu, Uehara Naraku quickly contacted Kabuto Yakushi and asked him to send a team of people from the CP department to help capture Sabo or Monkey D. Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. This can also be regarded as a credit, and this credit can allow Kabuto Yakushi to go further. When Uehara Naraku and Kabuto Yakushi were discussing, Uehara mentioned that he might defect to the Navy, and Kabuto Yakushi immediately approved the plan. Kabuto Yakushi also thought that when Uehara defected, the bigger the things he did, the better. Because Kabuto Yakushi also planned to use the fact that he didn't know how to judge people to attack Buddha Sengoku in front of the 5 elders after Uehara Naraku defected. This matter was really not authentic at all. He was really not a human being. Aokiji couldn't help but clench his fists beside him. You guys have the final say on the positive and negative, right and wrong. Marshal Sengoku is wrong, no matter what he does, and he will be used by the Akatsuki organization anyway. Even the slightest place that can be used will not be missed. We are almost at Rogue Town. They are entering the East China Sea through the doldrums of the Grand Line, and will soon arrive at Rogue Town in the East China Sea. In order to ensure that they can arrive before Luffy leaves Rogue Town, Uehara Naraku has been accelerating the warship at full speed. Aokiji rubbed his forehead and watched Uehara Naraku hang up the Denden Mushi of Kabuto Yakushi and couldn't help but say, why is that guy Kabuto Yakushi becoming more and more evil? Maybe it's because of this corrupt world government. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed. I guess I've seen too much intrigue in the world government in the past 2 years. Let's go. Let me revisit the old place. Rogue Town. Uehara Naraku had been to this small island at the entrance of the Grand Line once, and that time he awakened the Conqueror's Haki here. Yes, Uehara Naraku awakened the Conqueror's Haki himself on the execution platform. This garbage system just improved the level of Conqueror's Haki by the way. When Uehara Naraku arrived, the weather in Rogue Town seemed a bit bad, and it didn't seem to be suitable for sailing at all. Port area. Uehara Naraku's warship slowly sailed in, and his eyes looked around, and finally fell on a ship with a simple and honest lamb on the bow. That was the Golden Mary. It was the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. There were several orange trees planted on the Golden Mary, and the deck was unusually clean. It was obvious that the Straw Hat Pirates took great care of their boat. Uehara Naraku suddenly waved his hand and called his adjutant. Did you see that boat? Pull the boat over now, leave only one orange tree on the boat, and move the rest to our warship, and search out all the money on the boat. What? Ain's face was full of confusion. Aokiji couldn't help but cover his cheeks, rubbed his forehead and said, hey, isn't that Monkey D. Luffy's pirate ship? Yeah. But, Ain, the beautiful swordsman, was more confused, and her expression became more and more strange. Vice Admiral Uehara, why don't we sink it now? That way they won't escape, right? You have a point. Uehara Naraku nodded, and then said, but I actually want to empty the things on that pirate ship first. Ain was silent. What kind of devil boss is this? Even Aokiji next to him agreed with this handling opinion. In any case, Uehara Naraku should want to let Monkey D. Luffy go. At least Vice Admiral Garp's grandson will not fall into their hands. Unfortunately, Garp's grandson is actually in more danger now. On the execution platform in Rogue Town, an execution is taking place, and the person being executed is Garp's grandson Monkey D. Luffy. Buggy the Clown and Alrita together captured Straw Hat Luffy and wanted to execute Monkey D. Luffy on the execution platform where Goldie Roger was executed. Just when Luffy was about to be beheaded, a thunderstorm swept in, completely destroying the execution platform and saving Luffy's life. Two figures appeared and disappeared with thunder and lightning. Monkey D. Dragon's face was revealed, with a mysterious smile on his lips. He slowly turned his head and looked at the young man beside him. Sabo, if you want to see him, go and see him. Well, time flies. Sabo smiled and nodded. I didn't expect Luffy to enter the Grand Line soon. Sabo couldn't help but look at Dragon in front of him again. But, Mr. Dragon, don't you want to go and see Luffy together? It's not time yet. Dragon shook his head slowly. Just at this moment, a white smoke suddenly rose up and quickly enveloped a group of pirates in the square. Smoker, the Navy colonel stationed in Rogue Town, finally showed up. This Navy colonel took action to capture the buggy pirates, Alrita and others, and directly use the power of the natural fruit to capture the pirates he thought were most likely to pose a great threat. Straw Hat Luffy. Smoker's figure turned into a ball of smoke and quickly caught up with Luffy's figure. He waved his hand to release a white smoke to trap Luffy's body. A fierce look flashed across his face. No matter what, I will never let you escape from here. Don't disturb me going out to sea. Monkey D. Luffy waved his fists, trying to disperse the white smoke in front of him, but his strength was always in vain. Just as Smoker held his 10 hands and was about to hit Luffy directly, a water pipe suddenly appeared and blocked Smoker's 10 hands. My younger brother is going to become the Pirate King. Sabo held the water pipe in his hand, slowly raised his head, and looked at Smoker. A smile appeared on his face. So, now please don't delay his voyage. The third update. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.